Chapter 30 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu, translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 30. The Tiger of Chao-Ch'eng. At Chao-Ch'eng there lived an old woman, more than 70 years of age, who had an only son. One day he went up to the hills and was eaten by a tiger, at which his mother was so overwhelmed with grief that she hardly wished to live. With tears and lamentations she ran and told her story to the magistrate of the place, who laughed and asked her how she thought the law could be brought to bear on a tiger. But the old woman would not be comforted, and at length the magistrate lost his temper and bade her begone. Of this, however, she took no notice, and then the magistrate, in compassion for her great age, and unwilling to resort to extremities, promised her that he would have the tiger arrested. Even then she would not go until the warrant had been actually issued. So the magistrate, at a loss what to do, asked his attendants which of them would undertake the job. Upon this one of them, Li Nêng, who happened to be gloriously drunk, stepped forward and said that he would, whereupon the warrant was immediately issued, and the old woman went away. When our friend Li Nêng got sober, he was sorry for what he had done, but reflecting that the whole thing was a mere trick of his master's to get rid of the old woman's importunities, did not trouble himself much about it, handing in the warrant as if the arrest had been made. "Not so!" cried the magistrate. "You said you could do this, and now I shall not let you off." Li Nêng was at his wits' end, and begged that he might be allowed to impress the hunters of the district. This was conceded, so collecting together these men, he proceeded to spend day and night among the hills in the hope of catching a tiger, and thus making a show of having fulfilled his duty. A month passed away, during which he received several hundred blows with the bamboo, and at length, in despair, he betook himself to the Ch'ing temple in the eastern suburb, where, falling on his knees, he prayed and wept by turns. By and by a tiger walked in, and Li Nêng, in a great fright, thought he was going to be eaten alive. But the tiger took no notice of anything, remaining seated in the doorway. Li Nêng then addressed the animal as follows: "O tiger, if thou didst slay that old woman's son, suffer me to bind thee with this cord." And drawing a rope from his pocket, threw it over the animal's neck. The tiger drooped its ears, and allowing itself to be bound, followed Li Nêng to the magistrate's office. The latter then asked it, saying, "Did you eat the old woman's son?" To which the tiger replied by nodding its head. Whereupon the magistrate rejoined, "That murderers should suffer death has ever been the law. Besides, this old woman had but one son, and by killing him you took from her the sole support of her declining years. But if now you will be as a son to her, your crime shall be pardoned." The tiger again nodded assent, and accordingly the magistrate gave orders that he should be released, at which the old woman was highly incensed, thinking that the tiger ought to have paid with its life for the destruction of her son. Next morning, however, when she opened the door of her cottage, there lay a dead deer before it, and the old woman, by selling the flesh and skin, was able to purchase food. From that day this became a common event, and sometimes the tiger would even bring her money and valuables, so that she became quite rich, and was much better cared for than she had been, even by her own son. Consequently she became very well disposed to the tiger, which often came and slept in the veranda, remaining for a whole day at a time, and giving no cause of fear either to man or beast. In a few years the old woman died, upon which the tiger walked in and roared in lamentations in the hall. However, with all the money she had saved, she was able to have a splendid funeral, and while her relatives were standing round the grave, out rushed the tiger and sent them all running away in fear. But the tiger merely went up to the mound, and, after roaring like a thunder peal, disappeared again. Then the people of that place built a shrine in honor of the faithful tiger, and it remains there to this day. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Oldpecker. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 31. A Dwarf. In the reign of Kangxi, there was a magician who carried about with him a wooden box, in which he had a dwarf not much more than a foot in height. When people gave him money, he would open the box and bid the little creature come out. The dwarf would then sing a song and go in again. Arriving one day at Ye, the magistrate there seized the box, and taking it into his yamen, asked the dwarf whence he came. At first he dared not reply, but on being pressed told the magistrate everything. He said he belonged to a respectable family, and that once, when returning home from school, he was stupefied by the magician, who gave him some drug which made his limbs shrink, and then took him about to exhibit to people. The magistrate was very angry, and had the magician beheaded, himself taking charge of the dwarf. He was subsequently very anxious to get him cured, but unable to obtain the proper prescription. Footnote 1. The Cantonese believe the following to be the usual process. Quote, young children are bought or stolen at a tender age and placed in a Qing, or vase with a narrow neck, and having in this case a movable bottom. In this receptacle the unfortunate little wretches are kept for years in a sitting posture, their heads outside, being all the while carefully tended and fed. When the child has reached the age of 20 or over, he or she is taken away to some distant place and discovered in the woods as a wild man or woman. End quote. China Mail, 15th May, 1878. End of chapter 31. Recording by J. Oldpecker.
Chapter 32 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 32. Hsiang-Ju's Misfortunes. At Guangping there lived an old man named Feng, who had an only son called Hsiang-Ju. Both of them were graduates, and the father was very particular and strict, though the family had long been poor. Mrs. Feng and Hsiang-Ju's wife had died one shortly after the other, so that the father and son were obliged to do their household work for themselves. One night Hsiang-Ju was sitting out in the moonlight, when suddenly a young lady from next door got on the wall to have a look at him. He saw she was very pretty, and as he approached her she began to laugh. He then beckoned to her with his hand, but she did not move either to come or to go away. At length, however, she accepted the invitation, and descended the ladder that he had placed for her. In reply to Hsiang-Ju's inquiries, the young lady said her name was Heng-Yu, and that she lived next door. So Hsiang-Ju, who was much taken with her beauty, begged her to come over frequently and have a chat. To this she readily assented, and continued to do so for several months, until one evening old Mr. Feng, hearing sounds of talking and laughing in his son's room, got up and looked in. Seeing Miss Heng-Yu, he was exceedingly angry, and called his son out, saying, "You good-for-nothing fellow! Poor as we are, why aren't you at your books, instead of wasting your time like this? A pretty thing for the neighbours to hear of, and even if they don't hear of it, somebody else will, and shorten your life accordingly." Footnote: meaning that it would become known to the arbiter of life and death in the world below, who would punish him by shortening his appointed term of years. End of footnote. Hsiang-Ju fell on his knees, and with tears implored forgiveness, whereupon his father turned to the young lady and said, "A girl who behaves like this disgraces others as well as herself, and if people find this out, we shan't be the only ones to suffer." The old man then went back to bed in a rage, and Miss Heng-Yu, weeping bitterly, said to Hsiang-Ju, "Your father's reproaches have overwhelmed me with shame. Our friendship is now at an end." "I could say nothing," replied he, "as long as my father was here, but if you have any consideration for me, I pray you think nothing of his remarks." Miss Heng-Yu protested, however, that they could meet no more, and then Hsiang-Ju also burst into tears. "Oh, do not weep," cried she. "Our friendship was an impossible one, and time must sooner or later have put an end to these visits. Meanwhile, I hear there was a very good match to be made in the neighbourhood." Hsiang-Ju replied that he was poor, but Miss Heng-Yu told him to meet her again the following evening, when she would endeavour to do something for him. At the appointed time she arrived, and producing 40 ounces of silver, presented them to Hsiang-Ju, telling him that at the village some distance off there was a Miss Wei, 18 years of age, who was not yet married because of the exorbitant demands of her parents, but that a little extra outlay would secure for him the young lady's hand. Miss Heng-Yu then bade him farewell, and Hsiang-Ju set off to inform his father, expressing a desire to go and make inquiries, but saying nothing about the 40 ounces. His father, thinking that they were not sufficiently well off, urged him not to go. However, by dint of argument, he finally persuaded the old man that, at any rate, there was no harm in trying, so he borrowed horses and attendants and set off to the house of Mr. Wei, who was a man of considerable property, and when he got there he asked Mr. Wei to come outside and accord him a few minutes' conversation. Now the latter knew that Hsiang-Ju belonged to a very good family, and when he saw all the retinue that Hsiang-Ju had brought with him, he inwardly consented to the match, though he was afraid that perhaps his would-be son-in-law might not be as liberal as he would like. Hsiang-Ju soon perceived what Mr. Wei's feelings were, and emptied his purse on the table, at which Mr. Wei was delighted, and begged a neighbour to allow the marriage contract to be drawn up in his house. Footnote: One important preliminary consists in the exchange of the 4 pairs of characters which denote the year, month, day, and hour of the births of the contracting parties. It remains for a geomancer to determine whether they are in harmony or not, and a very simple expedient for backing out of a proposed alliance is to bribe him to declare that the nativities of the young couple could not be happily brought together. End of footnote. Hsiang-Ju then went in to pay his respects to Mrs. Wei, whom he found in a small miserable room, with Miss Wei hiding behind her. Still he was pleased to see that, in spite of her homely toilette, the young lady herself was very nice looking, and while he was being entertained in the neighbour's house, the old lady said, "It will not be necessary for you, sir, to come and fetch our daughter. As soon as we have made up a small trousseau for her, we will send her along to you." Footnote: The bridegroom invariably fetches the bride from her father's house, conveying her to his home in a handsomely gilt red sedan chair, closed in on all sides, and accompanied by a band of music. End of footnote. Hsiang-Ju then agreed with them upon a day for the wedding, and went home and informed his father, pretending that the Wei family only asked for respectability, and did not care about money. His father was overjoyed to hear this, and when the day came, the young lady herself arrived. She proved to be a thrifty housekeeper and an obedient wife, so that she and her husband got along capitally together. In 2 years she had a son, who was called Fu-er, and once on the occasion of the great spring festival, she was on her way to the family tombs, with her boy in her arms, when she chanced to meet a man named Sung, who was of the gentry of the neighbourhood. This Mr. Sung had been a censor, but had purchased his retirement, and was now leading a private life, characterized by many overbearing and violent acts. He was returning from his visit to the graves of his ancestors when he saw Hsiang-Ju's wife, and, attracted by her beauty, found out who she was, and imagining that, as her husband was a poor scholar, he might easily be induced for a consideration to part with the lady, set one of his servants to find out how the land lay. When Hsiang-Ju heard what was wanted, he was very angry, but, reflecting on the power of his adversary, controlled his passion and passed the thing off with a laugh. His father, however, to whom he repeated what had occurred, got into a violent rage, and rushing out, flung his arms about, and called Mr. Sung every name he could lay his tongue to. Mr. Sung's emissary slunk off and went home, and then a number of men were sent by the enraged Sung, and these burst into the house and gave old Feng and his son a most tremendous beating. In the middle of the hubbub, Hsiang-Ju's wife ran in, and, throwing her child down on the bed, tore her hair and shrieked for help. Sung's attendants immediately surrounded her and carried her off, while there lay her husband and his father, wounded on the ground, and the baby squalling on the bed. The neighbours, pitying their wretched condition, helped them up onto the couches, and by the next day Hsiang-Ju could walk with a stick. However, his father's anger was not to be appeased, and after spitting a quantity of blood, he died. Hsiang-Ju wept bitterly at this, and taking his child in his arms, used every means to bring the offenders to justice, but without the slightest success. He then heard that his wife had put an end to her own existence, and with this his cup of misery was full. Unable to get his wrongs redressed, he often meditated assassinating Sung in the open street, but was deterred from attempting this by the number of his retainers and the fear of leaving his son with no one to protect him. Day and night he mourned over his lot, and his eyelids were never closed in sleep, when suddenly in walked a personage of striking appearance to condole with him on his losses. The stranger's face was covered with a huge curly beard, and Hsiang-Ju, not knowing who he was, begged him to take a seat, and was about to ask whence he came, when all at once he began, "Sir, have you forgotten your father's death, your wife's disgrace?" Thereupon Hsiang-Ju, suspecting him to be a spy from the Sung family, made some evasive reply, which so irritated the stranger that he roared out, "I thought you were a man, but now I know that you are a worthless, contemptible wretch." Hsiang-Ju fell on his knees and implored the stranger to forgive him, saying, "I was afraid it was a trick of Sung's. I will speak frankly to you. For days I have lain, as it were, upon thorns, my mouth filled with gall, restrained only by pity for this little one and fear of breaking our ancestral line. Generous friend, will you take care of my child if I fail?" "That," replied the stranger, "is the business of women. I cannot undertake it. But what you wish others to do for you, do yourself. And that which you would do yourself, I will do for you." When Hsiang-Ju heard these words, he knocked his head upon the ground, but the stranger took no more notice of him and walked out. Following him to the door, Hsiang-Ju asked his name, to which he replied, "If I cannot help you, I shall not wish to have your reproaches. If I do help you, I shall not wish to have your gratitude." The stranger then disappeared, and Hsiang-Ju, having a presentiment that some misfortune was about to happen, fled away with his child. When night came and the members of the Sung family were wrapped in sleep, someone found his way into their house and slew the ex-censor and his 2 sons, besides a maid-servant and one of the ladies. Information was at once given to the authorities, and as the Sung family had no doubt that the murderer was Hsiang-Ju, the magistrate, who was greatly alarmed, sent out lictors to arrest him. Hsiang-Ju, however, was nowhere to be found, a fact which tended to confirm the suspicions of the Sung family, and they too dispatched a number of servants to aid the mandarin in effecting his capture. Towards evening the lictors and others reached a hill, and, hearing a child cry, made for the sound, and thus secured the object of their search, whom they bound and led away. As the child went on crying louder than ever, they took it from him and threw it down by the wayside, thereby nearly causing Hsiang-Ju to die of grief and rage. On being brought before the magistrate, he was asked why he had killed these people, to which he replied that he was falsely accused. "For," said he, "they died in the night, whereas I had gone away in the daytime. Besides," added he, "how, with a crying baby in my arms, could I scale walls and kill people?" "If you didn't kill people," cried the magistrate, "why did you run away?" Hsiang had no answer to make to this, and he was accordingly ordered to prison, whereupon he wept and said, "I can die without regret, but what has my child done that he too should be punished?" "You," replied the magistrate, "have slain the children of others. How can you complain if your child meets the same fate?" Hsiang-Ju was then stripped of his degree and subjected to all kinds of indignities, but they were unable to wring a confession from his lips; and that very night, as the magistrate lay down, he heard a sharp noise of something striking the bed, and, jumping up in a fright, found, by the light of a candle, a small keen blade sticking in the wood at the head of his couch so tightly that it could not be drawn out. Terribly alarmed at this, the magistrate walked round the room with a spear over his shoulder, but without finding anything, and then, reflecting that nothing more was to be feared from Sung, who was dead, as well as his 2 sons, he laid Hsiang-Ju's case before the higher authorities, and obtained for him an acquittal. Hsiang-Ju was released and went home. His cupboard, however, was empty, and there was nothing except his own shadow within the 4 walls of his house. Happily his neighbours took pity on him and supplied him with food, and whenever he thought upon the vengeance that had been wreaked, his countenance assumed an expression of joy. But as often as his misfortunes and the extinction of his family came into his mind, his tears would begin to flow. And when he remembered the poverty of his life and the end of his ancestral line, he would seek out some solitary spot, and there burst into an ungovernable fit of grief. Thus things went on for about 6 months, when the search after the murderer began to be relaxed, and then Hsiang-Ju petitioned for the recovery of his wife's bones, which he took home with him and buried. His sorrow made him wish to die, and he lay tossing about on the bed without any object in life, when suddenly he heard somebody knock at the door. Keeping quiet to listen, he distinguished the sound of a voice outside talking with a child, and, getting up to look, he perceived a young lady, who said to him, "Your great wrongs are all redressed, and now, luckily, you have nothing to ail you." The voice seemed familiar to him, but he could not at the moment recall where he had heard it, so he lighted a candle, and Miss Hsiang-Ju stood before him. She was holding a small, happy-looking child by the hand, and after she and Hsiang-Ju had expressed their mutual satisfaction at meeting once more, Miss Hsiang-Ju pushed the boy forward, saying, "Have you forgotten your father?" The boy clung to her dress, and looked shyly at Hsiang-Ju, who, on examining him closely, found that he was Fu-erh. "Where did he come from?" asked his father, in astonishment, not unmingled with tears. "I will tell you all," replied Miss Hsiang-Ju. "I was only deceiving you when I said I belonged to a neighbouring family. I am really a fox, and, happening to go out one evening, I heard a child crying in a ditch. I took him home and brought him up, and now that your troubles are over, I return him to you, that father and son may be together." Hsiang-Ju wiped away his tears and thanked her heartily, but Fu-erh kept close to Miss Hsiang-Ju, whom he had come to regard as a mother, and did not seem to recognize his father again. Before daybreak, Miss Hsiang-Ju said she must go away, but Hsiang-Ju fell upon his knees and entreated her to stop, until at last she said she was only joking, adding that in a new establishment like theirs it would be a case of early to rise and late to bed. She then set to work cutting fuel and sweeping it up, toiling hard as if she had been a man, which made Hsiang-Ju regret that he was too poor to have all this done for her. However, she bade him mind his books and not trouble himself about the state of their affairs, as they were not likely to die of hunger. She also produced some money and bought implements for spinning, besides renting a few acres of land and hiring labourers to till them. Day by day she would shoulder her hoe and work in the fields, or employ herself in mending the roof, so that her fame as a good wife spread abroad, and the neighbours were more than ever pleased to help them. In half a year's time their home was like that of a well-to-do family, with plenty of servants about. But one day Hsiang-Ju said to Miss Heng-yu, "With all that you have accomplished on my behalf, there is still one thing left undone." On her asking him what it was, he continued, "The examination for master's degree is at hand, and I have not yet recovered the bachelor's degree of which I was stripped." "Ah," replied she, "some time back I had your name replaced on the list. Had I waited for you to tell me, it would have been too late." Hsiang-Ju marvelled very much at this, and accordingly took his master's degree. He was then 36 years of age, the master of broad lands and fine houses, and Miss Heng-yu, who looked delicate enough to be blown away by the wind, and yet worked harder than an ordinary labourer's wife, keeping her hands smooth and nice in spite of winter weather, gave herself out to be 38, though no one took her to be much more than 20. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1 by Songling Pu, translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 33. Chang's Transformation. Chang Yotan of Chaoyong was a wild fellow, who pursued his studies at the Xiao Temple. Now it chanced that the magistrate of the district, Mr. Tseng of Sanhan, had a daughter who was very fond of hunting, and that one day young Chang met her in the fields, and was much struck with her great beauty. She was dressed in an embroidered sable jacket, and rode about on a small palfrey, for all the world like a girl in a picture. Chang went home with the young lady still in his thoughts, his heart being deeply touched. But he soon after heard, to his infinite sorrow and dismay, that Miss Tseng had died suddenly. Their own home being at a distance, her father deposited the coffin in a temple, the very temple, in fact, where her lover was residing. Accordingly, Chang paid to her remains the same respect he would have offered to a god. He burnt incense every morning, and poured out libations at every meal, always accompanied by the following invocation: "I had hardly seen you when your spirit became ever present to me in my dreams, but you passed suddenly away, and now, near as we are together, we are as far apart as if separated by hills and rivers. Alas! alas! In life you were under the control of your parents. Now, however, there is nothing to restrain you, and with your supernatural power I should be hearing the rustle of your robe as you approach to ease the sorrow of my heart." Day and night he prayed thus, and when some 6 months had passed away, and he was one night trimming his lamp to read. He raised his head and saw a young lady standing, all smiles, before him. Rising up, he inquired who she was, to which his visitor replied, "Grateful to you for your love of me, I was unable to resist the temptation of coming to thank you myself." Chang then offered her a seat. They sat together chatting for some time. From this date the young lady used to come in every evening, and on one occasion said to Chang, "I was formerly very fond of riding in archery, shooting the musk and slaying the deer. It is a great sorrow to me to be deprived of these pleasures by death. If you have any friendly feelings towards me, I pray you recite for me the Diamond Sutra 5048 times, and I will never forget your kindness." Chang did as he was asked, getting up every night and telling his beads before the coffin, until the occasion of a certain festival, when he wished to go home to his parents, and take the young lady with him. Miss Tseng said she was afraid her feet were too tender to walk far, but Chang offered to carry her, to which she laughingly assented. It was just like carrying a child, she was so light, and by degrees Chang got so accustomed to taking her about with him, that when he went up for his examination, she went too. The only thing was she could not travel except at night. Later on, Chang would have gone up for his master's degree, but the young lady told him it was of no use to try, for it was not destined that he should pass, and accordingly he desisted from his intention. 4 or 5 years afterwards Miss Tseng's father resigned his appointment, and so poor was he that he could not afford to pay for the removal of his daughter's coffin, but wanted to bury it economically where it was. Unfortunately, he had no ground of his own, and then Chang came forward and said that a friend of his had a piece of waste land near the temple, and that he might bury it there. Mr. Tseng was very glad to accept, and Chang kindly assisted him with the funeral, for what reason the former was quite unable to guess. One night after this, Miss Tseng was sitting by Chang's side, her father having already returned home. She burst into a flood of tears and said, "For 5 years we have been good friends. We must now part. I can never repay your goodness to me." Chang was alarmed, and asked her what she meant, to which she replied, "Your sympathy has told for me in the realms below. The sum of my sutras is complete, and today I am to be born again in the family of a high official, Mr. Lu of Hopei. If you do not forget the present time, meet me there in 15 years from now, on the 16th of the 8th moon." "Alas!" cried Chang, "I am already over 30, and in 15 years more I shall be drawing near the wood. What good will our meeting do?" "I can be your servant," replied Miss Tseng, "and so make some return to you. But come, escort me a few miles on my way. The road is beset with brambles, and I shall have some trouble with my dress." So Chang carried her as before, until they reached a high road, where they found a number of carriages and horses, the latter with 1 or 2 riders on the backs of each, and 3 or 4, or even more persons in every carriage. But there was one richly decorated carriage, with embroidered curtains and red awnings, in which sat only one old woman, who, when she saw Miss Tseng, called out, "Ah, there you are!" "Here I am," replied Miss Tseng, and then she turned to Chang and said, "We must part here. Do not forget what I told you." Chang promised he would remember, and then the old woman helped her up into the carriage. Round went the wheels, off went the attendants, and they were gone. Sorrowfully Chang wended his way home, and there wrote upon the wall the date mentioned by Miss Tseng. After which, bethinking himself of the efficacy of prayer, he took to reciting sutras more energetically than ever. By and by he dreamed that an angel appeared to him, and said, "The bent of your mind is excellent indeed, but you must visit the Southern Sea." Asking how far off the Southern Sea was, the angel informed him it was close by, and then waking up, and understanding what was required of him, he fixed his sole thoughts on Buddha, and lived a purer life than before. In 3 years' time his two sons, Ming and Chang, came out very high on the list at the examination for the second degree. In spite of which worldly successes, Chang continued to lead his usual holy life. Then one night he dreamed that another angel led him among beautiful halls and palaces, where he saw a personage sitting down who resembled Buddha himself. This personage said to him, "My son, your virtue is a matter of great joy. Unhappily your term of life is short, and I have, therefore, made an appeal to God on your behalf." Chang prostrated himself and knocked his head upon the ground, upon which he was commanded to rise, and was served with tea, fragrant as the epidendrum. A boy was next instructed to take him to bathe in a pool, the water of which was so exquisitely clear that he could count the fishes swimming about therein. He found it warm as he walked in, and scented like the leaves of the lotus flower, and gradually the water got deeper and deeper until he went down altogether and passed through with his head under water. He then waked up in a fright, but from this moment he became more robust, and his sight improved. As he stroked his beard, the white hairs all came out, and by the black ones too. The wrinkles on his face were smoothed away, and in a few months he had the beardless face of a boy of 15 or 16. He also grew very fond of playing about like other boys, and would sometimes tumble head over heels and be picked up by his sons. Soon afterwards his wife died of old age, and his sons begged him to marry again, into some good family. But he said he should be obliged to go to Ho Pei first, and then, calculating his dates, found that the appointed time had arrived. So he ordered his horses and servants and set off for Ho Pei, where he discovered that there actually was a high official named Lu. Now Mr. Lu had a daughter who, when born, was able to talk, and became very clever and beautiful as she grew up. She was the idol of her parents, and had been asked in marriage by many suitors, but would not accept any of them. And when her father and mother inquired her motives for refusal, she told them the story of her engagement in her former life. "Silly child," said they, reckoning up the time, and laughing at her. "That Mr. Chang would now be about 50 years of age, a changed and feeble old man. Even if he is still alive, his hair will be white and his teeth gone." But their daughter would not listen to them, and finding her so obstinate in her determination, they instructed the doorkeeper to admit no strangers until the appointed time should have passed, that thus her expectations might be brought to naught. Before long Chang arrived, but the doorkeeper would not let him in, and he went back to his inn in great distress, not knowing what to do. He then took to walking about the fields, and secretly making inquiries concerning the family. Meanwhile Miss Tseng thought that he had broken his engagement, and refused all food, giving herself up to tears alone. Her mother argued that he was probably dead, or in any case that the breach of engagement was no fault of her daughter's. To none of which, however, would Miss Tseng listen, lying where she was the livelong day. Mr. Lu became anxious about her, and determined to see what manner of man this Chang might be. So, on the plea of taking a walk, he went out to meet him in the fields, and to his astonishment found quite a young man. They sat down together on some leaves, and after chatting a while, Mr. Lu was so charmed with his young friend's bearing that he invited him to his house. No sooner had they arrived than Mr. Lu begged Chang to excuse him a moment, and ran in first to tell his daughter, who exerted herself to get up and take a peep at the stranger. Finding, however, that he was not the Chang she had formerly known, she burst into tears and crept back to bed, upbraiding her parents for trying to deceive her thus. Her father declared he was no other than Chang, but his daughter replied only with tears. And then he went back very much upset to his guest, whom he treated with great want of courtesy. Chang asked him if he was not the Mr. Lu of such and such a position, to which he replied in a vacant kind of way that he was, looking the other way all the time and paying no attention to Chang. The latter did not approve of this behaviour, and accordingly took his leave, and in a few days Miss Tseng had cried herself to death. Chang then dreamed that she appeared to him and said, "Was it you after all that I saw? You were so changed in age and appearance that when I looked upon your face I did not know you. I have already died from grief, but if you make haste to the little street shrine and summon my spirit back, I may still recover. Be not late." Chang then waked, and immediately made inquiries at Mr. Lu's house, when he found that the young lady had been dead 2 days. Telling her father his dream, they went forth to summon the spirit back, and on opening the shroud and throwing themselves with lamentations over the corpse, a noise was heard in the young lady's throat, and her cherry lips parted. They moved her on to a bed, and soon she began to moan, to the great joy of Mr. Lu, who took Chang out of the room and over a bumper of wine asked some questions about his family. He was glad to find that Chang was a suitable match for his daughter, and an auspicious day was fixed for the wedding. In a fortnight the event came off, the bride being escorted to Chang's house by her father, who remained with them 6 months before going home again. They were a youthful pair, and people who didn't know the story mistook Chang's son and daughter-in-law for his father and mother. A year later Mr. Lu died, and his son, a mere child, having been badly wounded by some scoundrels, and the family property being almost gone, Chang made him come and live with them and be one of their own family. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu, translated by Herbert A. Giles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Dever. Chapter 34, A Taoist Priest. Once upon a time there was a Mr. Han who belonged to a wealthy family and was fond of entertaining people. A man named Hsiu of the same town frequently joined him over the bottle, and on one occasion when they were together a Taoist priest came to the door with his alms bowl in his hand. The servants threw him some money and food, but the priest would not accept them, neither would he go away, and at length they would take no more notice of him. Mr. Han heard the noise of the priest knocking his bowl, going on for a long time, and asked his servants what was the matter, and they had hardly told him when the priest himself walked in. Mr. Han begged him to be seated, whereupon the priest bowed to both gentlemen and took his seat. On making the usual inquiries, they found that he lived at an old tumble-down temple to the east of the town, and Mr. Han expressed regret at not having heard sooner of his arrival, so that he might have shown him the proper hospitality of a resident. The priest said that he had only recently arrived, and had no friends in the place. But hearing that Mr. Han was a jovial fellow, he had been very anxious to take a glass with him. Mr. Han then ordered wine, and the priest soon distinguished himself as a hard drinker, Mr. Hsiu treating him all the time with a certain amount of disrespect in consequence of his shabby appearance, while Mr. Han made allowances for him as being a traveler. When he had drunk over 20 large cups of wine, the priest took his leave, returning subsequently whenever any jollification was going on, no matter whether it was eating or drinking. Even Han began now to tire a little of him, and on one occasion Hsü said to him in raillery, "Good priest, you seem to like being a guest. Why don't you play the host sometimes for a change?" "Ah," replied the priest, "I am much the same as yourself, a mouth carried between a couple of shoulders." This put Hsü to shame, and he had no answer to make. So the priest continued, "But altogether that is so. I have been revolving the question with myself for some time, and when we do meet I shall do my best to repay your kindness with a cup of my own poor wine." When they had finished drinking, the priest said he hoped he should have the pleasure of their company the following day at noon. And at the appointed time the two friends went together, not expecting, however, to find anything ready for them. But the priest was waiting for them in the street, and passing through a handsome courtyard, they beheld long suites of elegant apartments stretching away before them. In great astonishment, they remarked to the priest that they had not visited this temple for some time, and asked when it had been thus repaired, to which he replied that the work had been only lately completed. They then went inside, and there was a magnificently decorated apartment, such as would not be found even in the houses of the wealthy. This made them begin to feel more respect for their host, and no sooner had they sat down than wine and food were served by a number of boys, all about 16 years of age, and dressed in embroidered coats, with red shoes. The wine and the eatables were delicious and very nicely served, and when the dinner was taken away, a course of rare fruits was put on the table, the names of all of which it would be impossible to mention. They were arranged in dishes of crystal and jade, the brilliancy of which lighted up the surrounding furniture, and the goblets in which the wine was poured were of glass, and more than a foot in circumference. The priest here cried out, "Call the She sisters," whereupon one of the boys went out, and in a few moments two elegant young ladies walked in. The first was tall and slim like a willow wand, and the other was short and very young, both being exceedingly pretty girls. Being told to sing while the company were drinking, the younger beat time and sang a song, while the elder accompanied her on the flageolet. They acquainted themselves admirably, and, when the song was over, the priest, holding his goblet bottom upwards in the air, challenged his guests to follow his example, bidding his servants pour out more wine all round. He then turned to the girls, and remarked that they had not danced for a long time, asking if they were still able to do so, upon which a carpet was spread by one of the boys, and the two young ladies proceeded to dance, their long robes waving about and perfuming the air around. The dance concluded, they leant against a painted screen, while the two guests gradually became more and more confused, and were at last irrecoverably drunk. The priest took no notice of them, but when he had finished drinking, he got up and said, "Pray go on with your wine. I am going to rest a while, and will return by and by." He then went away and lay down on a splendid couch at the other end of the room, at which Hsü was very angry and shouted out, "Priest, you are a rude fellow," at the same time making towards him with a view of rousing him up. The priest then ran out, and Han and Hsü lay down to sleep, one at each end of the room, on elaborately carved couches covered with beautiful mattresses. When they woke up, they found themselves lying in the road, Mr. Hsiu with his head in a dirty drain. Hard by were a couple of rush huts, but everything else was gone. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 35. The Fight with the Foxes. In the province of Chili there was a wealthy family in want of a tutor. One day a graduate presented himself at the door, and was asked by the master of the house to walk in. And he conversed so pleasantly that in a short time it was clear to both sides that they were mutually pleased with each other. The tutor said his name was Hu, and when the usual present had been made to him, he was forthwith provided with apartments, and entered very energetically upon his duties, proving himself a scholar of no mean order. He was, however, very fond of roaming, and generally came back in the middle of the night, not troubling himself to knock if the door was locked, but suddenly appearing on the inside. It was therefore suspected that he was a fox. Though, as his intention seemed to be harmless, he was treated extremely well, and not with any want of courtesy, as if he had been something uncanny. By and by he discovered that his master had a daughter, and being desirous of securing the match, was always dropping hints to that effect, which his master, on the other hand, invariably pretended not to understand. One day he went off for a holiday, and on the next day a stranger called, who, tying a black mule at the door, accepted the invitation of the master to take a seat within. He was about 50 years of age, very neat and clean in his dress, and gentlemanly in his manners. When they were seated, the stranger began by saying that he was come with proposals of marriage on behalf of Mr. Hu, to which his host, after some consideration, replied that he and Mr. Hu got along excellently well as friends, and there was no object in bringing about a closer connection. "Besides," said he, "my daughter is already betrothed, and I beg you, therefore, to ask Mr. Hu to excuse me." The stranger said he was quite sure the lady was not engaged, and inquired what might be the objection to the match. But it was all of no avail, until at length he remarked, "Mr. Hu is of a good family. I see no reason why you should have such an aversion to him." "Well, then," replied the other, "I will tell you what it is. We don't like his species." The stranger here got very angry, and his host also lost his temper, so that they came to high words, and were already on the way to blows, when the latter bade his servants give the stranger a beating, and turn him out. And when they drew near, the stranger then retired, leaving his mule behind him. And when they drew near to look at it, they found a huge creature with black hair, drooping ears, and a long tail. They tried to lead it away, but it would not move, and on giving it a shove with the hand from behind, it toppled over, and was discovered to be only of straw. In consequence of the angry words that had been said, the master of the house felt sure that there would be an attempt at revenge, and accordingly made all preparations. And sure enough, the next day, a whole host of fox soldiers arrived, some on horseback, some on foot, some with spears, and others with crossbows, men and horses trampling along with an indescribable din. The family were afraid to leave the house, and the foxes shouted out to set the place on fire, at which the inmates were dreadfully alarmed. But just then one of the bravest of them rushed forth with a number of the servants to engage the foxes. Stones and arrows flew about in all directions, and many on both sides were wounded. At length, however, the foxes drew off, leaving their swords on the field. These glittered like frost or snow, but when picked up turned out to be only millet stalks. "Is this all their cunning?" cried the adversary, laughing, at the same time making still more careful preparations in case the foxes should come again. Next day they were deliberating together, when suddenly a giant descended upon them from the sky. He was over 10 feet in height by several feet in breadth, and brandishing a sword as broad as half a door. But they attacked him so vigorously with arrows and stones that he was soon stretched dead upon the ground when they saw that he was made of grass. Our friends now began to make light of their fox foes, and as they saw nothing more of them for 3 days, their precautions were somewhat relaxed. The foxes, however, soon reappeared, armed with bows and arrows, and succeeded in shooting the master of the house in the back, disappearing when he summoned his servants and proceeded to attack them. Then, drawing the arrow from his back, he found it was a long thorn. And thus the foxes went on for a month or so, coming and going, and making it necessary to take precautions, though not really inflicting any serious injury. This annoyed the master of the family very much, until one day Mr. Hu himself appeared with a troop of soldiers at his back, and he immediately went out to meet him. Mr. Hu withdrew among his men, but the master called to him to come forth, and then asked him what he had done that soldiers should thus be brought against his family. The foxes were now on the point of discharging their arrows. Mr. Hu, however, stopped them, whereupon he and his old master shook hands, and the latter invited him to walk into his old room. Wine being served, his host observed, "You, Mr. Hu, are a man of intelligence, and I trust you will make allowances for me. Friends as we were, I should naturally have been glad to form a connection with you. Your carriages, however, horses, houses, etc., are not those of ordinary mortals, and even had my daughter consented, you must know the thing would have been impossible, she being still a great deal too young." Mr. Hu was somewhat disconcerted at this, but his host continued, "It's of no consequence. We can still be friends as before, and if you do not despise us earthly creatures, there is my son, whom you have taught. He is 15 years old, and I should be proud to see him connected with you if such an arrangement should be feasible." Mr. Hu was delighted, and said, "I have a daughter 1 year younger than your son. She is neither ugly nor stupid. How would she do?" His host got up and made a low bow, which Mr. Hu forthwith returned, and they then became the best of friends, forgetting all about the former unpleasantness. Wine was given to Mr. Hu's attendants, and every one was made happy. The host now inquired where Mr. Hu lived, that the ceremony of pouring out a libation to the geese might be performed, but Mr. Hu said this would not be necessary, and remained drinking till night, when he went away again. From this time there was no more trouble, and a year passed without any news of Mr. Hu, so that it seemed as if he wished to get out of his bargain. The family, however, went on waiting, and in 6 months more Mr. Hu reappeared, when, after a few general remarks, he declared that his daughter was ready, and requested that an auspicious day might be fixed for her to come to her husband's home. This being arranged, the young lady arrived with a retinue of sedan chairs and horses, and a beautiful trousseau that nearly filled a room. She was unusually respectful to her father and mother-in-law, and the former was much pleased with the match. Her father and a younger brother of his had escorted her to the house, conversing away in a most refined style. They sat drinking till daybreak before they went away. The bride herself had the gift of foreknowing whether the harvest would be good or bad, and her advice was always taken in such matters. Mr. Hu and his brother, and also their mother, often came to visit her in her new home, and were then very frequently seen by people. Chapter 36.
Of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Olpecker. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 36. The King. A certain governor of Hunan dispatched a magistrate to the capital in charge of treasure to the amount of 600,000 ounces of silver. On the road, the magistrate encountered a violent storm of rain, which so delayed him that night came on before he was able to reach the next station. He therefore took refuge in an old temple, but when morning came he was horrified to find that the treasure had disappeared. Unable to fix the guilt on anyone, he returned forthwith to the governor and told him the whole story. The latter, however, refused to believe what the magistrate said, and would have had him severely punished, but that each and all of his attendants stoutly corroborated his statements, and accordingly he bade him return and endeavour to find the missing silver. When the magistrate got back to the temple, he met an extraordinary-looking blind man, who informed him that he could read people's thoughts, and further went on to say that the magistrate had come there on a matter of money. The latter replied that it was so, and recounted the misfortune that had overtaken him, whereupon the blind man called for sedan chairs, and told the magistrate to follow and see for himself, which he accordingly did, accompanied by all his retinue. If the blind man said east, they went east, or if north, north, journeying along for 5 days until far among the hills, where they beheld a large city with a great number of inhabitants. They entered the gates and proceeded on for a short distance, when suddenly the blind man cried, "Stop!" and, alighting from his chair, pointed to a lofty door facing the west, at which he told the magistrate to knock and make what inquiries were necessary. He then bowed and took his leave, and the magistrate obeyed his instructions, whereupon a man came out in reply to his summons. He was dressed in the fashion of the Han Dynasty, and did not say what his name was, but as soon as the magistrate informed him wherefore he had come, he replied that if the latter would wait a few days, he himself would assist him in the matter. The man then conducted the magistrate within, and giving him a room to himself, provided him regularly with food and drink. One day he chanced to stroll away to the back of the building, and there found a beautiful garden with dense avenues of pine trees and smooth lawns of fine grass. After wandering about for some time among the arbours and ornamental buildings, the magistrate came to a lofty kiosk, and mounted the steps, when he saw hanging on the wall before him a number of human skins, each with its eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and heart. Horrified at this, he beat a hasty retreat to his quarters, convinced that he was about to leave his own skin in this out-of-the-way place, and giving himself up for lost. He reflected, however, that he should probably gain nothing by trying to escape, and made up his mind to wait. And on the following day the same man came to fetch him, saying he could now have an audience. The magistrate replied that he was ready, and his conductor then mounted a fiery steed, leaving the other to follow on foot. By and by they reached a door like that leading into a viceroy's yamen, where stood on either side crowds of official servants preserving the utmost silence and decorum. The man here dismounted and led the magistrate inside, and after passing through another door they came into the presence of a king who wore a cap decorated with pearls and an embroidered sash, and sat facing the south. The magistrate rushed forward and prostrated himself on the ground, upon which the king asked him if he was the Hunan official who had been charged with the conveyance of treasure. On his answering in the affirmative, the king said, "The money is all here. It's a mere trifle, but I have no objection to receive it as a present from the governor." The magistrate here burst into tears, and declared that his term of grace had already expired, that he would be punished if he went back thus, especially as he would have no evidence to adduce in substantiation of his story. "That is easy enough," replied the king, and put into his hands a thick letter, which he bade him give to the governor, assuring him that this would prevent him from getting into any trouble. He also provided him with an escort, and the magistrate, who dared not argue the point further, sorrowfully accepted the letter and took his departure. The road he travelled along was not that by which he had come, and when the hills ended his escort left him and went back. In a few days more he reached Changsha, and respectfully informed the governor of what had taken place. But the governor thought he was telling more lies, and in a great rage bade the attendants bind him hand and foot. The magistrate then drew the letter forth from his coat, and when the governor broke the seal and saw its contents, his face turned deadly pale. He gave orders for the magistrate to be unbound, remarking that the loss of the treasure was of no importance, and that the magistrate was free to go. Instructions were next issued that the amount was to be made up in some way or other and forwarded to the capital. And meanwhile the governor fell sick and died. Now this governor had had a wife of whom he was dotingly fond. And one morning when they waked up, lo, all her hair was gone. The whole establishment was in dismay, no one knowing what to make of such an occurrence. But the letter above mentioned contained that hair, accompanied by the following words: "Ever since you first entered into public life, your career has been one of peculation and avarice. The 600,000 ounces of silver are safely stored in my treasury. Make good this sum from your own accumulated extortions. The officer you charged with the treasure is innocent. he must not be wrongly punished. On a former occasion I took your wife's hair as a gentle warning. If now you disobey my injunctions, it will not be long before I have your head. Herewith I return the hair as an evidence of what I say." When the governor was dead, his family divulged the contents of the letter, and some of his subordinates sent men to search for the city, but they only found range upon range of inaccessible mountains, with nothing like a road or path. End of chapter 36. Recording by J. Olpecker.
Chapter 37 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 37. Engaged to a nun. At Yiling in Hupei there lived a young man named Hsiang-Ju, the son of a graduate. He was a good scholar and a handsome fellow, and had made a reputation for himself even before he arrived at manhood. When quite a boy, a physiognomist had predicted that he would marry a Taoist nun, but his parents regarded it only as a joke, and made several attempts to get him a different kind of wife. Their efforts, however, had not hitherto proved successful, the difficulty being to find a suitable match. Now his maternal grandmother lived at Huangkang, and on one occasion when young Chen was paying her a visit, he heard someone say that of the 4 Yuns at Huangchao, the youngest had no peer. This remark referred to some very nice-looking nuns who lived in a temple a few miles from his grandmother's house. Footnote: these nunneries, of which there are plenty in China, are well worth visiting, and may be freely entered by both sexes. Sometimes there are as many as 100 nuns living together in one temple, and to all appearances devoting their lives to religious exercises. Report, however, tells many tales of broken vows, and makes sad havoc generally with the reputation of these fair vestals. End of footnote. And accordingly Chen secretly set off to see them, and knocking at the door was very cordially received by the 4 ladies, who were persons of considerable refinement. The youngest was a girl of incomparable beauty, and Chen could not keep his eyes off her until at last she put her hand up to her face and looked the other way. Her companions now going out of the room to get tea for their visitor, Chen availed himself of the opportunity to ask the young lady's name, to which she replied that she was called Yun Chi, and that her surname was Chen. "How extraordinary!" cried Chen, "and mine is Ban." Footnote 2. In corresponding English this would be, "The young lady said her name was Eloisa. How funny!" cried Chen, "and mine is Abelard." End of footnote. This made her blush very much, and she bent her head down and made no answer, by and by rising up and going away. The tea then came in, accompanied by some nice fruit, and the nuns began telling him their names. One was Pai Yun Shen, and 30-odd years of age; another was Sheng Yun Main, just 20; and the third was Liang Yun Tung, 24 or 5 years old, but the junior in point of religious standing. Footnote 3. That is, she was the last to take the vows. End of footnote. Yun Chi did not reappear, and at length Chen grew anxious to see her again, and asked where she was. Miss Pai told him her sister was afraid of strangers, and Chen then got up and took his leave in spite of their efforts to detain him. "If you want to see Yun Chi, you had better come again tomorrow," said Miss Pai. And Chen, who went home thinking of nothing but Yun Chi, did return to the temple on the following day. All the nuns were there except Yun Chi, but he hardly liked to begin by inquiring after her, and then they pressed him to stay and take dinner with them, accepting no excuses, Miss Pai herself setting food and chopsticks before him, and urging him to eat. When he asked where Yun Chi was, they said she would come directly, but evening gradually drew on, and Chen rose to go home. Thereupon they all entreated him to stay, promising that if he did so they would make Yun Ch'i come in. Ch'en then agreed to remain. The lamps were lighted, and wine was freely served around, until at last he said he was so tipsy he couldn't take any more. "3 bumpers more," cried Miss Pai, "and then we will send for Yun Ch'i." So Ch'en drank off his 3 cups, whereupon Miss Liang said he must also drink 3 with her, which he did, turning his wine cup down on the table. [Footnote 4: The usual signal that a person does not wish to take any more wine.] And declaring that he would have no more. "The gentleman won't condescend to drink with us," said Miss Pai to Miss Liang, "so you had better call in Yun Ch'i and tell the fair Eloisa that her Abelard is waiting her." In a few moments Miss Liang came back and told Ch'en that Yun Ch'i would not appear, upon which he went off in a huff without saying a word to either of them, and for several days did not go near the place again. He could not, however, forget Yun Ch'i, and was always hanging about on the watch, until one afternoon he observed Miss Pai go out, at which he was delighted, for he wasn't much afraid of Miss Liang, and at once ran up to the temple and knocked at the door. Yun Mien answered his knock, and from her he discovered that Miss Liang had also gone out on business. He then asked for Yun Ch'i, and Yun Mien led him into another courtyard, where she called out, "Yun Ch'i, here's a visitor." At this the door of the room was immediately slammed, and Yun Mien laughed and told Ch'en she had locked herself in. Ch'en was on the point of saying something, when Yun Mien moved away, and a voice was heard from the other side of the window. "They all declare I'm setting my cap at you, sir, and if you come here again I cannot answer for my safety. I do not wish to remain a nun, and if I could only meet with a gentleman like you, Mr. Pan, I would be a handmaid to him all the days of my life." Ch'en offered his hand and heart to the young lady on the spot, but she reminded him that her education for the priesthood had not been accomplished without expense. "And if you truly love me," added she, "bring 20 ounces of silver wherewith to purchase my freedom. I will wait for you 3 years with the utmost fidelity." Ch'en assented to this, and was about to tell her who he really was, when Yun Min returned, and they all went out together, Ch'en now bidding them farewell, and going back to his grandmother's. After this he always had Yun Ch'i in his thoughts, and wanted very much to get another interview with her, and to be near her once again; but at this juncture he heard that his father was dangerously ill, and promptly set off on his way home, travelling day and night. His father died, and his mother, who then ruled the household, was such a severe person that he dared not tell her what was nearest to his heart. Meanwhile he scraped together all the money he could, and refused all proposals of marriage on the score of being in mourning for his father. [Footnote 5: This would carry him well on into the 3rd of the years during which Yun Ch'i had promised to wait for him. End of footnote. His mother, however, insisted on his taking a wife, and he then told her that when he was with his grandmother at Huangkang, an arrangement had been made that he was to marry a Miss Ch'en, to which he himself was quite ready to accede, and that now, although his father's death had stopped all communications on the subject, he could hardly do better than pay a visit to his grandmother and see how matters stood, promising that if the affair was not actually settled he would obey his mother's commands. His mother consented to this, and off he started with the money he had saved. But when he reached Huangkang and went off to the temple, he found the place desolate and no longer what it had been. Entering in, he saw only one old priestess employed in cooking her food, and on making inquiries of her, she told him that the abbess had died in the previous year, and that the 4 nuns had gone away in different directions. According to her, Yun Ch'i was living in the northern quarter of the city, and thither he proceeded forthwith. But after asking for her at all the temples in the neighbourhood, he could get no news of her, and returned sorrowfully home, pretending to his mother that his uncle had said Mr. Ch'en had gone away, and that as soon as he came back they would send a servant to let him know. Some months after these events, Ch'en's mother went on a visit to her own home, and mentioned this story in conversation with her old mother, who to her astonishment knew nothing at all about it, but suggested that Ch'en and his uncle must have concocted the thing together. Luckily, however, for Ch'en his uncle was away at that time, and they had no means of getting at the real truth. Meanwhile, Ch'en's mother went away to the Lily Hill to fulfil a vow she had made, and remained all night at an inn at the foot of the hill. That evening the landlord knocked at her door and ushered in a young priestess to share the room. The girl said her name was Yun-chi, and when she heard that Chen's mother lived at Yiling, she went and sat by her side and poured out to her a long tale of tribulation, finishing up by saying that she had a cousin named Pan at Yiling, and begging Chen's mother to send someone to tell him where she would be found. "Every day I suffer," added she, "and each day seems like a year. Tell him to come quickly, or I may be gone." Chen's mother inquired what his other name might be, but she said she did not know, to which the old lady replied that it was of no consequence, as being a graduate it would be easy to find him out. Early in the morning Chen's mother bade the girl farewell, the latter again begging her not to forget, and when she reached home she told Chen what had occurred. Chen threw himself on his knees and told his mother that he was the Pen to whom the young lady alluded, and after hearing how the engagement had come about, his mother was exceedingly angry and said, "Undutiful boy! How will you face your relations with a nun for a wife?" Chen hung his head and made no reply, but shortly afterwards, when he went up for his examination, he presented himself at the address given by Yun Chi, only, however, to find that the young lady had gone away a fortnight before. He then returned home, and fell into a bad state of health, when his grandmother died, and his mother set off to assist at her funeral. On her way back she missed the right road, and reached the house of some people named Ching, who turned out to be cousins of hers. They invited her in, and there she saw a young girl of about 18 sitting in the parlour, and as great a beauty as she had ever set eyes on. Now, as she was always thinking of making a good match for her son, and curing him of his settled melancholy, she asked who the young lady might be, and they told her that her name was Wang, that she was a connection of their own, and that her father and mother being dead, she was staying temporarily with them. Chen's mother inquired the name of Miss Wang's betrothed, but they said she was not engaged, and then, taking her hand, she entered into conversation, and was very much charmed with her. Passing the night there, Chen's mother took her cousin into her confidence, and the latter agreed that it would be a capital match. "But," added she, "this young lady is somewhat ambitious, or she would hardly have remained single so long. We must think about it." Meanwhile, Chen's mother and Miss Wang got on so extremely well together that they were already on terms of mother and daughter, and Miss Wang was invited to accompany her home. This invitation she readily accepted, and next day they went back, Chen's mother, who wished to see her son free from his present trouble, bidding one of the servants tell him that she had brought home a nice wife for him. Chen did not believe this, but on peeping through the window beheld a young lady much prettier than young Chi herself. He now began to reflect that the 3 years agreed upon had already expired, that Yun Chi had gone no one knew whither, and had probably by this time found another husband. So he had no difficulty in entertaining the thought of marrying this young lady, and soon regained his health. His mother then caused the young people to meet, and be introduced to one another, saying to Miss Wang, when her son had left the room, "Did you guess why I invited you to come home with me?" "I did," replied the young lady, "but I don't think you guessed what was my object in coming. Some years ago I was betrothed to a Mr. Pan of Yiling. I have heard nothing of him for a long time. If he has found another wife, I will be your daughter-in-law. If not, I will ever regard you as my own mother, and endeavour to repay you for your kindness to me." "As there is an actual engagement," replied Chen's mother, "I will say no more. But when I was at the Lily Hill, there was a Taoist nun inquiring after this Mr. Pan, and now you again, though, as a matter of fact, there is no Mr. Pan in Yiling at all." "What!" cried Miss Wang, "are you that lady I met?" "I am the person who inquired for Mr. Pan." "If that is so," replied Chen's mother with a smile, "then your Mr. Pan is not far off." "Where is he?" said she, and then Chen's mother bade a maidservant lead her out to her son and ask him. "Is your name Yun Chi?" said Chen, in great astonishment. And when the young lady asked him how he knew it, he told her the whole story of his pretending to be a Mr. Pan, but when Yun Chi found out to whom she was talking, she was abashed, and went back and told his mother, who inquired how she came to have two names. "My real name is Wang," replied the young lady, "but the old abbess, being very fond of me, made me take her own name." Chen's mother was overjoyed at all this, and an auspicious day was immediately fixed for the celebration of their marriage. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Pu Songling. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 38. The Young Lady of the Tung-t'ing Lake. The spirits of the Tung-t'ing Lake are very much in the habit of borrowing boats. Sometimes the cable of an empty junk will cast itself off, and away goes the vessel over the waves to the sound of music in the air above. The boatmen crouch down in one corner and hide their faces, not daring to look up until the trip is over and they are once more at their old anchorage. Now a certain Mr. Liu, returning home after having failed at the examination for master's degree, was lying down very tipsy on the deck of his boat, when suddenly strains of music and singing began to be heard. The boatmen shook Mr. Liu, but failing to rouse him, ran down and hid themselves in the hold below. Then someone came and lifted him up, letting him drop again onto the deck, where he was allowed to remain in the same drunken sleep as before. By and by the noise of the various instruments became almost deafening, and Liu, partially waking up, smelt a delicious odour of perfumes filling the air around him. Opening his eyes, he saw that the boat was crowded with a number of beautiful girls, and knowing that something strange was going on, he pretended to be fast asleep. Then there was a call for Tseng, upon which a young waiting-maid came forward and stood quite close to Mr. Liu's head. Her stockings were the colour of the kingfisher's wing, and her feet encased in tiny purple shoes no bigger than one's finger. Much smitten with this young lady, he took hold of her stocking with his teeth, causing her the next time she moved to fall forward flat on her face. Someone, evidently in authority, asked what was the matter, and when he heard the explanation was very angry, and gave orders to take off Mr. Liu's head. Soldiers now came and bound Liu, and on getting up he beheld a man sitting with his face to the south and dressed in the garments of a king. "Sire," cried Liu, as he was being led away, "the king of the Tung-t'ing Lake was a mortal named Liu. Your servant's name is Liu also. His Majesty was a disappointed candidate. Your servant is one too. His Majesty met the Dragon Lady and was made immortal. Your servant has played a trick upon this girl and he is to die. Why this inequality of fortunes?" When the king heard this, he bade them bring him back and asked him, saying, "Are you then a disappointed candidate?" Liu said he was, whereupon the king handed him writing materials and ordered him to compose an ode upon the lady's headdress. Some time passed before Liu, who was a scholar of some repute in his own neighbourhood, had done more than sit thinking about what he should write. And at length the king upbraided him, saying, "Come, come, a man of your reputation should not take so long." "Sire," replied Liu, laying down his pen, "it took 10 years to complete the songs of the 3 kingdoms, whereby it may be known that the value of compositions depends more upon the labour given to them than the speed with which they are written." The king laughed and waited patiently from early morning till noon, when a copy of the verses was put into his hand, with which he declared himself very pleased. He now commanded that Liu should be served with wine, and shortly after there followed a collation of all kinds of curious dishes, in the middle of which an officer came in and reported that a register of people to be drowned had been made up. "How many in all?" asked the king. 228, was the reply. And then the king inquired who had been deputed to carry it out, whereupon he was informed that the generals Mao and Nan had been appointed to do the work. Liu here rose to take leave, and the king presented him with 10 ounces of pure gold and a crystal square, telling him that it would preserve him from any danger he might encounter on the lake. At this moment the king's retinue and horses ranged themselves in proper order upon the surface of the lake, and his Majesty, stepping from the boat into his sedan chair, disappeared from view. When everything had been quiet for a long time, the boatmen emerged from the hold, and proceeded to shape their course northwards. The wind, however, was against them, and they were unable to make any headway, when all of a sudden an iron cat appeared floating on the top of the water. "General Mao has come!" cried the boatmen, in great alarm, and they and all the passengers on board fell down on their faces. Immediately afterwards a great wooden beam stood up from the lake, nodding itself backwards and forwards, which the boatmen, more frightened than ever, said was General Nan. Before long a tremendous sea was raging, the sun was darkened in the heavens, and every vessel in sight was capsized. But Mr. Liu sat in the middle of the boat with the crystal square in his hand, and the mighty waves broke around without doing them any harm. Thus were they saved, and Liu returned home, and whenever he told his wonderful story he would assert that, although unable to speak positively as to the facial beauty of the young lady he had seen, he dared say that she had the most exquisite pair of feet in the world. Subsequently, having occasion to visit the city of Wuchang, he heard an old woman who wished to sell her daughter, but was unwilling to accept money, giving out that any one who had the fellow of a certain crystal square in her possession should be at liberty to take the girl. Liu thought this very strange, and taking his square with him sought out the old woman, who was delighted to see him, and told her daughter to come in. The young lady was about 15 years of age, and possessed of surpassing beauty, and after saying a few words of greeting, she turned round and went within again. Liu's reason had almost fled at the sight of this peerless girl, and he straightway informed the old woman that he had such an article as she required, but could not say whether it would match hers or not. So they compared their squares together, and there was not a fraction of difference between them, either in length or breadth. The old woman was overjoyed, and inquiring where Liu lived, bade him go home and get a bridal chair, leaving his square behind him as a pledge of his good faith. This he refused to do, but the old woman laughed and said, "You are too cautious, sir. Do you think I should run away for a square?" Liu was thus constrained to leave it behind him, and hurrying away for a chair, made the best of his way back. When, however, he got there, the old woman was gone. In great alarm he inquired of the people who lived near as to her whereabouts. No one, however, knew, and it being already late, he returned disconsolately to his boat. On the way he met a chair coming towards him, and immediately the screen was drawn aside, and the voice cried out, "Mr. Liu, why so late?" Looking closely, he saw that it was the old woman, who, after asking him if he hadn't suspected her of playing him false, told him that just after he left she had had an offer of a chair, and knowing that he, being only a stranger in the place, would have some trouble in obtaining one, she had sent her daughter on to his boat. Liu then begged she would return with him, to which she would not consent, and accordingly, not fully trusting what she said, he hurried on himself as fast as he could, and jumping into the boat, found the young lady already there. She rose to meet him with a smile, and then he was astonished to see that her stockings were the colour of a kingfisher's wing, her shoes purple, and her appearance generally like that of the girl he had met on the Tung-t'ing lake. While he was still confused, the young lady remarked, "You stare, sir, as if you had never seen me before." But just then Liu noticed the tear in her stockings made by his own teeth, and cried out in amazement, "What! Are you Ch'eng?" The young lady laughed at this, whereupon Liu rose, and making her a profound bow, said, "If you are that divine creature, I pray you tell me at once and set my anxiety at rest." "Sir," replied she, "I will tell you all. That personage you met on the boat was actually the king of the Tung-t'ing lake. He was so pleased with your talent that he wished to bestow me upon you. But because I was a great favourite with Her Majesty the Queen, he went back to consult with her. I have now come at the Queen's own command." Liu was highly pleased, and, washing his hands, burnt incense, with his face towards the lake, as if it were the imperial court, and then they went home together. Subsequently, when Liu had occasion to go to Wuchang, his wife asked to be allowed to avail herself of the opportunity to visit her parents, and when they reached the lake she drew a hairpin from her hair and threw it into the water. Immediately a boat rose from the lake, and Liu's wife, stepping into it, vanished from sight like a bird on the wing. Liu remained waiting for her on the prow of his vessel, at the spot where she had disappeared, and by he beheld a houseboat approach, from the window of which there flew a beautiful bird which was no other than Ch'eng. Then someone handed out from the same window gold and silk and precious things in great abundance, all presents to them from the Queen. After this, Ch'eng went home regularly twice every year, and Liu soon became a very rich man, the things he had being such as no one had ever before seen or heard of. End of chapter 38. Recording by Lian.
Chapter 39 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in July 2016. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1 by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 39. The Man Who Was Changed into a Crow. Mr. Yu Zhong was a Hunan man. The person who told me his story did not recollect from what department or district he came. His family was very poor, and once, when returning home after failure at the examination, he ran quite out of funds. Being ashamed to beg, and feeling uncomfortably hungry, he turned to rest a while in the Wu Wang Temple, the guardian angel of crows, where he poured out all his sorrows at the feet of the god. His prayers over, he was about to lie down in the outer porch, when suddenly a man took him and led him into the presence of Wu Wang, and then, falling on his knees, said, "Your Majesty, there is a vacancy among the black robes. The appointment might be bestowed on this man." The king assented, and Yu received a suit of black clothes, and when he had put these on he was changed into a crow and flew away. Outside he saw a number of fellow crows collected together, and immediately joined them, settling with them on the masts of the boats, and imitating them in catching and eating the meat or cakes which the passengers and boatmen on board threw up to them in the air. Footnote. In order to secure a favorable passage. The custom here mentioned was actually practiced at more than one temple on the river Yangtze, and allusions to it will be found in more than one serious work. End footnote. In a little while he was no longer hungry, and, soaring aloft, alighted on the top of a tree quite satisfied with his change of condition. 2 or 3 days passed, and the king, now pitying his solitary state, provided him with a very elegant mate, whose name was Chu-ching, and who took every opportunity of warning him when he exposed himself too much in search of food. However, he did not pay much attention to this, and one day a soldier shot him in the breast with a crossbow, but luckily Chu-ching got away with him in her beak, and he was not captured. This enraged the other crows very much, and with their wings they flapped the water into such big waves that all the boats were upset. Chu-ching now procured food and fed her husband, but his wound was a severe one, and by the end of the day he was dead, at which moment he waked, as it were, from a dream, and found himself lying in the temple. The people of the place had found Mr. Yü to all appearance dead, and not knowing how he had come by his dead, and finding that his body was not quite cold, had set some one to watch him. They now learned what had happened to him, and making up a purse between them, sent him away home. 3 years afterwards he was passing by the same spot, and went in to worship at the temple, also preparing a quantity of food, and inviting the crows to come down and eat it. He then prayed, saying, "If Chu-ching is among you, let her remain." When the crows had eaten the food, they all flew away, and by Yü returned, having succeeded in obtaining his master's degree. Again he visited Wu Wang's temple, and sacrificed a calf as a feast for the crows, and again he prayed as on the previous occasion. That night he slept on the lake, and, just as the candles were lighted and he had sat down, suddenly there was a noise as of birds settling, and lo! some 20 beautiful young ladies stood before him. "Have you been quite well since we parted?" asked one of them, to which Yü replied that he should like to know whom he had the honour of addressing. "Don't you remember Chu-ching?" said the young lady, and then Yü was overjoyed, and inquired how she had come. "I am now," replied Chu-ching, "a spirit of the Han River, and seldom go back to my old home, but in consequence of what you did on 2 occasions, I have come to see you once more." They then sat talking together like husband and wife reunited after long absence, and Yü proposed that she should return with him on his way south. Chu-ching, however, said she must go west again, and upon this point they could not come to any agreement. Next morning, when Yü waked up, he found himself in a lofty room with 2 large candles burning brightly, and no longer in his own boat. In utter amazement he arose and asked where he was. "At Hanyang," replied Chu-ching. "My home is your home. Why need you go south?" By and by, when it got lighter, in came a number of serving women with wine, which they placed on a low table on the top of a broad couch, and then husband and wife sat down to drink together. "Where are all my servants?" asked Yü, and when he heard they were still on the boat, he said he was afraid the boat people would not be able to wait. "Never mind," replied Chu-ching, "I have plenty of money, and I'll help you to make it up to them." Yü therefore remained with her, feasting and enjoying himself, and forgetting all about going home. As for the boatmen, when they waked up and found themselves at Hanyang, they were greatly astonished, and, seeing that the servants could find no trace of their missing master, they wished to go about their own business. They were unable, however, to undo the cable, and so they all remained there together for more than a couple of months, by the end of which time Mr. Yü became anxious to return home, and said to Chu-ching, "If I stay here, my family connections will be completely severed. Besides, as we are husband and wife, it is only right that you should pay a visit to my home." "That," replied Chu-ching, "I cannot do, and even were I able to go, you have a wife there already, and where would you put me? It is better for me to stop where I am, and thus you will have a second family." Yu said she would be so far off that he could not always be dropping in, whereupon Ch'ing produced a black suit and replied, "Here are your old clothes. Whenever you want to see me, put these on and come, and on your arrival I will take them off for you." She then prepared a parting feast for her husband, at which he got very tipsy, and when he waked up, he was on board his boat again and at his old anchorage on the lake. The boatman and his servants were all there, and they looked at one another in mutual amazement, and when they asked Yu where he had been, he hardly knew what to say. By the side of his pillow he discovered a bundle in which were some new clothes Ch'ing had given him, shoes, stockings, etc., and folded up with them was the suit of black. In addition to these, he found an embroidered belt for tying round the waist, which was stuffed full of gold. He now started on his way south, and, when he reached the end of his journey, dismissed the boatman with a handsome present. After being at home for some months, his thoughts reverted to Hanyang, and, taking out the black clothes, he put them on, when wings immediately grew from his ribs, and with a flap he was gone. In about 4 hours he arrived at Hanyang, and, wheeling round and round in the air, espied below him a solitary islet, on which stood a house, and there he proceeded to alight. A maid-servant had already seen him coming, and cried out, "Here's master!" and in a few moments out came Ch'ing and bade the attendants take off Mr. Yu's feathers. They were not long in setting him free, and then, hand in hand, he and Ch'ing went into the house together. "You have come at a happy moment," said his wife, as they sat down to tell each other all the news, and in 3 days' time she gave birth to a boy, whom they called Han Chan, which means born on the Han River. 3 days after the event, all the river nymphs came to congratulate them, and brought many handsome presents. They were a charming band, not one being over 30 years of age, and, going into the bedroom and approaching the bed, each one pressed her thumb on the baby's nose, saying, "Long life to thee, little one." Yu asked who they all were, and Ch'ing told him they belonged to the same family of spirits as herself. "And the two last of all," said she, "dressed in white like the lily, are the nymphs who gave away their girdles at Hankou." Footnote: alluding to a legend of a young man meeting two ladies at Hankou, each of whom wore a girdle adorned with a pearl as big as a hen's egg. The young man begged them to give him these girdles, and they did so, but the next moment they had vanished, and the girdles too. End footnote. A few months passed away, and then Ch'ing sent her husband back in a boat to his old home. No sails or oars were used, but the boat sped along of itself, and at the end of the river journey there were men waiting with horses to convey him to his own door. After this he went backwards and forwards very frequently, and in time Han Chan grew up to be a fine boy, the apple of his father's eye. Unhappily his first wife had no children, and she was extremely anxious to see Han Chan, so Yu communicated this to Ch'ing, who at once packed up a box and sent him back with his father, on the understanding that he was to return in 3 months. However, the other wife became quite as fond of him as if he had been her own child, and 10 months passed without her being able to bear the thought of parting with him. But one day Han Chan was taken violently ill and died, upon which Yu's wife was overwhelmed with grief and wished to die too. Yu then set off for Hanyang to carry the tidings to Ch'ing, and when he arrived, lo, there was Han Chan, with his shoes and socks off, lying on the bed. He was greatly rejoiced at this, and asked Ch'ing what it all meant. "Why," replied she, "the term agreed upon by us had long expired, and as I wanted my boy I sent for him." Yu then told her how much his other wife loved Han Chan, but Ch'ing said she must wait until there was another child, and then she could have him. Later on Ch'ing had twins, a boy and a girl, the former named Han Sheng and the later Yu Pei, whereupon Han Chan went back again with his father, who, finding it inconvenient to be travelling backwards and forwards 3 or 4 times in a year, removed with his family to the city of Hanyang. At 12 years of age Han Chang took his bachelor's degree, and his mother, thinking there was no girl among mortals good enough for her son, sent for him to come home, that she herself might find a wife for him, which she did in the person of a Mich Chi Nyang, who was the daughter of a spirit like herself. Yu's first wife then died, and the 3 children all went to mourn her loss, Han Chang remaining in Hunan after the funeral, but the other 2 returning with their father, and not leaving their mother again. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Pu Songling, translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 40. The Flower-nymphs. At the lower temple on Mount Lao, the camellias are 20 feet in height, and many spans in circumference. The peonies are more than 10 feet high, and when the flowers are in bloom, the effect is that of gorgeous tapestry. There was a Mr. Huang of Qiaozhou, who built himself a house at that spot for the purposes of study, and one day he saw from his window a young lady dressed in white wandering about amongst the flowers. Reflecting that she could not possibly belong to the monastery, he went out to meet her, but she had already disappeared. After this he frequently observed her, and once hid himself in a thick foliaged bush, waiting for her to come. By and by she appeared, bringing with her another young lady dressed in red, who, as he noticed from his distant point of observation, was an exceedingly good-looking girl. When they approached nearer, the young lady in the red dress ran back, saying, "There's a man here," whereupon Mr. Huang jumped out upon them, and away they went in a scare, with their skirts and long sleeves fluttering in the breeze and perfuming the air around. Huang pursued them as far as a low wall, where they suddenly vanished from his gaze. In great distress at thus losing the fair creatures, he took a pencil and wrote upon a tree the following lines: "The pangs of love my heart enthrall, as I stand opposite this wall. I dread some hateful tyrant's power, with none to save you in that hour." Returning home, he was absorbed in his own thoughts, when all at once the young lady walked in, and he rose up joyfully to meet her. "I thought you were Brigand," said his visitor, smiling. "You nearly frightened me to death. I did not know you were a great scholar whose acquaintance I now hope to have the honor of making." Mr. Huang asked the young lady her name, etc., to which she replied, "My name is Hsiang-Ju, and I belong to Pingkang-xiang, but a magician has condemned me to remain on this hill much against my own inclination." "Tell me his name," cried Huang, "and I'll soon set you free." "There is no need for that," answered the young lady. "I suffer no injury from him, and the place is not an inconvenient one for making the acquaintance of such worthy gentlemen as yourself." Huang then inquired who was the young lady in red, and she told him that her name was Jiang Xue, and that they were half-sisters. "And now," added she, "I will sing you a song, but please don't laugh at me." She then began as follows: "In pleasant company the hours fly fast, and through the window daybreak peeps at last. Ah! would that, like the swallow and his mate, to live together were our happy fate." Huang here grasped her hand and said, "Beauty without and intellect within, enough to make a man love you and forget all about death, regarding one day's absence like the separation of 1,000 years. I pray you come again whenever an opportunity may present itself." From this time the young lady would frequently walk in to have a chat, but would never bring her sister with her in spite of all Mr. Huang's entreaties. Huang thought they weren't friends, but Hsiang said Her sister did not care for society in the same way that she herself did, promising at the same time to try and persuade her to come at some future day. One evening Hsiang-Ju arrived in a melancholy frame of mind, and told Huang that he was wanting more when he couldn't even keep what he had got. "For tomorrow," said she, "we part." Huang asked what she meant, and then, wiping away her tears with her sleeve, Hsiang-Ju declared it was destiny, and that she couldn't well tell him. "Your former prophecy," continued she, "has come too true, and now it may well be said of me, fallen into the tyrant's power, with none to save me in that hour." Huang again tried to question her, but she would tell him nothing, and by she rose and took her leave. This seemed very strange. However, next day a visitor came, who after wandering round the garden was much taken with a white peony, which he dug up and carried away with him. Huang now awaked to the fact that Hsiang-Ju was a flower nymph, and became very disconsolate in consequence of what had happened. But when he subsequently heard that the peony only lived a few days after being taken away, he wept bitterly, and composed an elegy in 50 stanzas, besides going daily to the hole from which it had been taken, and watering the ground with his tears. One day, as he was returning thence, he espied the young lady of the red clothes also wiping away her tears alongside the hole, and immediately walked back gently towards her. She did not run away, and Huang, grasping her sleeve, joined with her in her lamentations. When these were concluded, he invited her to his house, and then she burst out with a sigh, saying, "Alas! that the sister of my early years should be thus suddenly taken from me. Hearing you, sir, mourn as you did, I have also been moved to tears. Those you shed have sunk deep to the realms below, and may perhaps succeed in restoring her to us. But the sympathies of the dead are destroyed forever, and how then can she laugh and talk with us again?" "My luck is bad," said Huang, "that I should injure those I love. Neither can I have the good fortune to draw towards me another such a beauty. But tell me, when I often sent messages by Hsiang-Ju to you, why did you not come?" "I knew," replied she, "what 9 young fellows out of 10 are, but I did not know what you were." She then took leave, Huang telling her how dull he felt without Hsiang-Ju, and begging her to come again. For some days she did not appear, and Huang remained in a state of great melancholy, tossing and turning on his bed and wetting the pillow with his tears, until one night he got up, put on his clothes and trimmed the lamp, and having called for pen and ink, he composed the following lines: "On my cottage roof the evening raindrops beat. I draw the blind and near the window take my seat. To my longing gaze no loved one appears. Drip, 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 fast flow my tears." This he read aloud, and when he had finished, a voice outside said, "You want someone to cap your verses there." Listening attentively, he knew it was Jiang-Xue, and opening the door he let her in. She looked at the stanza, and added impromptu, "She is no longer in the room. A single lamp relieves the gloom. One solitary man is there. He and his shadow make a pair." As Huang read these words, his tears fell fast, and then, turning to Jiang-Xue, he upbraided her for not having been to see him. "I can't come so often as Hsiang-Ju did," replied she, "but only now and then when you're very dull." After this she used to drop in occasionally, and Huang said Hsiang-Ju was his beloved wife, and she his dear friend, always trying to find out every time she came which flower in the garden she was, that he might bring her home with him, and save her from the fate of Hsiang-Ju. "The old earth should not be disturbed," said she, "and it would not do any good to tell you. If you couldn't keep your wife always with you, how will you be sure of keeping a friend?" Huang, however, paid no heed to this, and seizing her arm, led her out into the garden, where he stopped at every peony and asked if this was the one, to which Jiang-Xue made no reply, but only put her hand to her mouth and laughed. At New Year's time Huang went home, and a couple of months afterwards he dreamt that Jiang-Xue came to tell him she was in great trouble, begging him to hurry off as soon as possible to her rescue. When he woke up he thought his dream a very strange one, and ordering his servant and horses to be ready, started at once for the hills. There he found that the priests were about to build a new room, and finding a camellia in the way, the contractor had given orders that it should be cut down. Huang now understood his dream, and immediately took steps to prevent the destruction of the flower. That night Jiangxue came to thank him, and Huang laughed and said, "It serves you right for not telling me which you were. Now I know you, and if you don't come and see me, I'll get a firebrand and make it hot for you." "That's just why I didn't tell you before," replied she. "The presence of my dear friend," said Huang, after a pause, "makes me think more of my lost wife. It is long since I had mourned for her. Shall we go and bemoan her loss together?" So they went off and shed many a tear on the spot where formerly Hsiang-Ju had stood, until at last Jiangxue wiped her eyes and said it was time to go. A few evenings later Huang was sitting alone when suddenly Jiangxue entered, her face radiant with smiles. "Good news!" cried she. "The flower god, moved by your tears, has granted Hsiang-Ju a return to life." Huang was overjoyed, and asked when she would come. To which Jiangxue replied that she could not say for certain, but it would not be long. "I came here on your account," said Huang. "Don't let me duller than you can help." "All right," answered she, and then went away, not returning for the next 2 evenings. Huang then went into the garden and threw his arms around her plant, entreating her to come and see him, though without eliciting any response. He accordingly went back and began twisting up a torch, when all at once in she came, and snatching the torch out of his hand, threw it away, saying, "You're a bad fellow, and I don't like you, and I shan't have any more to do with you." However, Huang soon succeeded in pacifying her, and by in walked Hsiang-Ju herself. Huang now wept tears of joy as he seized her hand, and drawing Jiangxue towards them, the 3 friends mingled their tears together. They then sat down and talked over the miseries of separation, Huang meanwhile noticing that Hsiang-Ju seemed to be unsubstantial, and that when he grasped her hand his fingers seemed to close only on themselves, and not as in the days gone by. This Hsiang-Ju explained, saying, "When I was a flower nymph I had a body, but now I am only the disembodied spirit of that flower. Do not regard me as a reality, but rather as an apparition seen in a dream." "You have come at the nick of time," cried Jiangxue. "Your husband there was just getting troublesome." Hsiang-Ju now instructed Huang to take a little powdered white berry and mix in it with some sulphur to pour out a libation to her, adding, "This day next year I will return your kindness." The young ladies then went away, and next day Huang observed the shoots of a young peony grown up where Hsiang-Ju had once stood. So he made the libation as she had told him, and had the plant very carefully tended, even building a fence all around it to protect it. Hsiang-Ju came to thank him for this, and he proposed that the plant should be removed to his own home, but to this she would not agree. "For," said she, "I am not very strong, and could not stand being transplanted. Besides, all things have their appointed place, and as I was not originally intended for your home, it might shorten my life to be sent there. We can love each other very well here." Huang then asked why Jiangxue did not come, to which Hsiang-Ju replied that it must make her, and proceeded with him into the garden, where, after picking a blade of grass, she measured upwards from the roots of Jiangxue's plant to a distance of 4 feet 6 inches, at which point she stopped, and Huang began to scratch a mark on the place with his nails. At that moment Jiangxue came from behind the plant, and in mock anger cried out, "You hussy you! What do you aid that wretch for?" "Don't be angry, my dear," said Hsiang-Ju. "Help me to amuse him for a year only, and then you shan't be bothered any more." So they went on, Huang watching the plant thrive, until by the spring it was over 2 feet in height. He then went home, giving the priests a handsome present, and bidding them to take great care of it. Next year, in the 4th moon, he returned and found upon the plant a bud just ready to break, and as he was walking round, the stem shook violently as if it would snap, and suddenly the bud opened into a flower as large as a plate, disclosing a beautiful maiden within, sitting upon one of the pistils, and only a few inches in height. In the twinkling of an eye she had jumped out, and lo! it was Hsiang-Ju. "Through the wind and the rain I have waited for you," cried she. "Why have you come so late?" They then went into the house, where they found Jiangxue already arrived, and sat down to enjoy themselves as they had done in former times. Shortly afterwards Huang's wife died, and he took up his abode at Mount Lao for good and all. The peonies were at that time as large round as one's arm, and whenever Huang went to look at them, he always said, "Some day my spirit will be there by your side," to which the two girls used to reply with a laugh, and say, "Mind you don't forget." 10 years after these events, Huang became dangerously ill, and his son, who had come to see him, was very much distressed about him. "I am about to be born," cried his father. "I am not going to die. Why do you weep?" He also told the priest that if later on they should see a red shoot with 5 leaves thrusting itself forth alongside the peony, that would be himself. This was all he said, and his son proceeded to convey him home, where he died immediately on arrival. Next year a shoot did come up exactly as he had mentioned, and the priest, struck by the coincidence, watered it and supplied it with earth. In 3 years it was a tall plant, and a good span in circumference, but without flowers. When the old priest died, the others took no care of it, and as it did not flower they cut it down. The white peony then faded and died, and before long the camellia was dead too. End of chapter 40. Recording by Lian.
Chapter 41 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1 by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 41. Ta-nan in Search of His Father. Shi Cheng-li was a Chengtu man. He had a wife and a concubine, the latter named Ho Chao-Ch'eng. His wife dying, he took a second, by name Shen, who bullied the concubine dreadfully, and by her constant wrangling made his life perfectly unbearable, so that one day in a fit of anger he ran away and left them. Shortly afterwards Ho gave birth to a son, and called him Ta-nan. But as she did not return, the wife Shen turned them out of the house, making them a daily allowance of food. By degrees Ta-nan became a big boy, and his mother, not daring to ask for an increase of victuals, was obliged to earn a little money by spinning. Meanwhile Ta-nan, seeing all his companions go to school and learn to read, told his mother he should like to go too, and accordingly, as he was still very young, she sent him for a few days' probation. He turned out to be so clever that he soon beat the other boys, at which the master of the school was much pleased, and offered to teach him for nothing. Footnote. This is by no means uncommon. The debt of gratitude between pupil and teacher is second only to that existing between child and parent, and a successful student soon has it in his power to more than repay any such act of kindness as that here mentioned. End of footnote. His mother therefore sent him regularly, making what trifling presents she could to the master, and by the end of 2 or 3 years he had a first-rate knowledge of the sacred books. Footnote. Which form the unvarying curriculum of a Chinese education. These are 1. The 4 books, consisting of the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, and 2. The 5 canons, in the ecclesiastical sense of the word, or the canons of change, history, poetry, the record of rites, and spring and autumn. End of footnote. One day he came home and asked his mother, saying, All the fellows at our school get money from their fathers to buy cakes. Why don't I?" "Wait till you are grown up," replied his mother, "and I will explain it to you." "Why, mother," cried he, "I'm only 7 or 8 years old. What a time it will be before I'm grown up!" "Whenever you pass the temple of the god of war on your way to school," said his mother, "you should go in and pray a while. That would make you grow faster." Ta-nan believed she was serious, and every day, going and coming, he went in and worshipped at that temple. When his mother found this out, she asked him how soon he was praying to be grown up, to which he replied that he only prayed that by the following year he might be as big as if he were 15 or 16 years old. His mother laughed, but Ta-nan went on, increasing in wisdom and stature alike, until by the time he was 10 he looked quite 13 or 14, and his master was no longer able to correct his essays. Then he said to his mother, "You promised me that when I grew up you would tell me where my father is. Tell me now." "By and by," replied his mother. So he waited another year, and then pressed her so eagerly to tell him that she could no longer refuse, and related to him the whole story. He heard her recital with tears and lamentations, and expressed a wish to go in search of his father, but his mother objected that he was too young, and also that no one knew where his father was. Ta-nan said nothing. However, in the middle of the day he did not come home as usual, and his mother at once sent off to the school, where she found he had not shewn himself since breakfast. In great alarm, and thinking that he had been playing truant, she paid some people to go and hunt for him everywhere, but was unable to obtain the slightest clue to his whereabouts. As to Ta-nan himself, when he left the house he followed the road without knowing whither he was going, until at length he met a man who was on his way to Qi, and said his name was Chien. Ta-nan begged of him something to eat, and went along with him, Mr. Chien even procuring an animal for him to ride, because he walked too slowly. The expenses for the journey were all defrayed by Chien, and when they arrived at Qi, they dined together, Chien secretly putting some drug in Ta-nan's food, which soon reduced him to a state of unconsciousness. Chien then carried him off to a temple, and, pretending that Ta-nan was his son, offered him to the priests on the plea that he had no money to continue his journey. The priests, seeing what a nice-looking boy he was, were only too ready to buy him, and when Chien had got his money he went away. They then gave Ta-nan a draught which brought him round, but as soon as the abbot heard of the affair, and saw Ta-nan himself, he would not allow them to keep him, sending him away with a purse of money in his pocket. Ta-nan next met a gentleman named Chang from Lu-chon, who was returning home after having failed at the examination, and this Mr. Chang was so pleased with the story of his filial piety that he took him to his own home at Lu-chon. There he remained for a month and more, asking everybody he saw for news of his father, until one day he was told that there was a man named Hsi among the Fokien traders. So he bade good-bye to Mr. Chang and set off for Fokien, his patron providing him with clothes and shoes, and the people of the place making up a subscription for him. On the road he met two traders in cotton cloth, who were going to Fujian, and he joined their party, but they had not travelled many stages before these men found out that he had money, and taking him to a lonely spot, bound him hand and foot and made off with all he had. Before long, a Mr. Chen of Yangfu happened to pass by, and at once unbound him, and giving him a seat in one of his own vehicles, carried him off home. This Mr. Chen was a wealthy man, and in his house Ta-nan had opportunities of meeting with traders from all quarters. He therefore begged them to aid him by making inquiries about his father, himself remaining as a fellow student with Mr. Chen's sons, and roaming the country no more, neither hearing any news of his former and now distant home. Meanwhile his mother, Ho, had lived alone for 3 or 4 years, until the wife, Shen, wishing to reduce the expenses, tried to persuade her to find another husband. As Ho was now supporting herself, she steadfastly refused to do this, and then Shen sold her to a Chongqing trader, who took her away with him. However, she so frightened this man by hacking herself about with a knife, that when the wounds were healed, he was only too happy to get rid of her to a trader from Yenting, who in his turn, after Ho had nearly disemboweled herself, readily listened to her repeated cries that she wished to become a nun. However, he persuaded her to hire herself out as housekeeper to a friend of his, as a means of reimbursing him for his outlay in purchasing her. But no sooner had she set eyes on the gentleman in question than she found it was her own husband. For she had given up the career of a scholar and gone into business, and as he had no wife, he was consequently in want of a housekeeper. They were very glad to see each other again, and on relating their several adventures, Shi knew for the first time that he had a son who had gone forth in search of his father. Shi then asked all the traders and commercial travellers to keep a lookout for Ta-nan, at the same time raising Ho from the status of concubine to that of wife. In consequence, however, of the many hardships Ho had gone through, her health was anything but good, and she was unable to do the work of the house, so she advised her husband to buy a concubine. This he was most unwilling to do, remembering too well the former squabbling he had to endure. But ultimately he yielded, asked a friend to buy for him an oldish woman, at any rate more than 30 years of age. A few months afterwards his friend arrived, bringing with him a person of about that age, and on looking closely at her, Shi saw that she was no other than his own wife Shen. Now this lady had lived by herself for a year and more, when her brother Pao advised her to marry again, which she accordingly agreed to do. She was prevented, however, by the younger branches of the family from selling the landed property, but she disposed of everything else, and the proceeds passed into her brother's hands. At about that time, a Pao Ning trader, hearing that she had plenty of money, bribed her brother to marry her to himself, and afterwards, finding that she was a disagreeable woman, took possession of everything she had, and advertised her for sale. No one caring to buy a woman of her age, and her master being on the eve of starting for Kuei-chu, took her with him, finally getting rid of her to Shi, who was in the same line of business as himself. When she stood before her former husband, she was overwhelmed with shame and fear, and had not a word to say. But she gathered an outline of what had happened from the trader, and then said to her, "Your second marriage with this Pao Nang gentleman was doubtless contracted after you had given up all hope of seeing me again. It doesn't matter in the least, as now I am not in search of a wife, but only of a concubine. So you had better begin by paying your respects to your mistress here, my wife, Ho Chao-Ch'eng." Shen was ashamed to do this, but she reminded her of the time when she had been in the wife's place, and in spite of all Ho's intercession insisted that she should do so, stimulating her to obedience by the smart application of a stick. Shen was therefore compelled to yield, but at the same time she never tried to gain Ho's favour, and kept away from her as much as possible. Ho, on the other hand, treated her with great consideration, and never took her to task on the performance of her duties, whilst she himself, whenever he had a dinner party, made her wait at table, though Ho often entreated him to hire a maid. Now the magistrate of Yen-t'ing was named Qian Sung-tzu, and once when she had some trifling difficulty with one of the neighbours, he was further accused to this official of having forced his wife to assume the position of concubine. The magistrate, however, refused to take up the case, to the great satisfaction of Hsi and his wife, who lauded him to the skies as a virtuous mandarin. A few nights after, at rather a late hour, the servant knocked at the door and called out, "The magistrate has come." Hsi jumped up in a hurry, and began looking for his clothes and shoes, but the magistrate was already in the bedroom without either of them understanding what it all meant, when suddenly Ho, examining him closely, cried out, "It is my son!" She then burst into tears, and the magistrate, throwing himself on the ground, wept with his mother. It seemed he had taken the name of the gentleman with whom he had lived, and had since entered upon an official career; that on his way to the capital he had made a detour and visited his old home, where he heard to his infinite sorrow that both his mothers had married again, and that his relatives, finding him already a man of position, had restored to him the family property, of which he had left some one in charge in the hope that his father might return; that then he had been appointed to Ying-ting, but had wished to throw up the post and travel in search of his father, from which design he had been dissuaded by Mr. Ch'in. Also that he had met a fortune teller, from whom he had obtained the following response to his inquiries: "The lesser is the greater, the younger is the elder. Seeking the cock, you find the hen. Seeking one, you get two. Your official life will be successful." Ch'in then took up his appointment, but not finding his father, he confined himself entirely to a vegetable diet, and gave up the use of wine. Footnote: hoping thus to interest Buddha in his behalf. End of footnote. The above-mentioned case had subsequently come under his notice, and, seeing the name Hsi, he quietly sent his private servant to find out, and thus discovered that this Hsi was his father. At nightfall he set off himself, and when he saw his mother, he knew that the fortune-teller had told him true. Bidding them all say nothing to anybody about what had occurred, he provided money for the journey, and sent them back home. On arriving there, they found the place newly painted, and with their increased retinue of servants and horses, they were quite a wealthy family. As to Shen, when she found out what a great man Ta-nan had become, she put still more restraint upon herself, but her brother Pao brought an action for the purpose of reinstating her as wife. The presiding official happened to be a man of probity, and delivered the following judgment: "Greedy of gain, you urged your sister to remarry. After she had driven Hsi away, she took 2 fresh husbands. How have you the face to talk about reinstating her as wife?" He thereupon ordered Pao to be severely bambooed, and from this time there was no longer any doubt about Shen's status. She was the lesser and Ho the greater. And yet, in the matter of clothes and food, Ho shewed herself by no means grasping. Shen was at first afraid that Ho would pay her out, and was consequently more than ever repentant. And she himself, letting bygones be bygones, gave orders that Shen should be called Madam by all alike, though of course she was excluded from any titles that might be gained for them by Ta-nan. Footnote: in accordance with Chinese usage, by which titles of nobility are often conferred upon the dead parents of a distinguished son. End of footnote. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 42. The Wonderful Stone. In the prefecture of Shuntian, there lived a man named Hsiang-Ju, who was an amateur mineralogist and would pay any price for a good specimen. One day, as he was fishing in the river, something caught his net, and diving down, he brought up a stone about a foot in diameter, beautifully carved on all sides to resemble clustering hills and peaks. He was quite as pleased with this as if he had found some precious stone, and having had an elegant sandalwood stand made for it, he set his prize upon the table. Whenever it was about to rain, clouds, which from a distance looked like new cotton wool, would come forth from each of the holes or grottos on the stone, and appear to close them up. By and by, an influential personage called at the house and begged to see the stone, immediately seizing it and handing it over to a lusty servant, at the same time whipping his horse and riding away. Tseng was in despair, but all he could do was to mourn the loss of his stone, and indulge his anger against the thief. Meanwhile, the servant, who had carried off the stone on his back, stopped to rest at a bridge, when all of a sudden his hand slipped and the stone fell into the water. His master was extremely put out at this, and gave him a sound beating, subsequently hiring several divers, who tried every means in their power to recover the stone, but were quite unable to find it. He then went away, having first published a notice of reward, and by these means many were tempted to seek for the stone. Soon after, Tseng himself came to the spot, and as he mournfully approached the bank, lo! the water became clear, and he could see the stone lying at the bottom. Taking off his clothes, he quickly jumped in and brought it out, together with the sandalwood stand which was still with it. He carried it off home, but being no longer desirous of shewing it to people, he had an inner room cleaned and put it in there. Some time afterwards, an old man knocked at the door and asked to be allowed to see the stone, whereupon Tseng replied that he had lost it a long time ago. "Isn't that in the inner room?" said the old man, smiling. "Oh, walk in and see for yourself, if you don't believe me," answered Hsiang, and the old man did walk in, and there was the stone on the table. This took Hsiang very much aback, And the old man then laid his hand upon the stone and said, "This is an old family relic of mine. I lost it many months since. How does it come to be here? I pray you now restore it to me." Hsiang didn't know what to say, but declared he was the owner of the stone, upon which the old man remarked, "If it is really yours, what evidence can you bring to prove it?" Hsiang made no reply, and the old man continued, "To show you that I know this stone, I may mention that it has altogether 92 grottos, and that in the largest of these are 5 words, 'A stone from heaven above.'" Hsiang looked and found that there were actually some small characters, no larger than grains of rice, which by straining his eyes a little he managed to read. Also that the number of grottos was as the old man had said. However, he would not give him the stone, and the old man laughed and asked, "Pray, what might have you to keep other people's things?" He then bowed and went away, Hsiang escorting him as far as the door. But when he returned to the room, the stone had disappeared. In a great fright, he ran after the old man, who had walked slowly and was not far off, and seizing his sleeve, entreated him to give back the stone. "Do you think," said the latter, "that I could conceal a stone a foot in diameter in my sleeve?" But Hsiang knew that he must be superhuman, and led him back to the house, where he threw himself on his knees and begged that he might have the stone. "Is it yours or mine?" asked the old man. "Of course it is yours," replied Hsiang, "though I hope you will consent to deny yourself the pleasure of keeping it." "In that case," said the old man, "it is back again." And going into the inner room, they found the stone in its old place. "The jewels of this world," observed Hsiang's visitor, "should be given to those who know how to take care of them. This stone can choose its own master, and I am very pleased that it should remain with you. At the same time, I must inform you that it was in too great a hurry to come into the world of mortals, and has not yet been freed from all contingent calamities. I had better take it away with me, and 3 years hence you shall have it again. If, however, you insist on keeping it, then your span of life will be shortened by 3 years, that your terms of existence may harmonize together. Are you willing?" Hsiang said he was, whereupon the old man with his fingers closed up 3 of the stone's grottos, which yielded to his touch like mud. When this was done, he turned to Hsiang and told him that the grottos on that stone represented the years of his life, and then he took his leave, firmly refusing to remain any longer, and not disclosing his name. More than a year after this, Hsiang had occasion to go away on business, and in the night a thief broke in and carried off the stone, taking nothing else at all. When Hsiang came home, he was dreadfully grieved, as if his whole object in life was gone, and made all possible inquiries and efforts to get it back, but without the slightest result. Some time passed away, when one day, going into a temple, Hsiang noticed a man selling stones, and amongst the rest he saw his old friend. Of course he immediately wanted to regain possession of it, but as the stone seller would not consent, he shouldered the stone and went off to the nearest mandarin. The stone seller was then asked what proof he could give that the stone was his, and he replied that the number of grottos was 89. Hsiang inquired if that was all he had to say, and when the other acknowledged that it was, he himself told the magistrate that there were the characters inscribed within, also calling attention to the finger marks at the closed-up grottos. He therefore gained his case, and the mandarin would have bambooed the stone seller had he not declared that he bought it in the market for 20 ounces of silver, whereupon he was dismissed. A high official next offered Hsiang 100 ounces of silver for it, but he refused to sell it, even for 10,000, which so enraged the would-be purchaser that he worked up a case against Hsiang and got him put in prison. Hsiang was thereby compelled to pawn a great deal of his property, and then the official sent someone to try if the affair could not be managed through his son, to which Hsiang, on hearing of the attempt, steadily refused to consent, saying that he and the stone could not be parted even in death. His wife, however, and his son laid their heads together and sent the stone to the high official, and Hsiang only heard of it when he arrived home from the prison. He cursed his wife and beat his son, and frequently tried to make away with himself, though luckily his servants always managed to prevent him from succeeding. At night he dreamt that a noble-looking personage appeared to him and said, "My name is Shing-Su, stone from heaven. Do not grieve. I purposely quitted you for a year and more, but next year on the 20th of the 8th moon at dawn, come to the Hai-Tai gate and buy me back for 2 strings of cash." Hsiang was overjoyed at this dream, and carefully took down the day mentioned. Meanwhile the stone was at the official's private house, but as the cloud manifestations ceased, the stone was less and less prized, and the following year, when the official was disgraced for maladministration and subsequently died, Hsiang met some of his servants at the Hai-Tai gate going off to sell the stone, and purchased it back from them for 2 strings of cash. Hsiang lived till he was 89, and then, having prepared the necessaries for his interment, bade his son bury the stone with him, which was accordingly done. 6 months later, robbers broke into the vault and made off with the stone, and his son tried in vain to secure their capture. However, a few days afterwards he was travelling with his servants, when suddenly 2 men rushed forth dripping with perspiration, and looking up into the air, acknowledged their crime, saying, "Mr. Hsiang, please don't torment us thus. We took the stone, and sold it for only 4 ounces of silver." Hsiang's son and his servants then seized these men, and took them before the magistrate, where they at once acknowledged their guilt. Asking what had become of the stone, they said that they had sold it to a member of the magistrate's family, and when it was produced, that official took such a fancy to it that he gave it to one of his servants and bade him place it in the treasury. Thereupon the stone slipped out of the servant's hand and broke into 100 pieces, to the great astonishment of all present. The magistrate now had the thieves bambooed and sent them away, but Hsiang's son picked up the broken pieces of the stone and buried them in his father's grave. End of chapter 42. The Wonderful Stone.
Chapter 43 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu, translated by Herbert A. Giles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Dever. Chapter 43. The Quarrelsome Brothers. At Kunyang there lived a wealthy man named Tseng. When he died, before he was put in the coffin, tears were seen to gush forth from both eyes of the corpse. to the infinite amazement of his 6 sons. His second son, Tai, otherwise called Yu Yu, who had gained for himself the reputation of being a scholar, said it was a bad omen, and warned his brothers to be careful and not give cause for sorrow to the dead, at which the others only laughed at him as an idiot. Tseng's first wife and eldest son having been carried off by the rebels when the latter was only 7 or 8 years old, he married a second wife, by whom he had 3 sons, Hsiao, Chang, and Sin, besides 3 others by a concubine, namely the above-mentioned Tai or Yu Yu, who had gained for himself the reputation of being a scholar, said it was a bad omen, and warned his brothers to be careful and not give cause for sorrow to the dead, at which the others only laughed at him as an idiot. Now the 3 by the second wife banded themselves together against the 3 by the concubine, saying that the latter were a base-born lot. And whenever a guest was present and either of them happened to be in the room, Hsiao and his 2 brothers would not take the slightest notice of them. This enraged Jen and Yi very much, and when they went to consult with Yu Yu as to how they should avenge themselves for such slights, Yu Yu, however, tried every means in his power to pacify them, and would not take part in any plot. And as they were much younger than he, they took his advice and did nothing. Hsiao had a daughter who died shortly after her marriage to a Mr. Chu, and her father begged Yu Yu and his brothers to go with him and give his late daughter's mother-in-law a sound beating. Yu Yu would not hear of it for a moment, so Hsiao, in a rage, got his brothers Chang and Sin with a lot of rowdies from the neighbourhood, and went off and did it themselves, scattering the goods and chattels of the family about, and smashing everything they could lay their hands on. An action was immediately brought by the Shu family, and Hsiao and his 2 brothers were thrown into prison by the angry mandarin, who purposed sending the case before a higher tribunal. Yu Yu, however, whose high character was well known to that official, interceded for them, and himself went to the Shu family and tendered the most humble apologies for what had occurred. The Shu family, out of respect for Yu Yu, suffered the case to drop, and Hsiao regained his liberty, though he did not evince the slightest gratitude for his brother's exertions. Shortly after, Yu Yu's mother died, but Hsiao and the other 2 refused to put on mourning for her, going on with their usual feasting and drinking as if nothing had happened. Jen and Yi were furious at this, but Yu Yu only observed, "What they do is their own indecorous behaviour. It does not injure us." Then again, when the funeral was about to take place, Hsiao, Chang, and Sin stood before the door of the vault, and would not allow the others to bury their mother there, so Yu Yu buried her alongside the principal grave. Before long Hsiao's wife died, and Yu Yu told Jen and Yi to accompany him to the house and condole with the widower, to which they both objected, saying, "He would not wear mourning for our mother. Shall we do so for his wife?" Ultimately Yu Yu had to go alone, and while he was pouring forth his lamentations beside the bier, he heard Jen and Yi playing drums and trumpets outside the door. Hsiao flew into a tremendous passion, and went after them with his own 2 brothers to give them a good thrashing. Yu Yu, too, seized a big stick, and accompanied them to the house where Jen and Yi were, whereupon Jen made his escape. But as Yi was clambering over the wall, Yu Yu hit him from behind and knocked him down. Hsiao and the others then set upon him with their fists and sticks, and would never have stopped but that Yu Yu interposed his body between them and made them desist. Hsiao was very angry at this, and began to abuse Yu Yu, who said, "The punishment was for want of decorum, for which death would be too severe. I can neither connive at their bad behaviour nor at your cruelty. If your anger is not appeased, strike me." Hsiao now turned his fury against Yu Yu, and being well seconded by his two brothers, they beat Yu Yu until the neighbors separated them and put an end to the row. Yu Yu at once proceeded to Hsiao's house to apologize for what had occurred, but Hsiao drove him away, and would not let him take part in the funeral ceremonies. Meanwhile, as Yi's wounds were very severe, and he could neither eat nor drink, his brother Jen went on his behalf to the magistrate, stating in the petition that the accused had not worn mourning for their father's concubine. The magistrate issued a warrant, and besides causing the arrest of Xiao, Chang, and Hsien, he ordered Yu Yu to prosecute them as well. Yu Yu, however, was so much cut about the head and face that he could not appear in court, but he wrote out a petition, in which he begged that the case might be quashed, and this the magistrate consented to do. Yi soon got better, the feeling of hatred and resentment in the family increasing day by day, when Jen and Yi, who were younger than the others, complained to Yu Yu of their recent punishment, saying, "The relationship of elder and younger brothers exists for others. Why not for us?" "Ah," replied Yu Yu, "that is what I might well say, not you." Yu Yu then tried to persuade them to forget the past, but not succeeding in his attempt, he shut up his house and went off with his wife to live somewhere else, about 20 miles away. Now, although when Yu Yu was among them he did not help the two younger ones, yet his presence acted as some restraint upon Hsiao and the other two. But now that he was gone, their conduct was beyond all bounds. They sought out Jen and Yi in their own houses, and not only reviled them, but abused the memory of their dead mother, against which Jen and Yi could only retaliate by keeping the door shut against them. However, they determined to do them some injury, and carried knives about them wherever they went for that purpose. One day the eldest brother, Chang, who had been carried off by the rebels, returned with his wife, and, after 3 days' deliberation, Hsiao and the other two determined that, as he had been so long separated from the family, he had no further claims upon them for house room. Jen and Yi were secretly delighted at this result, and at once inviting Chang to stay with them, sent news of his arrival to Yu Yu, who came back directly, and agreed with the others to hand over a share of the property to their elder brother. Hsiao and his clique were much enraged at this purchase of Chang's goodwill, and, hurrying to their brothers' houses, assailed them with every possible kind of abuse. Chang, who had long been accustomed to scenes of violence among the rebels, now got into a great passion and cried out, "When I came home, none of you would give me a place to live in. Only these younger ones recognize the ties of blood, and you would punish them for so doing. Do you think to drive me away?" Thereupon he threw a stone at Hsiao and knocked him down, and Jen and Yi rushed out with clubs and gave the three of them a severe thrashing. Chang did not wait for them to lay a plaint, but set off to the magistrate on the spot, and preferred a charge against his three brothers. The magistrate, as before, sent for Yu Yu to ask his opinion, and Yu Yu had no alternative but to go, entering the yamen with downcast head, his tears flowing in silence all the while. The magistrate inquired of him how the matter stood, to which he replied only by begging his honour to hear the case, which the magistrate accordingly did, deciding that the whole of the property was to be divided equally among the 7 brothers. Thenceforth Jen and Yi became more and more attached to Chang, and one day in conversation they happened to tell him the story of their mother's funeral. Chang was exceedingly angry, and declared that such behaviour was that of brute beasts, proposing at the same time that the vault should be opened, and that she should be reburied in the proper place. Jen and Yi went off and told this to Yu Yu, who immediately came and begged Chang to desist from his scheme, to which, however, he paid no attention, and fixed a day for her interment in the family vault. He then built a hut nearby, and with a knife lopping the branches off the trees, informed the brothers that any of them who did not appear at the funeral in the usual mourning would be treated by him in a manner similar to the trees. So they were all obliged to go, and the obsequies were conducted in a fitting manner. The brothers were now at peace together, Chang keeping them in first-rate order, and always treating Xiao, Cheng, and Hsin with much more severity than the others. To Yu Yu he shewed a marked deference, and whenever he was in a rage would always be appeased by a word from him. Xiao too was always going to Yu Yu to complain of the treatment he received at Chang's hands when he did anything that Chang disapproved of, and then if Yu Yu quietly reproved him he would be dissatisfied, so that at last Yu Yu could stand it no longer, and again went away and took a house at a considerable distance, where he remained almost entirely cut off from the others. By the time 2 years had passed away, Chang had completely succeeded in establishing harmony amongst them, and quarrels were of rare occurrence. Hsiao was then 46 years old, and had 5 sons, Chi Ye and Chi Te, the first and third by his wife, Chi Kung and Chi Chi, the second and fourth by a concubine, and Chi Tzu by a slave. They were all grown up, and exactly imitated their father's former behaviour, banding themselves together one against the other, and so on, without their father being able to make them behave better. Shih Tzu had no brothers of his own, and being the youngest, the others bullied him dreadfully, until at length, being on a visit to his wife's family, who lived not far from Yu Yu's house, he went slightly out of his way to call and see his uncle. There he found his 3 cousins living peaceably together and pursuing their studies, and he was so pleased that he remained with them some time, and said not a word as to returning home. His uncle urged him to go back, but he entreated to be allowed to stay, and then his uncle told him it was not that he grudged his daily food, it was because his father and mother did not know where he was. Shih Tzu accordingly went home, and a few months afterwards, when he and his wife were on the point of starting to congratulate his wife's mother on the anniversary of her birthday, he explained to his father that he should not come home again. When his father asked him why not, he partly divulged his reasons for going, whereupon his father said he was afraid his uncle would bear malice for what happened in the past, that he would not be able to remain there long. "Father," replied Shih Tzu, "Uncle Yu Yu is a good and virtuous man." He set out with his wife, and when they arrived Yu Yu gave them separate quarters, and made Shih Tzu rank as one of his own sons, making him join the eldest Chi San in his studies. Chi Tzu was a clever fellow, and now enrolled himself as a resident of the place where his uncle lived. Meanwhile his brothers went on quarrelling among themselves as usual, and one day Chi Kung, enraged at an insult offered to his mother, killed Chi Ye. He was immediately thrown into prison, where he was severely bambooed, and in a few days he died. Chi Ye's wife, whose maiden name was Feng, now spent the days of mourning in cursing her husband's murderer, and when Chi Kung's wife heard this, she flung into a towering passion, and said to her, "If your husband is dead, mine isn't alive." She then drew a knife and killed her, completing the tragedy by herself committing suicide in a well. Mr. Fang, the father of the murdered woman, was very much distressed at his daughter's untimely end, and taking with him several members of the family with arms concealed under their clothes, they proceeded to Hsiao's house, and there gave his wife a most terrific beating. It was now Chang's turn to be angry. "The members of my family are dying like sheep," cried he. "What do you mean by this, Mr. Fang?" He then rushed out upon them with a roar, accompanied by all his own brothers and their sons. and the Fang family was utterly routed. Seizing old Fang himself, Chang cut off both his ears, and when his son tried to rescue him, Chi ran up and broke both his legs with an iron crowbar. Every one of the Fang family was badly wounded, and thus dispersed, leaving old Fang's son lying in the middle of the road. The others, not knowing what to do with him, Chang took him under his arm, and, having thrown him down in the Fang village, returned home, giving orders to Chi to go immediately to the authorities and enter their plaint the first. The Fang family had, however, anticipated them, and all the Tsangs were accordingly thrown into prison except Chang, who managed to escape. He ran away to the place where Yu lived, and was pacing backwards and forwards before the door, afraid lest his brother should not have forgiven past offences, when suddenly Yu with his son and nephew arrived on their return from the examination. "What do you want, my brother?" asked Yu, whereupon Ch'eng prostrated himself at the roadside, and then Yu, seizing his hand, led him within to make further inquiries. "Alas, alas!" cried Yu when he had heard the story. "I knew that some dreadful calamity would be the result of all this wicked behaviour. But why have you come hither? I have been absent so long that I am no more acquainted with the local authorities, and if I now went to ask a favour of them, I should probably only be insulted for my pains. However, if none of the Fang family die of their wounds, and if we three may chance to be successful in our examination, something may perhaps be done to mitigate this calamity." Yu then kept Chung to dinner, and at night he shared their room, which kind treatment made him at once grateful and repentant. By the end of 10 days he was so struck with the behaviour of the father, sons, uncle, nephews, and cousins, one toward the other, that he burst into tears and said, "Now I know how badly I behaved in days gone by." His uncle was overjoyed at his repentance, and sympathized with his feelings, when suddenly it was announced that Yu and his son had both passed the examination for master's degree, and that Chi was proxime accessit. This delighted them all very much. They did not, however, attend the Fute's congratulatory feast, but went off first to worship at the tombs of their ancestors. Now, at the time of the Qing Dynasty, a man who had taken his master's degree was a very considerable personage, and the Fangs accordingly began to draw in their horns. Yu, too, met them halfway. He got a friend to convey to them presents of food and money to help them in recovering from their injuries, and thus the prosecution was withdrawn. Then all his brothers implored him with tears in their eyes to return home, and, after burning incense with them, and making them enter into a bond with him that bygones should be bygones, he acceded to their request. Chi, however, would not leave his uncle, and Hsiao himself said to Yu, "I don't deserve such a son as that. Keep him, and teach him as you have done hitherto, and let him be as one of your own children. But if at some future time he succeeds in his examination, then I will beg you to return him to me." Yu consented to this, and 3 years afterwards Chi did take his master's degree, upon which he sent him back to his own family. Both husband and wife were very loath to leave their uncle's house, and they had hardly been at home 3 days before one of their children, only 3 years old, ran away and went back, returning to his uncle's as often as he was recaptured. This induced Hsiao to remove to the next house to Yu's, and, by opening a door between the two, they made one establishment of the whole. Chang was now getting old, and the family affairs devolved entirely upon Yu, who managed things so well that their reputation for filial piety and fraternal love was soon spread far and wide. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Alan Giles. Chapter 44. The Young Man Who Couldn't Spell. Translator's Note. Of course, there is no such thing as spelling, in our sense of term, in Chinese, but characters are frequently written with too many or too few strokes, and may thus be said to be incorrectly spelled. End of note. At Chia-ping there lived a certain young gentleman of considerable talent and very prepossessing appearance. When 17 years of age he went up for his bachelor's degree, and as he was passing the door of a house, he saw within a pretty-looking girl, who not only riveted his gaze, but also smiled and nodded her head at him. Quite pleased at this, he approached the young lady and began to talk, she meanwhile inquiring of him where he lived and if alone or otherwise. He assured her he was quite by himself, and then she said, "Well, I will come and see you, but you mustn't let anyone know." The young gentleman agreed, and when he got home he sent all the servants to another part of the house, and by the young lady arrived. She said her name was Wen Chi, and that her admiration for her host's noble bearing had made her visit him unknown to her mistress. "And gladly," added she, "would I be your handmaid for life." Our hero was delighted, and proposed to purchase her from the mistress she mentioned. And from this time she was in the habit of coming in every day or so. On one occasion it was raining hard, and after hanging up her wet cloak upon a peg, she took off her shoes and bade the young gentleman clean them for her. He noticed that they were newly embroidered with all the colors of the rainbow, but utterly spoiled by the soaking rain, and was just saying what a pity it was, when the young lady cried out, "I should never have asked you to do such menial work, except to show my love for you." All this time the rain was falling fast outside, and Wen Chi now repeated the following line: "A nipping wind and chilling rain fill the river and the city." "There," said she, "cap that." The young gentleman replied that he could not, as he did not even understand what it meant. "Oh, really," retorted the young lady, "if you're not more of a scholar than that, I shall begin to think very little of you." She then told him that he had better practice making verses, and he promised he would do so. By degrees Miss Wen Chi's frequent visits attracted the notice of the servants, as also of a brother-in-law named Sung, who was likewise a gentleman of position, and the latter begged our hero to be allowed to have a peep at her. He was told in reply that the young lady had strictly forbidden that anyone should see her. However, he concealed himself in the servants' quarters, and when she arrived he looked at her through the window. Almost beside himself, he now opened the door, whereupon Wen Chi jumped up, vaulted over the wall, and disappeared. Sung was really smitten with her, and went off to her mistress to try and arrange for her purchase. But when he mentioned Wen Chi's name, he was informed that they had once such a girl, who had died several years previously. In great amazement Sung went back and told his brother-in-law, and he now knew that his beloved Wen Chi was a disembodied spirit. So, when she came again, he asked her if it was so, to which she replied, "It is, but as you wanted a nice wife, and I a handsome husband, I thought we should be a suitable pair. What matters it that one is a mortal and the other a spirit?" The young gentleman thoroughly coincided in her view of the case, and when his examination was over, and he was homeward bound, Wen Chi accompanied him, invisible to others and visible to him alone. Arriving at his parents' house, he installed her in the library, and the day she went to pay the customary bride's visit to her father and mother, Translator's Note, a ceremonial visit made on the 3rd day after marriage. He told his own mother the whole story. She and his father were greatly alarmed, and ordered him to have no more to do with her. But he would not listen to this, and then his parents tried by all kinds of devices to get rid of the girl, none of which met with any success. One day our hero had left upon the table some written instructions for one of his servants, wherein he had made a number of mistakes in spelling, such as paper for pepper, ginger for ginger, and so on. And when Wen Chi saw this, she wrote at the foot, "Paper for pepper do I see? Ginger for ginger, can it be? Of such a husband I'm afraid. I'd rather be a servant maid." She then said to the young gentleman, "Imagining you to be a man of culture, I hid my blushes and sought you out the first." Translator's note. Contrary to all Chinese notions of modesty and etiquette. End of note. "Alas, your qualifications are on the outside. Should I not thus be a laughing-stock to all?" She then disappeared, at which the young gentleman was much hurt, but not knowing to which she alluded, he gave the instructions to his servant, and so made himself the butt of all who heard the story. End of section 44.
Chapter 45 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 45. The Tiger Guest. A young man named Kung, a native of Minchu, on his way to the examination at a Xingan, rested a while in an inn, and ordered some wine to drink. Just then a very tall and noble-looking stranger walked in, and, seating himself by the side of Kung, entered into conversation with him. Kung offered him a cup of wine, which the stranger did not refuse, saying at the same time that his name was Miao. But he was a rough, coarse fellow, and Kung therefore, when the wine was finished, did not call for any more. Miao then rose, and observing that Kung did not appreciate a man of his capacity, went out into the market to buy some, returning shortly with a huge bowlful. Kung declined the proffered wine, but Miao, seizing his arm to persuade him, gripped it so painfully that Kung was forced to drink a few more cups, Miao himself swilling away as hard as he could go out of a soup plate. "I am not good at entertaining people," cried Miao at length. "Pray go on or stop, just as you please." Kung accordingly put together his things and went off, but he had not gone more than a few miles when his horse was taken ill and lay down in the road. While he was waiting there, with all his heavy baggage, revolving in his mind what he should do, up came Mr. Miao, who, when he heard what was the matter, took off his coat and handed it to the servant, and lifting up the horse, carried it off on his back to the nearest inn, which was about 6 or 7 miles distant. Arriving there, he put the animal in the stable, and before long Kung and his servants arrived too. Kung was much astonished at Mr. Miao's feat, and believing him to be superhuman, began to treat him with the utmost deference, ordering both wine and food to be procured for their refreshment. "My appetite," remarked Miao, "is one that you could not easily satisfy. Let us stick to wine." So they finished another stoup together, and then Miao got up and took his leave, saying, It will be some time before your horse is well. I cannot wait for you." He then went away. After the examination, several friends of Kung's invited him to join them in a picnic to the Flowery Hill, and just as they were all feasting and laughing together, lo! Mr. Miao walked up. In one hand he held a large flagon, and in the other a ham, both of which he laid down on the ground before them. "Hearing," said he, "that you gentlemen were coming here, I have tacked myself on to you, like a fly to a horse's tail." Kung and his friends then rose, and received him with the usual ceremonies, after which they all sat down promiscuously. By and by, when the wine had gone round pretty freely, some one proposed capping verses, whereupon Miao cried out, "Oh, we're very jolly drinking like this. What's the use of making oneself uncomfortable?" The others, however, would not listen to him, and agreed that, as a forfeit, a huge goblet of wine should be drunk by any defaulter. "Let us rather make death the penalty," said Miao. To which they replied, laughing, that such a punishment was a trifle too severe; and then Miao retorted that if it was not to be death, even a rough fellow like himself might be able to join. A Mr. Chin, who was sitting at the top of the line, then began: "From the hilltop high, wide extends the gaze," upon which Miao immediately carried on with, "Redly gleams the sword o'er the shattered vase." The next gentleman thought for a long time, during which Miao was helping himself to wine, and by they had all capped the verse, but so wretchedly that Miao called out, "Oh, come, if we aren't to be fined for these, we had better abstain from making any more." As none of them would agree to this, Miao could stand it no longer, and roared like a dragon till the hills and valleys echoed again. He then went down on his hands and knees, and jumped about like a lion, which utterly confused the poets, and put an end to their lucubrations. The wine had now been round a good many times, and being half tipsy, each began to repeat to the other the verses he had handed in at the recent examination, all at the same time indulging in any amount of mutual flattery. This so disgusted Miao that he drew Kung aside to have a game at guess fingers, but as they went on droning away all the same, he at length cried out, "Do stop your rubbish, fit only for your own wives, and not for general company." The others were much abashed at this, and so angry were they at Miao's rudeness that they went on repeating all the louder. Miao then threw himself on the ground in a passion, and with a roar changed into a tiger, immediately springing upon the company and killing them all, except Kung and Mr. Chim. He then ran off, roaring loudly. And now this Mr. Chim succeeded in taking his master's degree, and 3 years afterwards, happening to revisit the Flowery Hill, he beheld a Mr. Chi, one of those very gentlemen who had previously been killed by the tiger. In great alarm he was making off, when Chi seized his bridle and would not let him proceed. So he got down from his horse and inquired what was the matter, to which Chi replied, "I am now the slave of Miao, and have to endure bitter toil for him. He must kill some one else before I can be set free. 3 days hence a man arrayed in the robes and cap of a scholar should be eaten by the tiger at the foot of the Tsang lung hill. Do you on that day take some gentleman thither, and thus help your old friend." Ch'in was too frightened to say much, but promising that he would do so, rode away home. He then began to consider the matter over with himself, and regarding it as a plot, he determined to break his engagement and let his friend remain the tiger's devil. He chanced, however, to repeat the story to a Mr. Chiang, who was a relative of his, and one of the local scholars; and as this gentleman had a grudge against another scholar named Yu, who had come out equal with him at the examination, he made up his mind to destroy him. So he invited Yu to accompany him on that day to the place in question, mentioning that he himself should appear in undress only. Yu could not make out the reason for this, but when he reached the spot, there he found all kinds of wine and food ready for his entertainment. Now that very day the prefect had come to the hill, and being a friend of the Chiang family, and hearing that Chiang was below, sent for him to come up. Chiang did not dare to appear before him in undress, and borrowed Yu's clothes and hat; but he had no sooner got them on than out rushed the tiger, and carried him away in its mouth. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu, translated by Herbert A. Giles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Dever. Chapter 46. The Sisters. His Excellency the Grand Secretary Mao came from an obscure family in the district of Ye, his father being only a poor cowherd. At the same place there resided a wealthy gentleman named Chang, who owned a burial ground in the neighbourhood, and some one informed him that while passing by he had heard sounds of wrangling from within the grave, and voices saying, "Make haste and go away. Do not disturb His Excellency's home." Chang did not much believe this, but subsequently he had several dreams in which he was told that the burial ground in question really belonged to the Mao family, and that he had no right whatever to it. From this moment the affairs of his house began to go wrong, and at length he listened to the remonstrances of friends and removed his dead elsewhere. One day Mao's father, the cowherd, was out near this burial ground, when, a storm of raining coming on, he took refuge in the now empty grave, while the rain came down harder than ever, and by flooded the whole place and drowned the old man. The Grand Secretary was then a mere boy, and his mother went off to Chang to beg a piece of ground wherein to bury her dead husband. When Chang heard her name he was greatly astonished, and on going to look at the spot where the old man was drowned, found that it was exactly at the proper place for the coffin. More than ever amazed, he gave orders that the body should be buried there in the old grave, and also bade Mao's mother bring her son to see him. When the funeral was over she went with Mao to Mr. Chang's house to thank him for his kindness, and so pleased was he with the boy that he kept him to be educated, ranking him as one of his own sons. He also said he would give him his eldest daughter as a wife, an offer which Mao's mother hardly dared accept, but Mrs. Chang said that the thing was settled and couldn't be altered, so then she was obliged to consent. The young lady, however, had a great contempt for Mao, and made no effort to disguise her feelings, and if any one spoke to her of him, she would put her fingers in her ears, declaring she would die sooner than marry the cowboy. On the day appointed for the wedding, the bridegroom arrived, and was feasted within, while outside the door a handsome chair was in waiting to convey away the bride, who all this time was standing crying in a corner, wiping her eyes with her sleeve, and absolutely refusing to dress. Just then the bridegroom set in to say he was going, and the drums and trumpets struck up the wedding march, at which the bride's tears only fell the faster as her hair hung dishevelled down her back. Her father managed to detain Mao a while, and went in to urge his daughter to make haste, she weeping bitterly as if she did not hear what he was saying. He now got into a rage, which only made her cry the louder, and in the middle of it all a servant came to say the bridegroom wished to take his leave. The father ran out and said his daughter wasn't quite ready, begging Mao to wait a little longer, and then hurried back again to the bride. Thus they went on for some time, backwards and forwards, until at last things began to look serious, for the young lady obstinately refused to yield, and Mr. Chang was ready to commit suicide for want of anything better. Just then his second daughter was standing by upbraiding her eldest sister for her disobedience, when suddenly the latter turned round in a rage and cried out, "So you are imitating the rest of them, you little minx! Why don't you go and marry him yourself?" "My father did not betroth me to Mr. Mao," answered she; "but if he had, I should not require you to persuade me to accept him." Her father was delighted with this reply, and at once went off and consulted with his wife as to whether they could venture to substitute the second for the elder; and then her mother came and said to her, "That bad girl there won't obey her parents' commands. We wish, therefore, to put you in her place. Will you consent to this arrangement?" The younger sister readily agreed, saying that had they told her to marry a beggar she would not have dared to refuse, and that she had not such a low opinion of Mr. Mao as all that. Her father and mother rejoiced exceedingly at receiving this reply, and dressing her up in her sister's clothes, put her in the bridal chair and sent her off. She proved an excellent wife, and lived in harmony with her husband; but she was troubled with a disease of the hair, which caused Mr. Mao some annoyance. Later on, she told him how she had changed places with her sister, and this made him think more highly of her than before. Soon after, Mao took his bachelor's degree, and then set off to present himself as a candidate for the master's degree. On the way he passed an inn, the landlord of which had dreamt the night before that a spirit appeared to him and said, "To morrow Mr. Mao, first on the list, will come. Some day he will extricate you from a difficulty." Accordingly the landlord got up early, and took especial note of all guests who came from the eastward, until at last Mao himself arrived. The landlord was very glad to see him, and provided him with the best of everything, refusing to take any payment for it all, but telling what he had dreamt the night before. Mao now began to give himself airs, and reflecting that his wife's want of hair would make him look ridiculous, he determined that as soon as he attained to rank and power he would find another spouse. But alas, when the successful list of candidates was published, Mao's name was not among them, and he retraced his steps with a heavy heart, and by another road, so as to avoid meeting the innkeeper. 3 years afterwards he went up again, and the landlord received him with precisely the same attentions as on the previous occasion; upon which Mao said to him, "Your former words did not come true. I am now ashamed to put you to so much trouble." "Ah," replied the landlord, "you meant to get rid of your wife, and the ruler of the world below struck out your name. My dream couldn't have been false." In great astonishment Mao asked what he meant by these words, and then he learnt that after his departure the landlord had had a second dream, informing him of the above facts. Mao was much alarmed at what he heard, and remained as motionless as a wooden image, until the landlord said to him, "You, sir, as a scholar, should have more self-respect, and you will certainly take the highest place." By and by, when the list came out, Mao was the first of all, and almost simultaneously his wife's hair began to grow quite thick, making her much better looking than she had hitherto been. Now her elder sister had married a rich young fellow of good family, who lived in the neighbourhood, which made the young lady more contemptuous than ever; but he was so extravagant and so idle that their property was soon gone, and they were positively in want of food. Hearing, too, of Mr. Mao's success at the examination, she was overwhelmed with shame and vexation, and avoided even meeting her sister in the street. Just then her husband died and left her destitute, and about the same time Mao took his doctor's degree, which so aggravated her feelings that, in a passion, she became a nun. Subsequently, when Mao rose to be a high officer of state, she sent a novice to his yamen to try and get a subscription out of him for the temple; and Mao's wife, who gave several pieces of silk and other things, secretly inserted a sum of money among them. The novice, not knowing this, reported what she had received to the elder sister, who cried out in a passion, "I wanted money to buy food with. Of what use are these things to me?" So she bade the novice take them back; and when Mao and his wife saw her return, they suspected what had happened, and opening the parcel found the money still there. They now understood why the presents had been refused; and taking the money, Mao said to the novice, "If 100 ounces of silver is too much luck for your mistress to secure, of course she could never have secured a high official, such as I am now, for her husband." He then took 50 ounces, and giving them to the novice, sent her away, adding, "Hand this to your mistress. I'm afraid more would be too much for her." The novice returned and repeated all that had been said, and then the elder sister sighed to think what a failure her life had been, and how she had rejected the worthy to accept the worthless. After this, the innkeeper got into trouble about a case of murder, and was imprisoned; but Mao exerted his influence, and obtained the man's pardon. Chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Olpecker. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 47. Foreign Priests. The Buddhist priest Tikung relates that when he was at Qing Chao, he saw 2 foreign priests of very extraordinary appearance. They wore rings in their ears, were dressed in yellow cloth, and had curly hair and beards. They said they had come from the countries of the West, and hearing that the governor of the district was a devoted follower of Buddha, they went to visit him. The governor sent a couple of servants to escort them to the monastery of the place, where the abbot, Ling Pei, did not receive them very cordially. But the secular manager, seeing that they were not ordinary individuals, entertained them and kept them there for the night. Some one asked if there were many strange men in the West, and what magical arts were practiced by the Lohans, whereupon one of them laughed, and putting forth his hand from his sleeve, showed a small pagoda, fully a foot in height, and beautifully carved, standing upon the palm. Now, very high up in the wall there was a niche, and the priest threw the pagoda up to it, when, lo! it stood there firm and straight. After a few moments the pagoda began to incline to one side, and a glory, as from a relic of some saint, was diffused throughout the room. The other priest then bared his arms, and stretched out his left until it was 5 or 6 feet in length, at the same time shortening his right arm until it dwindled to nothing. He then stretched out the latter until it was as long as his left arm. End of chapter 47. Recording by J. Olpecker. Chapter 48 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Olpecker. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 48. The Self-Punished Murderer. Mr. Li took his doctor's degree late in life. On the 28th of the 9th moon of the 4th year of Kang-si, he killed his wife. The neighbors reported the murder to the officials, and the high authorities instructed the district magistrate to investigate the case. At this juncture, Mr. Li was standing at the door of his residence, and, snatching a butcher's knife from a stall hard by, he rushed into the Cheng Huang temple, where, mounting the theatrical stage, he threw himself on his knees and spoke as follows. "The spirit here will punish me. I am not to be prosecuted by evil men who, from party motives, confuse right and wrong. The spirit moves me to cut off an ear." Thereupon he cut off his left ear and threw it down from the stage. He then said the spirit was going to fine him a hand for cheating people out of their money, and he forthwith chopped off his left hand. Lastly, he cried out that he was to be punished severely for all his many crimes, and immediately cut his own throat. The viceroy subsequently received the imperial permission to deprive him of his rank and bring him to trial, but he was then being punished by a higher power in the realms of darkness below. End of chapter 48. Recording by J. Olpecker. Chapter 49 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Olpecker. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Song-Ling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 49. The Master Thief. Before his rebellion, Prince Wu frequently told his soldiers that if any one of them could catch a tiger unaided, he would give him a handsome pension and the title of the Tiger Daunter. In his camp there was a man named Pao Chu, as strong and agile as a monkey, and once, when a new tower was being built, the wooden framework having only just been set up, Pao Chu walked along the eaves and finally got up onto the very tip-top beam, where he ran backwards and forwards several times. He then jumped down, alighting safely on his feet. Now Prince Wu had a favorite concubine who was a skillful player on the guitar, and the nuts of the instrument she used were of warm jade, so that, when played upon, there was a general feeling of warmth throughout the room. The young lady was extremely careful of this treasure, and never produced it for anyone to see unless on receipt of the prince's written order. One night, in the middle of a banquet, a guest begged to be allowed to see this wonderful guitar, but the prince, being in a lazy mood, said it should be exhibited to him on the following day. Pao Chu, who was standing by, then observed that he could get it without troubling the prince to write an order. Some one was therefore sent off beforehand to instruct all the officials to be on the watch, and then the prince told Pao Chu he might go, and after scaling numerous walls, the latter found himself near the lady's room. Lamps were burning brightly within, the doors were bolted and barred, and it was impossible to effect an entrance. Under the veranda, however, was a cockatoo fast asleep on its perch, and Pao Chu, first mewing several times like a cat, followed it up by imitating the voice of the bird, and cried out as though in distress, "The cat! The cat!" He then heard the concubine call to one of the slave girls, and bid her go rescue the cockatoo which was being killed, and, hiding himself in a dark corner, he saw a girl come forth with a light in her hand. She had barely got outside the door when he rushed in, and there he saw the lady sitting with the guitar on a table before her. Seizing the instrument, he turned and fled, upon which the concubine shrieked out, "Thieves! Thieves!" And the guard, seeing a man making off with the guitar, at once started in pursuit. Arrows fell round Pao Chu like drops of rain, but he climbed up one of a number of huge ash trees growing there, and from its top leaped onto the top of the next, and so on, until he had reached the furthermost tree, when he jumped on to the roof of a house, and from that to another, more as if he were flying than anything else. In a few minutes he had disappeared, and before long presented himself suddenly at the banquet table with the guitar in his hand, the entrance gate having been securely barred all the time, and not a dog or a cock aroused. End of chapter 49. Recording by J. Olpecker. Chapter 50 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Olpecker. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 50. A Flood. In the 21st year of Kangxi, there was a severe drought, not a green blade appearing in the parched ground all through the spring and well into the summer. On the 13th of the 6th moon a little rain fell, and people began to plant their rice. On the 18th there was a heavy fall, and beans were sown. Now at a certain village there was an old man who, noticing two bullocks fighting on the hills, told the villagers that a great flood was at hand, and forthwith removed his family to another part of the country. The villagers all laughed at him, but before very long rain began to fall in torrents, lasting all through the night, until the water was several feet deep, and carrying away the houses. Among the others was a man who, neglecting to save his two children, with his wife assisted his aged mother to reach a place of safety, from which they looked down at their old home, now only an expanse of water, without hope of ever seeing the children again. When the flood had subsided, they went back, to find the whole place a complete ruin. But in their own house they discovered the two boys playing and laughing on the bed as if nothing had happened. Some one remarked that this was a reward for the filial piety of the parents. It happened on the 20th of the 6th moon. End of chapter 50. Recording by J. Olpecker. Chapter 51 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Olpecker. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 51. Death by Laughing. A Mr. Sun Ching Sha, a marshal of undergraduates, told me that in his village there was a certain man who had been killed by the rebels when they passed through the place. The man's head was left hanging down on his chest, and as soon as the rebels had gone, his servants secured the body and were about to bury it. Hearing, however, a sound of breathing, they looked more closely and found that the windpipe was not wholly severed, and, setting his head in its proper place, they carried him back home. In 24 hours he began to moan, and by dint of carefully feeding him with a spoon, within 6 months he had quite recovered. Some 10 years afterwards he was chatting with a few friends, when one of them made a joke which called forth loud applause from the others. Our hero, too, clapped his hands, but as he was bending backwards and forwards with laughter, the seam on his neck split open, and down fell his head with a gush of blood. His friends now found that he was quite dead, and his father immediately commenced an action against the joker, but a sum of money was subscribed by those present and given to the father, who buried his son and stopped further proceedings. Footnote: the Chinese distinguish 5 degrees of homicide, of which accidental homicide is one. See Penal Code, Book 6. Thus, if a gun goes off of itself in a man's hand and kills a bystander, the holder of the gun is guilty of homicide. But were the same gun lying on a table, it would be regarded as the will of heaven. Similarly, a man is held responsible for any death caused by an animal belonging to him, though in such cases the affair can usually be hushed up by a money payment, no notice being taken of crimes in general unless at the instigation of a prosecutor, at whose will the case may be subsequently withdrawn. Where the circumstances are purely accidental, the law admits of a money compensation. End of chapter 51. Recording by J. Olpecker. Chapter 52 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Olpecker. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 52. Playing at Hanging. A number of wild young fellows were one day out walking, when they saw a young lady approach, riding on a pony. One of them said to the others, "I'll back myself to make that girl laugh," and a supper was at once staked by both sides on the result. Our hero then ran out in front of the pony and kept on shouting, "I'm going to die! I'm going to die!" at the same time pulling out from over the top of a wall a stalk of millet, to which he attached his own waistband, and, tying the latter round his neck, made a pretence of hanging himself. The young lady did laugh as she passed by, to the great amusement of the assembled company. But as when she was already some distance off, their friend did not move, the others laughed louder than ever. However, on going up to him, they saw that his tongue protruded, and that his eyes were glazed. He was, in fact, quite dead. Was it not strange that a man should be able to hang himself on a millet stalk? It is a good warning against practical joking. End of chapter 52. Recording by J. Olpecker. Chapter 53 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Olpecker. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Song-Ling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 53. The Rat Wife. Shan was a native of Cao Mi, and a trader by occupation. He frequently slept at a place called Meng-yi. One day he was delayed on the road by rain, and when he arrived at his usual quarters it was already late in the night. He knocked at all the doors, but no one answered, and he was walking backwards and forwards in the piazza when suddenly a door flew open and an old man came out. He invited the traveller to enter, an invitation to which Shan gladly responded, and tying up his mule he went in. The place was totally unfurnished, and the old man began by saying that it was only out of compassion that he had asked him in, as his house was not an inn. "There are only 3 or 4 of us," added he, "and my wife and daughter are fast asleep. We have some of yesterday's food, which I will get ready for you. You must not object to its being cold." He then went within, and shortly afterwards returned with a low couch, which he placed on the ground, begging his guest to be seated, at the same time hurrying back for a low table, and soon for a number of other things, until at last Shan was quite uncomfortable, and entreated his host to rest himself a while. By and by a young lady came out, bringing some wine, upon which the old man said, "Oh, our A Ch'ien has got up." She was about 16 or 17, a slender and pretty-looking girl, and as Shan had an unmarried brother, he began to think directly that she would do for him. So he inquired of the old man his name and address, to which the latter replied that his name was Ku, and that his children had all died save this one daughter. "I didn't like to wake her just now, but I suppose my wife told her to get up." Shan then asked the name of his son-in-law, and was informed that the young lady was not yet engaged, at which he was secretly very much pleased. A tray of food was now brought in, evidently the remains from the day before, and when he had finished eating, Hsi Shan began respectfully to address the old man as follows. "I am only a poor wayfarer, but I shall never forget the kindness with which you have treated me. Let me presume upon it, and submit to your consideration a plan I have in my head. My younger brother, San Lang, is 17 years old. He is a student, and by no means unsteady or dull. May I hope that you will unite our families together, and not think it presumption on my part?" "I, too, am but a temporary sojourner," replied the old man, rejoicing, "and if you will only let me have a part of your house, I shall be very glad to come and live with you." Hsi Shan consented to this, and got up and thanked him for the promise of his daughter, upon which the old man set to work to make him comfortable for the night, and then went away. At cock-crow he was outside, calling his guest to come and have a wash; and when Hsi Shan had packed up ready to go, he offered to pay for his night's entertainment. This, however, the old man refused, saying, "I could hardly charge a stranger anything for a single meal. How much less could I take money from my intended son-in-law?" They then separated, and in about a month Hsi Shan returned. But when he was a short distance from the village, he met an old woman with a young lady, both dressed in deep mourning. As they approached, he began to suspect it was A Ch'ien, and the young lady, after turning round to look at him, pulled the old woman's sleeve and whispered something in her ear, which Hsi Shan himself did not hear. The old woman stopped immediately, and asked if she was addressing Mr. Hsi, and when informed that she was, she said mournfully, "Alas, my husband has been killed by the falling of a wall. We are going to bury him today. There is no one at home, but please wait here, and we will be back by and by." They then disappeared among the trees, and, returning after a short absence, they walked along together in the dusk of the evening. The old woman complained bitterly of their lonely and helpless state, and Hsi Shan himself was moved to compassion by the sight of her tears. She told him that the people of the neighborhood were a bad lot, and that if he thought of marrying the poor widow's daughter, he had better lose no time in doing so. Hsi Shan said he was willing, and when they reached the house, the old woman, after lighting the lamp and setting food before him, proceeded to speak as follows. "Knowing, sir, that you would shortly arrive, we sold all our grain except about 20 piculs. We cannot take this with us so far. But a mile or so to the north of the village, at the first house you come to, there lives a man named Tan Chuan, who often buys grain from me. Don't think it too much trouble to oblige me by taking a sack with you on your mule and proceeding thither at once. Tell Mr. Tan that the old lady of the southern village has several piculs of grain, which she wishes to sell in order to get money for a journey, and beg him to send some animals to carry it." The old woman then gave him a sack of grain, and Hsi Shan, whipping up his mule, was soon at the place, and, knocking at the door, a great fat fellow came out, to whom he told his errand. Emptying the sack he had brought, he went back himself first, and before long a couple of men arrived, leading 5 mules. The old woman took them into the granary, which was a cellar below ground, and Hsi Shan, going down himself, handed up the bags to the mother and daughter, who passed them on from one to the other. In a little while the men had got a load, with which they went off, returning altogether 4 times before all the grain was exhausted. They then paid the old woman, who kept 1 man and 2 mules, and, packing up her things, set off towards the east. After travelling some 7 miles, day began to break, and by they reached a market town, where the old woman hired animals and sent back Tan's servant. When they arrived at Hsi Shan's home, he related the whole story to his parents, who were very pleased at what had happened, and provided separate apartments for the old lady, at the same time engaging a fortune-teller to fix on a lucky day for A Qian's marriage with their son San Lang. The old woman prepared a handsome trousseau, and as for A Qian herself, she spoke but little, seldom losing her temper, and if anyone addressed her she would only reply with a smile. She employed all her time in spinning, and thus became a general favorite with all alike. "Tell your brother," said she to San Lang, "that when he happens to pass our old residence he will do well not to make any mention of my mother and myself." In 3 or 4 years' time the Hsi family had made plenty of money, and San Lang had taken his bachelor's degree, when one day Hsi Shan happened to pass a night with the people who lived next door to the house where he had met A Qian. After telling them the story of his having had nowhere to sleep, and taking refuge with the old man and woman, his host said to him, "You must make a mistake, sir. The house you allude to belongs to my uncle, but was abandoned 3 years ago in consequence of its being haunted. It has now been uninhabited for a long time. What old man and woman can have entertained you there?" Hsi Shan was very much astonished at this, but did not put much faith in what he heard. Meanwhile his host continued, "For 10 years no one dared enter the house. However, one day the back wall fell down, and my uncle, going to look at it, found, half buried underneath the ruins, a large rat, almost as big as a cat. It was still moving, and my uncle went off to call for assistance, but when he got back the rat had disappeared. Everyone suspected some supernatural agency to be at work, though on returning to the spot 10 days afterwards nothing was to be either heard or seen, and about a year subsequently the place was inhabited once more." Hsi Shan was more than ever amazed at what he now heard, and on reaching home told the family what had occurred, for he feared that his brother's wife was not a human being, and became rather anxious about him. San Lang himself continued to be much attached to A Qian, but by and by the other members of the family let A Qian perceive that they had suspicions about her. So one night she complained to San Lang, saying, "I have been a good wife to you for some years. Now I have become an object of contempt. I pray you give me my divorce, and seek for yourself some worthier mate." She then burst into a flood of tears, whereupon San Lang said, "You should know my feelings by this time. Ever since you entered the house, the family has prospered, and that prosperity is entirely due to you. Who can say it is not so?" "I know full well," replied A ch'ien, "what you feel. Still there are the others, and I do not wish to share the fate of an autumn fan." At length San lang succeeded in pacifying her. But Hsi Shan could not dismiss the subject from his thoughts, and gave out that he was going to get a first-rate mouser with a view to testing A ch'ien. She did not seem very frightened at this, though evidently ill at ease, and one night she told San lang that her mother was not very well, and that he needn't come to bid her good night as usual. In the morning mother and daughter had disappeared, at which San lang was greatly alarmed, and sent out to look for them in every direction. No traces of the fugitives could be discovered, and San lang was overwhelmed with grief, unable either to eat or to sleep. His father and brother thought it was a lucky thing for him, and advised him to console himself with another wife. This, however, he refused to do, until about a year afterwards, nothing more having been heard of A ch'ien, he could not resist their importunities any longer, and bought himself a concubine. But he never ceased to think of A ch'ien, and some years later, when the prosperity of the family was on the wane, they all began to regret her loss. Now San lang had a step-brother named Lan, who, when travelling to Chao-Chou on business, passed a night at the house of a relative named Lu. He noticed that during the night sounds of weeping and lamentation proceeded from their next-door neighbours, but he did not inquire the reason of it. However, on his way back he heard the same sounds, and then asked what was the cause of such demonstrations. Mr. Lu told him that a few years ago an old widow and her daughter had come there to live, and that the mother had died about a month previously, leaving her child quite alone in the world. Lan inquired what her name was, and Mr. Lu said it was Ku. "But," added he, "the door is closely barred, and as they never had any communication with the village, I know nothing of their antecedents." "It's my sister-in-law," cried Lan in amazement, and at once proceeded to knock at the door of the house. Some one came to the front door, and said in a voice that betokened recent weeping, "Who's there? There are no men in this house." Lan looked through a crack, and saw that the young lady really was his sister-in-law, so he called out, "Sister, open the door. I am your step-brother, A sui." A ch'ien immediately opened the door and asked him in, and recounted to him the whole story of her troubles. "Your husband," said Lan, "is always thinking of you. For a trifling difference you need hardly have run away so far from him." He then proposed to hire a vehicle and take her home, but A ch'ien replied, "I came hither with my mother to hide because I was held in contempt, and should make myself ridiculous by now returning thus. If I am to go back, my elder brother Hsi Shan must no longer live with us, otherwise I will assuredly poison myself." Lan then went home and told San lang, who set off and travelled all night until he reached the place where A ch'ien was. Husband and wife were overjoyed to meet again, and the following day San lang notified the landlord of the house where A ch'ien had been living. Now this landlord had long desired to secure A Ch'ien as a concubine for himself, and after making no claim for rent for several years, he began to hint as much to her mother. The old lady, however, refused flatly, but shortly afterwards she died, and then the landlord thought that he might be able to succeed. At this juncture San Lang arrived, and the landlord sought to hamper him by putting in his claim for rent. And as San Lang was anything but well off at the moment, it really did annoy him very much. A Ch'ien here came to the rescue, showing San Lang a large quantity of grain she had in the house, and bidding him use it to settle accounts with the landlord. The latter declared he could not accept grain, but must be paid in silver, whereupon A Ch'ien sighed and said it was all her unfortunate self that had brought this upon them, at the same time telling San Lang of the landlord's former proposition. San Lang was very angry, and was about to take out a summons against him, when Mr. Lu interposed, and, by selling the grain in the neighborhood, managed to collect sufficient money to pay off the rent. San Lang and his wife then returned home, and the former, having explained the circumstances to his parents, separated his household from that of his brother. A Ch'ien now proceeded to build, with her own money, a granary, which was a matter of some astonishment to the family, there not being 100 weight of grain in the place. But in about a year the granary was full, and before very long San Lang was a rich man, Xi Shan remaining as poor as before. Accordingly, A Ch'ien persuaded her husband's parents to come and live with them, and made frequent presents of money to the elder brother, so that her husband said, "Well, at any rate you bear no malice." "Your brother's behaviour," replied she, "was from his regard for you. Had it not been for him, you and I would never have met." After this there were no more supernatural manifestations. End of chapter 53. Recording by J. Olpecker.
Chapter 54 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry, Johnson City, Tennessee. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Su-Ling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 54. The Man Who Was Thrown Down a Well. Mr. Tai of Anxing was a wild fellow when young. One day, when he was returning home tipsy, he met by the way a dead cousin of his named Chi, and having, in his drunken state, quite forgotten that his cousin was dead, he asked him where he was going. "I am already a disembodied spirit," replied Chi. "Don't you remember?" Tai was a little disturbed at this, but being under the influence of liquor, he was not frightened, and inquired of his cousin what he was doing in the realms below. "I am employed as scribe," said Chi, "in the court of the great king." "Then you must know all about our happiness and misfortunes to come," cried Tai. "It was my business," answered his cousin, "so of course I know. But I see such an enormous mass that, unless of special reference to myself or family, I take no notice of any of it. 3 days ago, by the way, I saw your name in the register." Tai immediately asked what there was about himself, and his cousin replied, "I will not deceive you. Your name was put down for a dark and dismal hell." Tai was dreadfully alarmed, and at the same time sobered, and entreated his cousin to assist him in some way. "You may try," said Chai. "What merit will do you as a means of mitigating your punishment? But the register of your sins is as thick as my finger, and nothing short of the most deserving acts will be of any avail. What can a poor fellow like myself do for you? Were you to perform one good act every day, you would not complete the necessary total under a year and more, and it is now too late for that. But henceforth amend your ways, and there may be a chance of escape for you." When Tai heard these words, he prostrated himself on the ground, imploring his cousin to help him. But on raising his head, Chai had disappeared, and therefore returned softly home, and set to work to cleanse his heart and order his behavior. Now Tai's next-door neighbor had long suspected him of paying too much attention to his wife, and one day meeting Tai in the fields shortly after the events narrated above, he inveigled him into inspecting a dry well, and then pushed him down. The well was many feet deep, and the man felt certain that Tai was killed. However, in the middle of the night he came round, and sitting at the bottom, he began to shout for assistance, but could not make any one hear him. On the following day, the neighbor, fearing that Tai might possibly have recovered consciousness, he went to listen at the mouth of the well, and hearing him cry out for help, and began to throw down a quantity of stones. Tai took refuge in a cave at the side, and did not dare utter another sound. But his enemy knew he was not dead, and forthwith filled the well almost to the top with earth. In the cave it was dark as pitch, exactly like the infernal regions, and not being able to get anything to eat or drink, Tai gave up all hopes of life. He crawled on his hands and knees further into the cave, but was prevented by water from going further than a few paces, and returned to take up his position at the old spot. At first he felt hungry. By and by, however, this sensation passed away, and then reflecting that there at the bottom of the well he could hardly perform any good action, he passed his time in calling loudly on the name of Buddha. Before long he saw a number of will-o'-wisps flittering over the water and illuminating the glow of the cave, and immediately prayed to them, saying, "O Willy the Wisps, I have heard that ye are the shades of wronged and injured people. I have not long to live, and am without hope of escape. Still I would gladly relieve the monotony of my situation by exchanging a few words with you." Thereupon all the wills came flittering across the water to him, and among them was a man about half the ordinary size. Tai asked him whence he came, to which he replied, "This is an old coal mine. The proprietor, in working the coal, disturbed the position of some graves, and Mr. Lu Fei flooded the mine and drowned 43 workmen. We are the shades of those men." He further said that he did not know who Mr. Lu Fei was, except that he was secretary to the city god, and that in compassion for the misfortunes of the innocent workmen, he was in the habit of sending them a quantity of gruel every 3 or 4 days. "But the cold water," added he, "soaks into our bones, and there is but small chance of ever getting them removed. If, sir, you some day return to the world above, I pray you fish up our decaying bones, and bury them in some public burying ground. You will thus earn for yourself boundless gratitude in the realms below." Tai promised that if he had the luck to escape, he would do as they wished. "But how," cried he, "situated as I am, can I ever hope to look again upon the light of day?" He then began to teach the wills to say their prayers, making for them beads out of bits of mud, and repeating to them the liturgies of Buddha. He could not tell night from morning. He slept when he felt tired, and when he waked he sat up. Suddenly he perceived in the distance the light of lamps, at which the shades all rejoiced, and said, "It is Mr. Lu Fei with our food." They then invited Tai to go with them, and when he said he couldn't because of the water, they bore him along over it so that he hardly seemed to walk. After twisting and turning about for nearly a quarter of a mile, he reached a place at which the wills bade him walk by himself, and then he appeared to mount a flight of steps, at the top of which he found himself in an apartment lighted by a candle as thick round as one's arm. Not having seen the light of fire for some time, he was overjoyed and walked in, but observing an old man in a scholar's dress and cap seated in the post of honor, he stopped, not liking to advance further. But the old man had already caught sight of him, and asked him how he, a living man, had come there. Tai threw himself on the ground at his feet and told him all, whereupon the old man cried out, "My great-grandson!" He then bade him get up, and offering him a seat, explained that his own name was Tai Ch'ien, and that he was otherwise known as Lu Fei. He said, moreover, that in days gone by a worthless grandson of his named Chang had associated himself with a lot of scoundrels, and sunk a well near his grave, disturbing the peace of his everlasting night, and that therefore he had flooded the place with salt water and drowned them. He then inquired as to the general condition of the family at that time. Now Tai was a descendant of one of the 5 brothers, from the eldest of whom Chang himself was also descended, and an influential man of the place had bribed Tseng to open a mine alongside the family grave. His brothers were afraid to interfere, and by the water rose and drowned all the workmen, whereupon actions for damages were commenced by the relatives of the deceased, and Tang and his friends were reduced to poverty, and Tang's descendants to absolute destitution. Tai was the son of one of Tang's brothers, and having heard this story from his seniors, now repeated it to the old man. "How could they be otherwise than unfortunate," cried the latter, "with such an unfilial progenitor? But since you have come hither, you must on no account neglect your studies." The old man then provided him with food and wine, and spreading a volume of essays according to the old style before him, bade him study it most carefully. He also gave him themes for composition, and corrected his essays as if he had been his tutor. The candle remained always burning in the room, never needing to be snuffed and never deceasing. When he was tired he would go to sleep, but he never knew day from night. The old man occasionally went out, leaving a boy to attend to his great-grandson's wants. It seemed that several years passed away thus, but Tai had no troubles of any kind to annoy him. He had no other book except the volume of essays, 100 in all, which he read through more than 4,000 times. One day the man said to him, "Your term of expiation is nearly completed, and you will be able to return to the world above. My grave is near the coal mine, and the gosser breeze plays upon my bones. Remember to remove them to Taiyuan." Tai promised that he would see to this, and then the old man summoned all the shades together, and instructed them to escort Tai back to the place where he had found him. The shades now bowed one after the other, and begged Tai to think of them as well. while Tai himself was quite at a loss to guess how he was going to get out. Meanwhile, Tai's family had searched for him everywhere, and his mother had brought his case to the notice of the officials, thereby implicating a large number of persons, but without getting any trace of the missing man. 3 or 4 years passed away, and there was a change of magistrate, in consequence of which the search was relaxed, and Tai's wife, not being happy where she was, married another husband. Just then an inhabitant of the place set about repairing the old well, and found Tai's body in the cave at the bottom. Touching it, he found it was not dead, and at once gave information to the family. Tai was promptly conveyed home, and within a day he could tell his own story. Since he had been down the well, the neighbor who pushed him in had beaten his own wife to death, and his father-in-law having brought an action against him, he had been in confinement for more than a year, while the case was being investigated. When released, he was a mere bag of bones, and then hearing that Tai had come back to life, he was terribly alarmed and fled away. The family tried to persuade Tai to take proceedings against him, but this would not do, alleging that what had befallen him was a proper punishment for his own bad behavior, and had nothing to do with the neighbor. Upon this, the said neighbor ventured to return, and when the water in the well had dried up, Tai hired men to go down and collect the bones, which he put in coffins and buried all together in one place. He next hunted up Mr. Lu Fei's name in the family tables of genealogy, and proceeded to sacrifice all kinds of nice things at his tomb. By and by, the literal chancellor heard this strange story, and was also very pleased with Tai's compositions. Accordingly, Tai passed successfully through his examinations, and having taken his master's degree, returned home and reburied Mr. Lu Fei at Pyongyang, repairing thither regularly every spring without fail. End of chapter 54. Recording by Larry, Johnson City, Tennessee.
Chapter 55 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 55. The Virtuous Daughter-In-Law. An Ta-Ch'eng was a Ch'eng man. His father, who had gained the master's degree, died early, and his brother, Ch'eng, was a mere boy. He himself had married a wife from the Chen family, whose name was Shan-Hu, and this young lady had much to put up with from the violent and malicious disposition of her husband's mother. However, she never complained, and every morning dressed herself up smart and went in to pay her respects to the old lady. Once, when Ta-Ch'eng was ill, his mother abused Shan-Hu for dressing so nicely, whereupon Shan-Hu went back and changed her clothes. But even then Mrs. An was not satisfied, and began to tear her own hair with rage. Ta-Ch'eng, who was a very filial son, at once gave his wife a beating, and this put an end to the scene. From that moment his mother hated her more than ever, and although she was everything that a daughter-in-law could be, would never exchange a word with her. Ta-Ch'eng then treated her in much the same way, that his mother might see he would have nothing to do with her. Still the old lady wasn't pleased, and was always blaming Shan-Hu for every trifle that occurred. "A wife," cried Ta-Ch'eng, "is taken to wait upon her mother-in-law. This state of things hardly looks like the wife doing her duty." So he bade Shan-Hu be gone, and sent an old maidservant to see her home. But when Shan-Hu got outside the village gate, she burst into tears and said, "How can a girl who has failed in her duties as a wife ever dare to look her parents in the face? I had better die." Thereupon she drew a pair of scissors and stabbed herself in the throat, covering herself immediately with blood. The servant prevented any further mischief, and supported her to the house of her husband's aunt, who was a widow living by herself, and who made Shan-hu stay with her. The servant went back and told Ta-ch'eng, and he bade her say nothing to any one, for fear his mother should hear of it. In a few days Shan-hu's wound was healed, and Ta-ch'eng went off to ask his aunt to send her away. His aunt invited him in, but he declined, demanding loudly that Shan-hu should be turned out, and in a few moments Shan-hu herself came forth and inquired what she had done. Ta-ch'eng said she had failed in her duty towards his mother, whereupon Shan-hu hung her head and made no answer, while tears of blood trickled from her eyes and stained her dress all over. Footnote. Such is the Chinese idiom for what we should call bitter tears. This phrase is constantly employed in the notices of the death of a parent sent round to friends and relatives. End of footnote. Ta-ch'eng was much touched by this spectacle, and went away without saying any more. But before long his mother heard all about it, and hurrying off to the aunts, began abusing her roundly. This the aunt would not stand, and said it was all the fault of her own bad temper, adding, "The girl has already left you, and has nothing more to do with the family. Miss Chen is staying with me, not your daughter-in-law, so you had better mind your own business." This made Mrs. An furious, but she was at a loss for an answer, and seeing that the aunt was firm, she went off home abashed and in tears. Shan-hu herself was very much upset, and determined to seek shelter elsewhere, finally taking up her abode with Mrs. An's elder sister, a lady of 60-odd years of age, whose son had died, leaving his wife and child to his mother's care. This Mrs. Yu was extremely fond of Shan-hu, and when she heard the facts of the case said it was all her sister's horrid disposition, and proposed to send Shan-hu back. The latter, however, would not hear of this, and they continued to live together like mother and daughter. Neither would Shan-hu accept the invitation of her two brothers to return home and marry someone else, but remained there with Mrs. Yu, earning enough to live upon by spinning and such work. Ever since Shan-hu had been sent away, Ta-ch'eng's mother had been endeavoring to get him another wife, but the fame of her temper had spread far and wide, and no one would entertain her proposals. In 3 or 4 years, Cheng had grown up, and he was married first to a young lady named Tseng, whose temper turned out to be something fearful, and far more ungovernable even than her mother-in-law's. When the latter only looked angry, Tseng was already at the shrieking stage, and Cheng, being of a very meek disposition, dared not side with either. Thus it came about that Mrs. An began to be in mortal fear of Tseng, and whenever her daughter-in-law was in a rage, she would try and turn off her anger with a smile. She seemed never to be able to please Tseng, who in her turn worked her mother-in-law like a slave, Ta-ch'eng himself not venturing to interfere, but only assisting his mother in washing the dishes and sweeping the floor. Mother and son would often go to some secluded spot, and there, in secret, tell their griefs to one another. But before long Mrs. An was stretched upon a sick bed, with nobody to attend her except Ta-ch'eng. He watched her day and night without sleeping, until both eyes were red and inflamed, and then, when he went to summon the younger son to take his place, Tseng told him to leave the house. Ta-ch'eng now went off to inform Mrs. Yu, hoping that she would come and assist, and he had hardly finished his tale of woe before Shan-hu walked in. In great confusion at seeing her, he would have left immediately, had not Shan held out her arms across the door, whereupon he bolted underneath them and escaped. He did not dare tell his mother, and shortly afterwards Mrs. Yu arrived, to the great joy of Ta-ch'eng's mother, who made her stay in the house. Every day something nice was sent for Mrs. Yu, and even when she told the servants that there was no occasion for it, she having all she wanted at her sister's, the things still came as usual. However, she kept none of them for herself, but gave what came to the invalid, who gradually began to improve. Mrs. Yu's grandson also used to come by his mother's orders, and inquire after the sick lady's health, besides bringing a packet of cakes and so on for her. "Ah me!" cried Mrs. An, "what a good daughter-in-law you have got, to be sure! What have you done to her?" "What sort of a person was the one you sent away?" asked her sister in reply. "She wasn't as bad as some one I know of," said Mrs. An, "though not so good as yours." "When she was here you had but little to do," replied Mrs. Yu, "and when you were angry she took no notice of it. How was she not as good?" Mrs. An then burst into tears, and saying how sorry she was, asked if Shan-hu had married again, to which Mrs. Yü replied that she did not know, but would make inquiries. In a few more days the patient was quite well, and Mrs. Yü proposed to return. Her sister, however, begged her to stay, and declared she should die if she didn't. Mrs. Yü then advised that Chang and his wife should live in a separate house, and Chang spoke about it to his wife, but she would not agree, and abused both Cheng and his mother alike. It ended by Cheng giving up a large share of the property, and ultimately Tseng consented, and a deed of separation was drawn up. Mrs. Yü then went away, returning next day with a sedan chair to carry her sister back, and no sooner had the latter put her foot inside Mrs. Yü's door than she asked to see the daughter-in-law, whom she immediately began to praise very highly. "Ah," said Mrs. Yü, "she's a good girl, with her little faults like the rest of us, but your daughter-in-law is just as good, though you are not aware of it." "Alas," replied her sister, "I must have been as senseless as a statue not to have seen what she was." "I wonder what Shan-hu, whom you turned out of doors, says of you," rejoined Mrs. Yü. "Why, swears at me, of course," answered Mrs. An. "If you examine yourself honestly, and find nothing which should make people swear at you, is it at all likely you would be sworn at?" asked Mrs. Yü. "Well, all people are fallible," replied the other, "and as I know she is not perfect, I conclude she would naturally swear at me." If a person has just cause for resentment, and yet does not indulge that resentment, such behavior should meet with a grateful acknowledgment; or if any one has just cause for leaving another, and yet does not do so, such behavior should entitle them to kind treatment. Now all the things that were sent when you were ill, and all the various little attentions, did not come from my daughter-in-law, but from yours." Mrs. An was amazed at hearing this, and asked for some explanation. Whereupon Mrs. Yü continued, "Shan-hu has been living here for a long time. Everything she sent to you was bought with money earned by her spinning, and that too continued late into the night." Mrs. An here burst into tears, and begged to be allowed to see Shan-hu, who came in at Mrs. Yü's summons, and threw herself on the ground at her mother-in-law's feet. Mrs. An was much abashed, and beat her head with shame, but Mrs. Yü made it all up between them, and they became mother and daughter as at first. In about 10 days they went home, and as their property was not enough to support them, Ch'eng had to work with his pen, while his wife did the same with her needle. Ch'eng was quite well off, but his brother would not apply to him, neither did he himself offer to help them. Tseng, too, would have nothing to do with her sister-in-law, because she had been divorced, and Shan-hu, in her turn, knowing what Tseng-ku's temper was, made no great efforts to be friendly. So the two brothers lived apart, and when Tseng-ku was in one of her outrageous moods, all the others would stop their ears, till at length there was only her husband and the servants upon whom to vent her spleen. One day a maid-servant of hers committed suicide, and the father of the girl brought an action against Tseng-ku for having caused her death. Ch'eng went off to the mandarin's to take her place as defendant, but only got a good beating for his pains, as the magistrate insisted that Tseng-ku herself should appear and answer to the charge, in spite of all her friends could do. The consequence was she had her fingers squeezed until the flesh was entirely taken off. Footnote: an illegal form of punishment under the present dynasty, which authorizes only bambooing of 2 kinds, each of 5 degrees of severity: banishment of 3 degrees of duration, transportation for life of 3 degrees of distance, and death of 2 kinds, namely by strangulation and decapitation. That torture is occasionally resorted to by the officers of the Chinese Empire is an indisputable fact. That it is commonly employed by the whole body of mandarins could only be averred by those who have not had the opportunities or the desire to discover the actual truth. End footnote. And the magistrate, being a grasping man, a very severe fine was inflicted as well. Ch'eng now had to mortgage his property before he could raise enough money to get Tseng-ku released, but before long the mortgagee threatened to foreclose, and he was obliged to enter into negotiations for the sale of it to an old gentleman of the village, named Jen. Now Mr. Jen, knowing that half the property had belonged to Ch'eng, said the deed of sale must be signed by the elder brother as well. However, when Ch'eng reached his house, the old man cried out, "I am Mr. An, M.A. Who is this Jen that he should buy my property?" Then Looking at Ta-Ch'eng, he added, "The filial piety of you and your wife has obtained for me in the realms below this interview." Upon which Ta-Ch'eng said, "O father, since you have this power, help my younger brother." "The unfilial son and the vixenish daughter-in-law," said the old man, "deserve no pity. Go home and quickly buy back our ancestral property." "We have barely enough to live on," replied Ta-Ch'eng. "Where, then, shall we find the necessary money?" "Beneath the crape myrtle tree," answered his father, "you will find a store of silver, which you may take and use for this purpose." Ta-Ch'eng would have questioned him further, but the old gentleman said no more, recovering consciousness shortly afterwards, without knowing a word of what had happened. [Footnote: That is, old Mr. Jen's body had been possessed by the disembodied spirit of Ta-Ch'eng's father. Ta-Ch'eng went back and told his brother, who did not altogether believe the story. Tsang-ku, however, hurried off with a number of men, and had soon dug a hole 4 or 5 feet deep, at the bottom of which they found a quantity of brick and stones, but no gold. She then gave up the idea and returned home, Ta-Ch'eng having meanwhile warned his mother and wife not to go near the place while she was digging. When Tsang-ku left, Mrs. An went herself to have a look, and seeing only bricks and earth mingled together, she too retraced her steps. Shan-hu was the next to go, and she found the hole full of silver bullion, and then Ta-Ch'eng repaired to the spot and saw that there was no mistake about it. Not thinking it right to apply this heirloom to his own private use, he now summoned Chang to share it, and having obtained twice as much as was necessary to redeem the estate, the brothers returned to their homes. Chang and Tsang-ku opened their half together, when lo! the bag was full of tiles and rubbish. They at once suspected Ta-Ch'eng of deceiving them, and Chang ran off to see how things were going at his brother's. He arrived just as Ta-Ch'eng was spreading the silver on the table, and with his mother and wife rejoicing over their acquisition, and when he had told them what had occurred, Ta-Ch'eng expressed much sympathy for him, and at once presented him with his own half of the treasure. Chang was delighted, and paid off the mortgage on the land, feeling very grateful to his brother for such kindness. Tsang-ku, however, declared it was proof that Ta-Ch'eng had been cheating him, for how otherwise, argued she, can you understand a man sharing anything with another, and then resigning his own half? Chang himself did not know what to think of it, but next day the mortgagee sent to say that the money paid in was all imitation silver, and that he was about to lay the case before the authorities. Husband and wife were greatly alarmed at this, and Tsang-ku exclaimed, "Well, I never thought your brother was as bad as this. He's simply trying to take your life." Chang himself was in a terrible fright, and hurried off to the mortgagee to entreat for mercy. But as the latter was extremely angry and would hear of no compromise, Chang was obliged to make over the property to him to dispose of himself. The money was then returned, and when he got home he found that 2 lumps had been cut through, showing merely an outside layer of silver about as thick as an onion leaf, covering nothing but copper within. Tsang-ku and Chang then agreed to keep the broken pieces themselves, but send the rest back to Ta-Ch'eng with a message, saying that they were deeply indebted to him for all his kindness, and that they had ventured to retain 2 of the lumps of silver out of compliment to the giver; also that Ta-Ch'eng might consider himself the owner of the mortgaged land, which he could redeem or not as he pleased. Ta-Ch'eng, who did not perceive the intention in all this, refused to accept the land. However, Chang entreated him to do so, and at last he consented. When he came to weigh the money, he found it was 5 ounces short, and therefore bade Shan-hu pawn something from her jewel box to make up the amount, with which he proceeded to pay off the mortgage. The mortgagee, suspecting it was the same money that had been offered him by Chang, cut the pieces in halves, and saw that it was all silver of the purest quality. Accordingly, he accepted it in liquidation of his claim, and handed the mortgage back to Ta-Ch'eng. Meanwhile, Chang had been expecting some catastrophe, but when he found that the mortgaged land had been redeemed, he did not know what to make of it. Tsang-ku thought that at the time of the digging Ta-Ch'eng had concealed the genuine silver, and immediately rushed off to his house and began to revile them all around. Ta-Ch'eng now understood why they had sent him back the money, and Shan-hu laughed and said, "The property is safe. Why, then, this anger?" Thereupon she made Ta-Ch'eng hand over the deeds to Tsang-ku. One night after this, Chang's father appeared to him in a dream and reproached him, saying,
Unfilial son, unfraternal brother, your hour is at hand. Wherefore usurp rights that do not belong to you? In the morning, Chang told Tseng of his dream, and proposed to return the property to his brother, but she only laughed at him for a fool. Just then, the eldest of his 2 sons, a boy of 7, died of smallpox, and this frightened Tseng so that she agreed to restore the deeds. Ta-Ch'eng would not accept them, and now the second child, a boy of 3, died also. Whereupon Tseng seized the deeds and threw them into her brother-in-law's house. Spring was over, but the land was in a terribly neglected state, so Ta-Ch'eng set to work and put it in order again. From this moment Tseng was a changed woman towards her mother and sister-in-law, and when 6 months later Mrs. An died, she was so grieved that she refused to take any nourishment. "Alas," cried she, "that my mother-in-law has died thus early, and prevented me from waiting upon her. Heaven will not allow me to retrieve my past errors." Tseng had 13 children, but as none of them lived, they were obliged to adopt one of Ta-Ch'eng's, who, with his wife, lived to a good old age and had 3 sons, 2 of whom took their doctor's degree. People said this was a reward for filial piety and brotherly love. End of chapter 55.
Chapter 56 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in July 2016. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1 by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 56. Dr. Tseng's Dream. There was a Fokien gentleman named Tseng who had just taken his doctor's degree. One day he was out walking with several other recently elected doctors when they heard that at a temple hard by there lived an astrologer, and accordingly the party proceeded thither to get their fortunes told. They went in and sat down, and the astrologer made some very complimentary remarks to Tseng, at which he fanned himself and smiled, saying, "Have I any chance of ever wearing the dragon robes and the jade girdle?" Footnote, that is, of rising to the highest offices of state. End footnote. The astrologer immediately put on a serious face and replied that he would be a Secretary of State during 20 years of national tranquillity. Thereupon Tseng was much pleased and began to give himself greater airs than ever. A slight rain coming on, they sought shelter in the priest's quarters, where they found an old bonze, with sunken eyes and a big nose, sitting upon a mat. He took no notice of the strangers, who, after having bowed to him, stretched themselves upon the couches to chat, not forgetting to congratulate Tseng upon the destiny which had been foretold him. Tseng, too, seemed to think the thing was a matter of certainty, and mentioned the names of several friends he intended to advance, amongst others the old family butler. Roars of laughter greeted this announcement, mingled with the patter-patter of the increasing rain outside. Tseng then curled himself up for a nap, when suddenly in walked 2 officials bearing a commission under the Great Seal, appointing Tseng to the Grand Secretariat. As soon as Tseng understood their errand, he rushed off at once to pay his respects to the Emperor, who graciously detained him some time in conversation, and then issued instructions that the promotion and dismissals of all officers below the 3rd grade should be vested in Tseng alone. Footnote. Chinese official life is divided into 9 grades. End footnote. He was next presented with the dragon robes, the jade girdle, and a horse from the imperial stables, after which he performed the kowtow before His Majesty and took his leave. He then went home, but it was no longer the old home of his youth. Painted beams, carved pillars, and a general profusion of luxury and elegance made him wonder where on earth he was, until, nervously stroking his beard, he ventured to call out in a low tone. Immediately the responses of numberless attendants echoed through the place like thunder. Presents of costly food were sent to him by all the grandees, and his gate was absolutely blocked up by the crowds of retainers who were constantly coming and going. When privy councillors came to see him, he would rush out in haste to receive them. When under-secretaries of state visited him, he made them a polite bow, but to all below these he would hardly vouchsafe a word. The governor of Shanxi sent him 12 singing girls, 2 of whom, Ni and Fairy, he made his favorites. All day long he had nothing to do but find amusement as best he could, until he bethought himself that formerly a man named Wang had often assisted him with money. Thereupon he memorialized the throne and obtained official employment for him. Then he recollected that there was another man to whom he owed a long-standing grudge. He at once caused this man, who was in the government service, to be impeached and stripped of his rank and dignities. Thus he squared accounts with both. One day, when out in his chair, a drunken man bumped against one of his tablet-bearers. Footnote: The retinue of a high mandarin is composed as follows. First, gong-bearers, then bannermen, tablet-bearers, on which tablets are inscribed the titles of the official, a large red umbrella, mounted attendants, a box containing a change of clothes, bearers of regalia, a second gong, a small umbrella or sunshade, a large wooden fan, executioners, lictors from hell who wear tall hats, a mace, called a golden melon, bamboos for bambooing, incense-bearers, more attendants, and now the great man himself, followed by a bodyguard of soldiers and a few personal attendants, amounting in all to nearly 100 persons, many of whom are mere street rowdies or beggars, hired at a trifling outlay when required to join what might otherwise be an imposing procession. The scanty retinues of foreign officials in China still continue to excite the scorn of the populace, who love to compare the ragtag and bobtail magnificence of their own functionaries with the modest show even of His Britannic Majesty's minister at Pekin. Tseng had him seized and sent in to the mayor's yamen, where he died under the bamboo. Owners of land adjoining his would make him a present of the richest portions, fearing the consequences if they did not do so, and thus he became very wealthy, almost on a par with the state itself. By and by, Ni and Fairy died, and Tseng was overwhelmed with grief. Suddenly he remembered that in former years he had seen a beautiful girl whom he wished to purchase as a concubine, but want of money had then prevented him from carrying out his intention. Now there was no longer that difficulty, and accordingly he sent off 2 trusty servants to get the girl by force. In a short time she arrived, when he found that she had grown more beautiful than ever, and so his cup of happiness was full. But years rolled on, and gradually his fellow officials became estranged, Tseng taking no notice of their behavior, until at last one of them impeached him to the throne in a long and bitter memorial. Happily, however, the emperor still regarded him with favor, and for some time kept the memorial by him unanswered. Then followed a joint memorial from the whole of the Privy Council, including those who had once thronged his doors, and had falsely called him their dear father. The imperial rescript to this document was banishment to Yunnan. Footnote: a land journey of about 3 months, ending in a region which the Chinese have always regarded as semi-barbarous. His son, who was governor of Ping-yang, being also implicated in his guilt. When Tseng heard the news, he was overcome with fear, but an armed guard was already at his gate, and the lictors were forcing their way into his innermost apartments. They tore off his robe and official hat, and bound him and his wife with cords. Then they collected together in the hall his gold, his silver, and bank-notes to the value of many 100,000s of taels. His pearls and jade and precious stones filled many bushel baskets. His curtains and screens and beds and other articles of furniture were brought out by thousands, while the swaddling clothes of his infant boy and the shoes of his little girl were lying littered about the steps. It was a sad sight for Tseng, but a worse blow was that of his concubine carried off almost lifeless before his eyes, himself not daring to utter a word. Then all the apartments, storerooms, and treasuries were sealed up, and, with a volley of curses, the soldiers bade Tseng begone, and proceeded to leave the place, dragging Tseng with them. The husband and wife prayed that they might be allowed some old cart, but this favour was denied them. After about 10 li, Tseng's wife could barely walk, her feet being swollen and sore. Tseng helped her along as best he could, but another 10 li reduced him to a state of abject fatigue. By and by they saw before them a great mountain, the summit of which was lost in the clouds, and, fearing they should be made to ascend it, Tseng and his wife stood still and began to weep. The lictors, however, clamoured round them and would permit of no rest. The sun was rapidly sinking, and there was no place at hand where they could obtain shelter for the night. So they continued on their weary way until about half-way up the hill, when his wife's strength was quite exhausted, and she sat down by the roadside. Tseng too halted to rest, in spite of the soldiers and their abuse, but they had hardly stopped a moment before down came a band of robbers upon them, each with a sharp knife in his hand. The soldiers immediately took to their heels, and Tseng fell on his knees before the robbers, saying, "I am a poor criminal going into banishment and have nothing to give you. I pray you spare my life." But the robbers sternly replied, "We are all the victims of your crimes, and now we want your wicked head." Then Tseng began to revile them, saying, "Dogs, though I am under sentence of banishment, I am still an officer of the state." But the robbers cursed him again, flourishing a sword over his neck, and the next thing he heard was the noise of his own head as it fell with a thud to the ground. At the same instant 2 devils stepped forward and seized him each by one hand, compelling him to go with them. After a little while they arrived at a great city where there was a hideously ugly king sitting upon a throne, judging between good and evil. Tseng crawled before him on his hands and knees to receive sentence, and the king, after turning over a few pages of his register, thundered out, "The punishment of a traitor who has brought misfortune on his country, the cauldron of boiling oil." To this 10,000 devils responded with a cry like a clap of thunder, and one huge monster led Tseng down alongside the cauldron, which was 7 feet in height, and surrounded on all sides by blazing fuel, so that it was of a glowing red heat. Tseng shrieked for mercy, but it was all up with him, for the devil seized him by the hair and the small of his back, and pitched him headlong in. Down he fell with a splash, and rose and sank with the bubbling of the oil, which ate through his flesh into his very vitals. He longed to die, but death would not come to him. After about half an hour's boiling, a devil took him out on a pitchfork and threw him down before the infernal king, who again consulted his notebook and said, "You relied on your position to treat others with contumely and injustice, for which you must suffer on the sword hill." Again he was led away by devils to a large hill thickly studded with sharp swords, their points upwards like the shoots of bamboo, with here and there the remains of many miserable wretches who had suffered before him. Tseng again cried for mercy and crouched upon the ground, but a devil bored into him with a poisoned awl until he screamed with pain. He was then seized and flung up high into the air, falling down right on the sword points to his most frightful agony. This was repeated several times until he was almost hacked to pieces. He was then brought once more before the king, who asked what was the amount of his peculations while on earth. Immediately an accountant came forward with an abacus, and said that the whole sum was 3,210,000 taels, whereupon the king replied, "Let him drink that amount." Forthwith the devils piled up a great heap of gold and silver, and, when they had melted it in a huge crucible, began pouring it into Tseng's mouth. The pain was excruciating as the molten metal ran down his throat into his vitals, but since in life he had never been able to get enough of the dross, it was determined he should feel no lack of it then. He was half a day drinking it, and then the king ordered him away to be born again as a woman in Kanchou. A few steps brought them to a huge frame, where on an iron axle revolved the mighty wheel many hundred yojanas in circumference, and shining with a brilliant light. The devils flogged Tseng onto the wheel, and he shut his eyes as he stepped up. Then whiz! And away he went, feet foremost, round with the wheel, until he felt himself tumble off, and a cold thrill ran through him when he opened his eyes and found he was changed into a girl. He saw his father and mother in rags and tatters, and in one corner a beggar's bowl and a staff, and understand the calamity that had befallen him. Day after day he begged about the streets, and his inside rumbled for want of food. He had no clothes to his back. At 14 years of age he was sold to a gentleman as concubine, and then, though food and clothes were not wanting, he had to put up with the scoldings and floggings of the wife, who one day burnt him with a hot iron. Luckily the gentleman took a fancy to him and treated him well, which kindness Tseng repaid by an irreproachable fidelity. It happened, however, that on one occasion when they were chatting together, burglars broke into the house and killed the gentleman, Tseng having escaped by hiding himself under the bed. Thereupon he was immediately charged by the wife with murder, and on being taken before the authorities was sentenced to die the lingering death. This sentence was at once carried out with tortures more horrible than any in all the courts of purgatory, in the middle of which Tseng heard one of his companions call out, "Hullo there, you've got the nightmare!" Tseng got up and rubbed his eyes, and his friends said, "It's quite late in the day, and we're all very hungry." But the old priest smiled and asked him if the prophecy as to his future rank was true or not. Tseng bowed and begged him to explain, whereupon the old priest said, "For those who cultivate virtue, a lily will grow up even in the fiery pit." Tseng had gone thither full of pride and vainglory. He went home an altered man. From that day he thought no more of becoming a Secretary of State, but retired into the hills, and I know not what became of him after that. End of chapter 56.
Chapter 57 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Olpecker. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 57. The Country of the Cannibals. At Chao-Ch'eng there lived a man named Su, who gained his living by trading across the sea. On one occasion he was carried far out of his course by a violent tempest, and reached a country of high hills and dense jungle, where, after making fast his boat and taking provisions with him, he landed, hoping to meet with some of the inhabitants. He then saw that the rocks were covered with large holes, like the cells of bees, and, hearing the sound of voices from within, he stopped in front of one of them and peeped in. To his infinite horror, he beheld two hideous beings with thick rows of horrid fangs, and eyes that glared like lamps, engaged in tearing to pieces and devouring some raw deer's flesh. And, turning round, he would have fled instantly from the spot, had not the cave-men already espied him, and, leaving their food, they seized him and dragged him in. Thereupon ensued a chattering between them, resembling the noise of birds or beasts, and they proceeded to pull off Hsu's clothes as if about to eat him. But Hsu, who was frightened almost to death, offered them the food he had in his wallet, which they ate up with great relish, and looked inside for more. Hsu waved his hand to shew it was all finished, and then they angrily seized him again, at which he cried out, "I have a saucepan in my boat, and can cook you some." The cave-men did not understand what he said, but by dint of gesticulating freely, they at length seemed to have an idea of what he meant, and, having taken him down to the shore to fetch the saucepan, they returned with him to the cave, where he lighted a fire and cooked the remainder of the deer, with the flavour of which they appeared to be mightily pleased. At night they rolled a big stone to the mouth of the cave, fearing lest he should try to escape, and Hsu himself lay down at a distance from them, in doubt as to whether his life would be spared. At daybreak the cave-men went out, leaving the entrance blocked, and by came back with a deer, which they gave to Hsu to cook. Hsu flayed the carcass, and from a remote corner of the cave took some water and prepared a large quantity, which was no sooner ready than several other cave-men arrived to join in the feast. When they had finished all there was, they made signs that Hsu's saucepan was too small, and 3 or 4 days afterwards they brought him a large one of the same shape as those in common use amongst men, subsequently furnishing him with constant supplies of wolf and deer, of which they always invited him to partake. By degrees they began to treat him kindly, and not to shut him up when they went out, and Hsu, too, gradually learnt to understand and even to speak a little of their language, which pleased them so much that they finally gave him a cave woman for his wife. Hsu was horribly afraid of her, but as she treated him with great consideration, always reserving titbits of food for him, they lived very happily together. One day all the cave people got up early in the morning, and having adorned themselves with strings of fine pearls, they went forth as if to meet some honoured guest, giving orders to Hsu to cook an extra quantity of meat that day. "It is the birthday of our king," said Hsu's wife to him, and then, running out, she informed the other cave people that her husband had no pearls. So each gave 5 from his own string, and Hsu's wife added 10 to these, making in all 50, which she threaded on a hempen fibre and hung around his neck, each pearl being worth over 100 ounces of silver. Then they went away, and as soon as Hsu had finished his cooking, his wife appeared, and invited him to come and receive the king. So off they went to a huge cavern covering about a mow of ground, in which was a huge stone, smoothed away at the top like a table, with stone seats at the four sides. At the upper end was a dais, over which was spread a leopard's skin, the other seats having only deer skins. And within the cavern some 20 or 30 cave-men ranged themselves on the seats. After a short interval, a great wind began to stir up the dust, and they all rushed out to a creature very much resembling themselves, which hurried into the cave, and, squatting down cross-legged, cocked its head, and looked about like a cormorant. The other cave-men then filed in, and took up their positions right and left of the dais, where they stood gazing up at the king, with their arms folded before them in the form of a cross. The king counted them one by one, and asked if they were all present, and when they replied in the affirmative, he looked at Su, and inquired who he was. Thereupon Su's wife stepped forward, and said he was her husband, and the others all loudly extolled his skill in cookery, 2 of them running out and bringing back some cooked meat, which they set before the king. His Majesty swallowed it by handfuls, and found it so nice that he gave orders to be supplied regularly, and then, turning to Su, he asked him why his string of beads was so short. "He has but recently arrived among us," replied the caveman, "and hasn't got a complete set." Upon which the king drew 10 pearls from the string round his own neck, and bestowed them upon Su. Each was as big as the top of one's finger, and as round as a bullet. And Su's wife threaded them for him, and hung them round his neck. Su himself crossed his arms and thanked the king in the language of the country, after which his Majesty went off in a gust of wind as rapidly as a bird can fly, and the cavemen sat down and finished what was left of the banquet. 4 years afterwards, Su's wife gave birth to a triplet of 2 boys and 1 girl, all of whom were ordinary human beings, and not at all like the mother, at which the other cave people were delighted, and would often play with them and caress them. 3 years passed away, and the children could walk about, after which their father taught them to speak his own tongue, and in their early babblings their human origin was manifested. The boys, as mere children, could climb about on the mountains as easily as though walking upon a level road, and between them and their father there grew up a mutual feeling of attachment. One day the mother had gone out with the girl and 1 of the boys, and was absent for a long time. A strong north wind was blowing, and Su, filled with thoughts of his old home, led his other son down with him to the beach, where lay the boat in which he had formerly reached this country. He then proposed to the boy that they should go away together, and, having explained to him that they could not inform his mother, father and son stepped on board, and, after a voyage of only 24 hours, arrived safely at Chao-Ch'eng. On reaching home, Su found that his wife had married again, so he sold 2 of his pearls for an enormous sum of money, and set up a splendid establishment. His son was called Piao, and at 14 or 15 years of age the boy could lift a weight of 3,000 catties, or 4,000 pounds. He was extremely fond of athletics of all kinds, and thus attracted the notice of the commander-in-chief, who gave him a commission as a sub-lieutenant. Just at that time there happened to be some trouble on the frontier, and young Piao, having covered himself with glory, was made a colonel at the age of 18. About that time another merchant was driven by stress of weather to the country of the cave-men, and had hardly stepped ashore before he observed a young man whom he knew at once to be of Chinese origin. The young man asked him whence he came, and finally took him into a cave hid away in a dark valley and concealed by the dense jungle. There he bade him remain, and in a little while he returned with some deer's flesh, which he gave the merchant to eat, saying at the same time that his own father was a Chao-Chao man. The merchant now knew that the young man was Su's son, he himself being acquainted with Su as a trader in the same line of business. "Why, he's an old friend of mine," cried the latter. "His other son is now a colonel." The young man did not know what was meant by a colonel, so the merchant told him it was the title of a Chinese mandarin. "And what is a mandarin?" asked the youth. "A mandarin," replied the merchant, "is one who goes out with a chair and horses, who at home sits upon a dais in the hall, whose summons is answered by 100 voices, who is looked at only with sidelong eyes, and in whose presence all people stand aslant. This is to be a mandarin." The young man was deeply touched at this recital, and at length the merchant said to him, "Since your honored father is at Chao-Chao, why do you remain here?" "Indeed," replied the youth, "I have often indulged the same feeling, but my mother is not a Chinese woman, and apart from the difference of her language and appearance, I fear that if the other cave people found it out, they would do us some mischief." He then took his leave, being in rather a disturbed state of mind, and bade the merchant wait until the wind should prove favourable, when he promised to come and see him off, and charge him with a letter to his father and brother. 6 months the merchant remained in that cave, occasionally taking a peep at the cave people passing backwards and forwards, but not daring to leave his retreat. As soon as the monsoon set in, the young man arrived and urged him to hurry away, begging him also not to forget the letter to his father. So the merchant sailed away, and soon reached Chao-Chao, where he visited the colonel and told him the whole story. Piao was much affected, and wished to go in search of those members of the family, but his father feared the dangers he would encounter, and advised him not to think of such a thing. However, Piao was not to be deterred, and having imparted his scheme to the commander-in-chief, he took with him 2 soldiers and set off. Adverse winds prevailed at that time, and they beat about for half a moon, until they were out of sight of all land, could not set a foot before them, and had completely lost their reckoning. Just then a mighty sea arose, and capsized their boat, tossing Piao into the water, where he floated about for some time at the will of the waves, until suddenly somebody dragged him out and carried him into a house. Then he saw that his rescuer was to all appearances a caveman, and accordingly he addressed him in the cave people's language, and told him whither he himself was bound. "It is my native place," replied the caveman, in astonishment, "but you will excuse my saying that you are now 8,000 li out of your course. This is the way to the country of the poisonous dragons, and not your route at all." He then went off to find a boat for Piao, and, himself swimming in the water behind, pushed it along like an arrow from a bow, so quickly that by the next day they had traversed the whole distance. On the shore Piao observed a young man walking up and down, and evidently watching him, and, knowing that no human beings dwelt there, he guessed at once that he was his brother. Approaching more closely, he saw that he was right, and seizing the young man's hand, he asked after his mother and sister. On hearing that they were well, he would have gone directly to see them, but the younger one begged him not to do so, and ran away himself to fetch them. Meanwhile, Piao turned to thank the caveman who had brought him there, but he too had disappeared. In a few minutes his mother and sister arrived, and on seeing Piao they could not restrain their tears. Piao then laid his scheme before them, and when they said they feared people would ill-treat them, he replied, "In China I hold a high position, and people will not dare to shew you disrespect." Thus they determined to go. The wind, however, was against them, and mother and son were at a loss what to do, when suddenly the sail bellied out towards the south, and a rustling sound was heard. "Heaven helps us, my mother!" cried Piao, full of joy, and, hurrying on board at once, in 3 days they had reached their destination. As they landed, the people fled right and left in fear, Piao having divided his own clothes amongst the party. And when they arrived at the house, and his mother saw Tsu, she began to rate him soundly for running away without her. Tsu hastened to acknowledge his error, and then all the family and servants were introduced to her, each one being in mortal dread of such a singular personage. Piao now bade his mother learn to talk Chinese, and gave her any quantity of fine clothes and rich meats, to the infinite delight of the old lady. She and her daughter both dressed in man's clothes, and by the end of a few months were able to understand what was said to them. The brother, named Pao, or leopard, and the sister, Ye, or night, were both clever enough and immensely strong into the bargain. Piao was ashamed that Pao could not read, and set to work to teach him, and the youngster was so quick that he learnt the sacred books and histories by merely reading them once over. However, he would not enter upon a literary career, loving better to draw a strong bow or ride a spirited horse, and finally taking the highest military degree. He married the daughter of a post captain, but his sister had some trouble in getting a husband because of her being the child of a cave woman. At length a sergeant named Huan, who was under her brother's command, was forced to take her as his wife. She could draw 100 catty bow and shoot birds at 100 paces without ever missing. Whenever Huan went to battle, she went with him, and his subsequent rise to high rank was chiefly due to her. At 34 years of age, Pao got a command, and in his great battles his mother, clad in armor and grasping a spear, would fight by his side, to the terror of all their adversaries, and when he himself received the dignity of a hereditary title, he memorialized the throne to grant his mother the title of lady. End of chapter 57. Recording by J. Olpecker.
Chapter 58 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu, translated by Herbert A. Giles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Dever. Chapter 58. Football on the Tung-t'ing Lake. Wang Shi-hsiu was a native of Liu Chao, and such a lusty fellow that he could pick up a stone mortar. Father and son were both good football players, but when the former was about 40 years of age he was drowned while crossing the money pool. Some 8 or 9 years later our hero happened to be on his way to Hunan, and anchoring in the Tung-t'ing Lake, watching the moon rising in the east and illuminating the water into a bright sheet of light. While he was thus engaged, lo! from out of the lake emerged 5 men, bringing with them a large mat which they spread on the surface of the water so as to cover about 6 yards square. Wine and food were then arranged upon it, and Wang heard the sound of the dishes knocking together, but it was a dull, soft sound, not at all like that of ordinary crockery. 3 of the men sat down on the mat, and the other waited upon them. One of the former was dressed in yellow, the other 2 in white, and each wore a black turban. Their demeanour as they sat there side by side was grave and dignified. In appearance they resembled 3 of the ancients, but by the fitful beams of the moon Wang was unable to see very clearly what they were like. The attendants wore black serge dresses, and one of them seemed to be a boy, while the other was many years older. Wang now heard the man in yellow dress say, "This is truly a fine moonlight night for a drinking bout," to which one of his companions replied, "It quite reminds me of the night when Prince Huang Li feasted at Pear Blossom Island." The 3 then pledged each other in bumping goblets, talking all the time in such a low tone that Wang could not hear what they were saying. The boatmen kept themselves concealed, crouching down at the bottom of the boat; but Wang looked hard at the attendants, the elder of whom bore a striking resemblance to his father, though he spoke in quite a different tone of voice. When it was drawing towards midnight, one of them proposed a game at ball, and in a moment the boy disappeared in the water, to return immediately with a huge ball, quite an armful in fact, apparently full of quicksilver, and lustrous within and without. All now rose up, and the man in yellow dress bade the old attendant join them in the game. The ball was kicked up some 10 or 15 feet in the air, and was quite dazzling in its brilliancy; but once when it had gone up with a whish, it fell at some distance off, right in the very middle of Wang's boat. The occasion was irresistible, and Wang, exerting all his strength, kicked the ball with all his might. It seemed unusually light and soft to the touch, and his foot broke right through. Away went the ball to a good height, pouring forth a stream of light like a rainbow from the hole Wang had made, and making as it fell a curve like that of a comet rushing across the sky. Down it glided into the water, where it fizzed a moment and then went out. "Ho there!" cried one of the players in anger. "What living creature is that who dares thus to interrupt our sport?" "Well kicked indeed," said the old man. "That's a favourite drop kick of my own." At this, one of the two in white clothes began to abuse him, saying, "What, you old baggage! When we are all so annoyed in this manner, are you to come forward and make a joke of it? Go at once with the boy and bring back to us this practical joker, or your own back will have a taste of the stick." Wang was of course unable to flee; however, he was not a bit afraid, and grasping a sword, stood there in the middle of the boat. In a moment the old man and boy arrived, also armed, and then Wang knew that the former was really his father, and called out to him at once, "Father, I am your son." The old man was greatly alarmed, but father and son forgot their troubles in the joy of meeting once again. Meanwhile the boy went back, and Wang's father bid him hide, or they would all be lost. The words were hardly out of his mouth when the three men jumped on board the boat. Their faces were black as pitch, their eyes as big as pomegranates, and they at once proceeded to seize the old man. Wang struggled hard with them, and managing to get the boat free from her moorings, he seized his sword and cut off one of his adversary's arms. The arm dropped down, and the man in yellow dress ran away, whereupon one of those in white rushed at Wang, who immediately cut off his head, and he fell into the water with a splash, at which the third disappeared. Wang and his father were now anxious to get away, when suddenly a great mouth arose from the lake, as big and as deep as a well, and against which they could hear the noise of water when it struck. This mouth blew forth a violent gust of wind, and in a moment the waves were mountains high, and all the boats on the lake were tossing about. The boatmen were terrified, but Wang seized one of two huge stones there were on board for use as anchors, about 130 pounds in weight, and threw it into the water, which immediately began to subside. And then he threw in the other one, upon which the wind dropped and the lake became calm again. Wang thought his father was a disembodied spirit, but the old man said, "I never died. There were 19 of us drowned in the river, all of whom were eaten by the fish goblins except myself. I was saved because I could play football. Those you saw got into trouble with the Dragon King, and were sent here. They were all marine creatures, and the ball they were playing with was a fish bladder." Father and son were overjoyed at meeting again, and at once proceeded on their way. In the morning they found in the boat a huge fin, the arm that Wang had cut off the night before. End of chapter 58.
Chapter 59 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Landu. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 59. The Thunder God. Lei Yunhao and Xiaoping-Zhu lived as boys in the same village, and when they grew up read with the same tutor, becoming the firmest of friends. Xia was a clever fellow, and had acquired some reputation even at the early age of 10. Lei was not a bit envious, but rather looked up to him, and Xia in return helped his friend very much with his studies, so that he too made considerable progress. This increased Xia's fame. Though try as he would, he could never succeed at the public examinations, and by he sickened and died. His family was so poor they could not find money for his burial, whereupon Lê came forward and paid all expenses, besides taking care of his widow and children. Every peck or bushel he would share with them, the widow trusting entirely to his support, and thus he acquired a good name in the village. Though not being a rich man himself, he soon ran through all his own property. "Alas!" cried he, "where talents like Hsia's failed, can I expect to succeed? Wealth and rank are matters of destiny, and my present career will only end by my dying like a dog in a ditch. I must try something else." So he gave up book learning and went into trade, and in 6 months he had a trifle of money in hand. One day when he was resting at an inn in Nanking, he saw a great big fellow walk in and seat himself at no great distance, in a very melancholy mood. Lê asked him if he was hungry, and on receiving no answer, pushed some food over towards him. The stranger immediately set to feeding himself by handfuls, and in no time the whole had disappeared. Lê ordered another supply, but that was quickly disposed of in like manner. And then he told the landlord to bring a shoulder of pork and a quantity of boiled dumplings. Thus, after eating enough for half a dozen, his appetite was appeased and he turned to thank his benefactor, saying, "For 3 years I haven't had such a meal, and why should a fine fellow like you be in such a state of destitution?" inquired Lê, to which the other only replied, "The judgments of heaven may not be discussed." Being asked where he lived, the stranger replied, "On land I have no home, on the water no boat, at dawn in the village, at night in the city." Lê then prepared to depart, but his friend would not leave him, declaring that he was in imminent danger, and that he could not forget the late kindness Lê had shown him. So they went along together, and on the way Lê invited the other to eat with him, but this he refused, saying that he only took food occasionally. Lê marvelled more than ever at this, and next day when they were on the river, a great storm arose and capsized all their boats, Lê himself being thrown into the water with the others. Suddenly the gale abated, and the stranger bore Lê on his back to another boat, plunging at once into the water and bringing back the lost vessel, upon which he placed Lê and bade him remain quietly there. He then returned once more, this time carrying in his arms a part of the cargo, which he replaced in the vessel, and so he went on until it was all restored. Lê thanked him, saying, "It was enough to save my life, but you have added to this the restoration of my goods." Nothing, in fact, had been lost, and now Lê began to regard the stranger as something more than human. The latter here wished to take his leave, but Lê pressed him so much to stay that at last he consented to remain. Then Lê remarked that after all he had lost a gold pin, and immediately the stranger plunged into the water again, rising at length to the surface with the missing article in his mouth, and presenting it to Lê with the remark that he was delighted to be able to fulfill his commands. The people on the river were all much astonished at what they saw. Meanwhile, Lê went home with his friend, and there they lived together, the big man only eating once in 10 or 12 days, but then displaying an enormous appetite. One day he spoke of going away, to which Lê would by no means consent, and as it was just then about to rain and thunder, he asked him to tell him what the clouds were like, and what thunder was, also how he could get up to the sky and have a look, so as to set his mind at rest on the subject. "Would you like to have a ramble among the clouds?" asked the stranger, as Lê was lying down to take a nap, on awaking from which he felt himself spinning along through the air, and not at all as if he was lying on a bed. Opening his eyes, he saw he was among the clouds, and around him was a fleecy atmosphere. Jumping up in great alarm, he felt giddy as if he had been at sea, and underneath his feet he found a soft, yielding substance, unlike the earth. Above him were the stars, and this made him think he was dreaming. But looking up he saw that they were set in the sky like seeds in the cup of a lily, varying from the size of the biggest bowl to that of a small basin. On raising his hand he discovered that the large stars were all tightly fixed, but he managed to pick a small one, which he concealed in his sleeve, and then, parting the clouds beneath him, he looked through and saw the sea glittering like silver below. Large cities appeared no bigger than beans. Just at this moment, however, he bethought himself that if his foot were to slip, what a tremendous fall he would have. He now beheld 2 dragons writhing their way along, and drawing a cart with a huge vat in it, each movement of their tails sounded like the crack of a bullock driver's whip. The vat was full of water, and numbers of men were employed in ladling it out and sprinkling it on the clouds. These men were astonished at seeing Lê. However, a big fellow among them called out, "All right, he's my friend," and then they gave him a ladle to help them throw the water out. Now it happened to be a very dry season, And when Lê got hold of the ladle, he took good care to throw the water so that it should all fall on and around his own home. The stranger then told him that he was the god of thunder, and that he had just returned from a 3 years' punishment inflicted on him in consequence of some neglect of his in the matter of rain. He added that they must now part, and taking the long rope which had been used as reins for the cart, bade Lê grip it tightly, that he might be let down to earth. Lê was afraid of this, but on being told there was no danger, he did so, and in a moment, whish, away he went and found himself safe and sound on terra firma. He discovered that he had descended outside his native village, and then the rope was drawn up into the clouds, and he saw it no more. The drought had been excessive. For 3 or 4 miles round very little rain had fallen, though in Lé's own village the watercourses were all full. On reaching home he took the star out of his sleeve and put it on the table. It was dull looking like an ordinary stone, but at night it became very brilliant and lighted up the whole house. This made him value it highly, and he stored it carefully away, bringing it out only when he had guests, to light them at their wine. It was always thus dazzlingly bright, until one evening when his wife was sitting with him doing her hair, the star began to diminish in brilliancy, and to flit about like a firefly. Mrs. Lê sat gaping with astonishment, when all of a sudden it flitted into her mouth, and ran down her throat. She tried to cough it up, but couldn't, to the very amazement of her husband. That night Lê dreamt that his old friend Xia appeared before him and said, "I am the Shao Wei star. Your friendship is still cherished by me, and now you have brought me back from the sky. Truly our destinies are knitted together, and I will repay your kindness by becoming your son." Now Lê was 30 years of age, but without sons. However, after this dream his wife bore him a male child, and they called his name Star. He was extraordinarily clever, and at 16 years of age took his master's degree. End of chapter 59. Recording by Michael Landu. Chapter 60 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Landu. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu. Translated by Herbert Allen Giles. Chapter 60. The Gambler's Talisman. A Taoist priest called Han lived at the Tianxi Temple in our district city. His knowledge of the black art was very extensive, and the neighbors all regarded him as an immortal. My late father was on intimate terms with him, and whenever he went into the city, invariably paid him a visit. One day, on such an occasion, he was proceeding thither in company with my late uncle, when suddenly they met Han on the road. Handing them the key of the door, he begged them to go on and wait a while for him, promising to be there shortly himself. Following out these instructions, they repaired to the temple, but on unlocking the door, there was Han sitting inside, a feat which he subsequently performed several times. Now, a relative of mine, who was terribly given to gambling, also knew this priest, having been introduced to him by my father. And once this relative, meeting with a Buddhist priest from the Tianfo temple, addicted like himself to the vice of gambling, played with him until he had lost everything, even going so far as to pledge the whole of his property, which he lost in a single night. Happening to call in upon Han as he was going back, the latter noticed his exceedingly dejected appearance, and the rambling answers he gave, and asked him what was the matter. On hearing the story of his losses, Han only laughed and said, "That's what always overtakes the gambler, sooner or later. If, however, you will break yourself of the habit, I will get your money back for you." "Ah," cried the other, "if you will only do that, you may break my head with a pestle when you catch me gambling again." So Han gave him a talismanic formula, written out on a piece of paper, to put in his girdle, bidding him only win back what he had lost, and not attempt to get a fraction more. He also handed him 1,000 cash on condition that his sum should be repaid from his winnings, and off went my relative delighted. The Buddhist, however, turned up his nose at the smallness of his means, and said it wasn't worth his while to stake so little, but at last he was persuaded into having one throw for the whole lot. They then began, the priest leading off with a fair throw, to which his opponent replied by a better, whereupon the priest doubled his stake, and my relative one again, going on and on until the latter's good luck had brought him back all that he had previously lost. He thought, however, that he couldn't do better than just win a few more strings of cash, and accordingly went on. But gradually his luck turned, and on looking into his girdle he found that the talisman was gone. In a great fright he jumped up and went off with his winnings to the temple, where he reckoned up that after deducting Han's loan, and adding what he had lost towards the end, he had exactly the amount originally his. With shame in his face he turned to thank Han, mentioning at the same time the loss of the talisman, at which Han only laughed and said, "That has got back before you. I told you not to be over-greedy, and as you didn't heed me, I took the talisman away." End of chapter 60. Recording by Michael Landu.
Chapter 61 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu, translated by Herbert A. Giles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Dever. Chapter 61. The Husband Punished. Tseng of Wentang was a young fellow of some literary reputation, who lived next door to a Mr. Chen, their studios being separated only by a low wall. One evening Chang was crossing a piece of waste ground when he heard a young girl crying among some pine trees hard by. He approached, and saw a girdle hanging from one of the branches, as if its owner was just on the point of hanging herself. Chen asked her what was the matter, and then she brushed away her tears and said, "My mother has gone away, and left me in charge of my brother-in-law. But he's a scamp, and won't continue to take care of me, and now there is nothing left for me but to die." Hereupon the girl began to cry again, and Chen untied the girdle and bade her go and find herself a husband, to which she said there was very little chance of that. And then Chen offered to take her to his own home, an offer which she very gladly accepted. Soon after they arrived, his neighbour Qing thought he heard a noise, and jumped over the wall to have a peep, when lo and behold, at the door of Chen's house stood this young lady, who immediately ran away into the garden on seeing Qing. The two young men pursued her, but without success, and were obliged to return each to his own room, Qing being greatly astonished to find the same girl now standing at his door. On addressing the young lady, she told him that his neighbour's destiny was too poor a one for her, and that she came from Shantung, and that her name was Shi Asia. She finally agreed to take up her residence with Ching, but after a few days, finding that a great number of his friends were constantly calling, she declared it was too noisy a place for her, and that she would only visit him in the evening. This she continued to do for a few days, telling him in reply to his inquiries that her home was not very far off. One evening, however, she remarked that their present liaison was not very creditable to either, that her father was a mandarin on the western frontier, and that she was about to set out with her mother to join him, begging him meanwhile to make a formal request for the celebration of their nuptials, in order to prevent them from being thus separated. She further said that they started in 10 days or so, and then Ching began to reflect that if he married her she would have to take her place in the family, and that would make his first wife jealous. So he determined to get rid of the latter, and when she came in he began to abuse her right and left. His wife bore it as long as she could, but at length cried out it were better she should die, upon which Ching advised her not to bring trouble on them all like that, but to go back to her own home. He then drove her away, his wife asking all the time what she had done to be sent away like this, after 10 years of blameless life with him. Ching, however, paid no heed to her entreaties, and when he had got rid of her he set to work at once to get the house whitewashed and made generally clean. himself being on the tiptoe of expectation for the arrival of Miss Asia. But he waited and waited, and no Asia came. She seemed gone like a stone dropped into the sea. Meanwhile, emissaries came from his late wife's family begging him to take her back, and when he flatly refused, she married a gentleman of position named Xia, whose property adjoined Qing's, and who had long been at feud with him in consequence, as is usual in such cases. This made Qing furious, but he still hoped that Asia would come, and tried to console himself in this way. Yet more than a year passed away, and still no signs of her, until one day, at the festival of the sea spirits, he saw among the crowds of girls passing in and out one who very much resembled Asia. Qing moved towards her, following her as she threaded her way through the crowd as far as the temple gate, where he lost sight of her altogether, to his great mortification and regret. Another 6 months passed away, when one day he met a young lady dressed in red, accompanied by an old man servant, and riding on a black mule. It was Asia, so he asked the old man the name of his young mistress, and learnt from him that she was the second wife of a gentleman named Chang, having been married to him about a fortnight previously. Qing now thought she could not be Asia, but just then the young lady, hearing them talking, turned her head, and Qing saw that he was right. And now, finding that she had actually married another man, he was overwhelmed with rage, and cried out in a loud voice, "Asia, Asia, why did you break faith?" The servant here objected to his mistress being thus addressed by a stranger, and was squaring up to Qing, when Asia bade him desist, and raising her veil, replied, "And you, faithless one, how do you dare meet my gaze?" "You are the faithless one," said Qing, "not I." "To be faithless to your wife is worse than being faithless to me," rejoined Asia. "If you behaved like that to her, how should I have been treated at your hand? Because of the fair fame of your ancestors and the honours gained by them, I was willing to ally myself with you. But now that you have discarded your wife, your thread of official advancement has been cut short in the realms below, and Mr. Chen is to take the place that should have been yours at the head of the examination list. As for myself, I am now part of the Chang family. Think no more of me." Ching hung his head and could make no reply, and Asia whipped up her mule and disappeared from his sight, leaving him to return home disconsolate. At the forthcoming examination, everything turned out as she had predicted. Mr. Chen was at the top of the list, and he himself was thrown out. It was clear that his luck was gone. At 40 he had no wife, and was so poor that he was glad to pick up a meal where he could. One day he called on Mr. Chang, who treated him well and kept him there for the night. And while there, Chang's second wife saw him and asked her husband if his guest's name was Ching. "It is," said he. "How could you guess that?" "Well," replied she, "before I married you, I took refuge in his house, and he was then very kind to me. Although he has now sunk low, yet his ancestors' influence on the family fortunes is not yet exhausted. Besides, he is an old acquaintance of yours, and you should try and do something for him." Chang consented, and having first given him a new suit of clothes, kept him in the house several days. At night a slave girl came to him with 20 ounces of silver for him, and Mrs. Chang, who was outside the window, said, "This is a trifling return for your past kindness to me. Go and get yourself a good wife. The family luck is not yet exhausted, but will descend to your sons and grandchildren. Do not behave like this again, and so shorten your term of life." Ching thanked her and went home, using 10 ounces of silver to procure a concubine from a neighbouring family, who was very ugly and ill-tempered. However, she bore him a son, and he by and by graduated as doctor. Mr. Chang became vice president of the Board of Civil Office, and at his death Asia attended the funeral. But when they opened her chair on its return home, she was gone, and then people knew for the first time that she was not mortal flesh and blood. Alas, for the perversity of mankind, rejecting the old and craving for the new! And then, when they come back to the familiar nest, the birds have all flown. Thus does heaven punish such people. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu, translated by Herbert A. Giles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Dever. Chapter 62. The Marriage Lottery. A certain laborer's son, named Ma Tianzheng, lost his wife when he was only about 20 years of age, and was too poor to take another. One day, when out hoeing in the fields, he beheld a nice-looking young lady leave the path and come tripping across the furrows towards him. Her face was well painted, and she had altogether such a refined look that Ma concluded she must have lost her way, and began to make some playful remarks in consequence. "You go along home," cried the young lady, "and I'll be with you by and by." Ma doubted this rather extraordinary promise, but she bowed and declared she would not break her word. And then Ma went off, telling her that his front door faced the north, etc., etc. In the evening the young lady arrived, and then Ma saw that her hands and face were covered with fine hair, which made him suspect at once she was a fox. She did not deny the accusation, and accordingly Ma said to her, "If you really are one of those wonderful creatures, you will be able to get me anything I want, and I should be much obliged if you would begin by giving me some money to relieve my poverty." The young lady said she would, and next evening, when she came again, Ma asked her where the money was. "Dear me," replied she, "I quite forgot it." When she was going away, Ma reminded her of what he wanted, but on the following evening she made precisely the same excuse, promising to bring it another day. A few nights afterwards Ma asked her once more for the money, and then she drew from her sleeve 2 pieces of silver, each weighing about 5 or 6 ounces. They were both of fine quality, with turned up edges, and Ma was very pleased and stored them away in a cupboard. Some months after this, he happened to require some money for use, and took out these pieces, but the person to whom he showed them said they were only pewter, and easily bit off a portion of one of them with his teeth. Ma was much alarmed, and put the pieces away directly, taking the opportunity when evening came of abusing the young lady roundly. "It's all your bad luck," retorted she. "Real gold would be too much for your inferior destiny." There was an end of that, but Ma went on to say, "I always heard that fox girls were of surpassing beauty. How is it you are not?" "Oh," replied the young lady, "we always adapt ourselves to our company. Now you haven't the luck of an ounce of silver to call your own, and what would you do, for instance, with a beautiful princess? My beauty may not be good enough for the aristocracy, but among your big-footed burden-carrying rustics, why it may safely be called surpassing." A few months passed away, and then one day the young lady came and gave Ma 3 ounces of silver, saying, "You have often asked me for money, but in consequence of your weak luck I have always refrained from giving you any. Now, however, your marriage is at hand, and I here give you the cost of a wife, which you may also regard as a parting gift from me." Ma replied that he wasn't engaged. To which the young lady answered that in a few days a go-between would visit him to arrange the affair. "And what will she be like?" asked Ma. "Why, as your aspirations are for surpassing beauty," replied the young lady, "of course she will be possessed of surpassing beauty." "I hardly expect that," said Ma. "At any rate, 3 ounces of silver will not be enough to get a wife." "Marriages," explained the young lady, "are made in the moon. Mortals have nothing to do with them." "And why must you be going away like this?" inquired Ma. "Because," answered she, "we go on shilly-shallying from day to day, and month to month, and nothing ever comes of it. I had better get you another wife, and have done with you." Then when morning came she departed, giving Ma a pinch of yellow powder, saying, "In case you are ill after we are separated, this will cure you." Next day, sure enough, a go-between did come, and Ma at once asked what the proposed bride was like, to which the former replied that she was very passable looking. 4 or 5 ounces of silver was fixed as the marriage present, Ma making no difficulty on that score, but declaring he must have a peep at the young lady. The go-between said she was a respectable girl, and would never allow herself to be seen. However, it was arranged that they should go to the house together, and await a good opportunity. So off they went, Ma remaining outside while the go-between went in, returning in a little while to tell him it was all right. "A relative of mine lives in the same court, and just now I saw the young lady sitting in the hall. We have only got to pretend we are going to see my relative, and you will be able to get a glimpse of her." Ma consented, and they accordingly passed through the hall, where he saw the young lady sitting down with her head bent forward while some one was scratching her back. She seemed to be all that the go-between had said, but when they came to discuss the money, it appeared the young lady only wanted 1 or 2 ounces of silver, just to buy herself a few clothes, etc. At which Ma was delighted, and gave the go-between a present for her trouble, which just finished up the 3 ounces his fox friend had provided. An auspicious day was chosen, and the young lady came over to his house, when lo! she was hump-backed and pigeon-breasted, with a short neck like a tortoise, and boat-shaped feet, full 10 inches long. The meaning of his fox friend's remark then flashed upon him. End of chapter 62. End of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Volume 1, by Songling Pu, translated by Herbert Allen Giles.